much for still making it over here. It's a pleasure to host all of you here. This is Shubhajit Ghosh, and I welcome you to the inaugural Realty Plus Architecture and Design Fest AADF 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, architecture and design are indeed captivating fields covering a broad spectrum of disciplines and concepts. Today, we are joined by experts from various design segments who will delve into topics such as co-creation, design collaterals, rebooting cities, and the fusion of art, space, and design. To amplify the insights, ladies and gentlemen, shared by our experts today, the event is currently being live streamed. You can tune in now on the Realty Plus website at the rate www.rprealtyplus.com, as well as on our LinkedIn and Facebook pages at the rate rprealtyplus. Join us online to be a part of this very interesting conversation. So without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to take a quick look at a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. Can I please request the console to kindly play the AV for all of us? Thank you.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path.
It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality.
Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
That's all about Realty Plus, truly leading the way. Thank you so much to the people over there at the console for playing this. And of course, for more details regarding Realty Plus, you can get in touch with Tripti Keria, publisher and business head of Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the event with the inaugural lighting of the lamp and Ganesh mantra. And to do the honors, I would love to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media and Business World Media Group, Deben Moza, Senior Executive Director, Head of Project Management Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited, Priya Daniel, Principal Architect, 5 Scale Design, Architect Rajendra Kumar, Architect, Urbanist, curator, author, local ambassador, Royal Institute of British Architects, RIBA, UK, Praveen Thampi, the Ministry of Light, and Dr. Pony M. Concesao, principal architect and founder, Pony and Oscar plus Rahul Architects. Can we give a huge round of applause for all of them over here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get going with the Ganesh Mantra. We would love to have Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav over here on stage as well to do the lamp lighting for all of us.
Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti.
Thank you. Can we do a group photograph with all of them? Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Truly beginning the day on a very prosperous and auspicious note. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, it's important that no event or initiative is actually possible without the support of partners. So it's our responsibility to thank them from the bottom of our hearts for actually supporting this event in the best way possible. So we would like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, event partner NCL Door, co-partners Nemetschek Group, Victoria, Magicrit and Champion Infratech, automobile partner Navneet Motors, industry partner Indian Society of Landscape Architects, event associate Establish, business media partner BW Business World Media Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course organized by Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the inaugural session of this very special day. Can I please request all of you to clap loudly for the efforts put forward by the team of Realty Plus for putting this together. Thank you so much. We couldn't really have done it without you. Thank you. All right, on that note, it's now time to move on to the inaugural address of the day by the one and only visionary, the man in the true sense of the term, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group. Give a huge round of applause for Dr. Anurag Batra. Please, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Shubho. I'm sure my team has written that word visionary. I don't know I am visionary, but I'm a restless person, that I can tell you. And sometimes restlessness creates ideas, and ideas create projects, and projects create landmarks. I can only say that 20 years back, we started Realty Plus. 24 years back, I started Exchange for Media. 10 years back, I acquired BW Business World. 9 years back, we started BW Hotelier, because some of you are from the, most of you are from the architecture and design domain. So really, I genuinely believe things happen because they're preordained. There is a divine intervention. We believe we've done it, I've done it, but really, I believe in the fact that it is all preordained. We are just playing to a design that God has done. So really, these kind of, prefixes, visionary and all, I really don't believe in them. I believe in just going with the flow, doing what we do, and we've been able to do what we've been able to do in the last 19 years and 23 months, 11 months of Realty Plus is because of the work that the Realty Plus team puts in. Most of you know Ms. Tripti Kedia and Ms. Sapna Srivastav. They really lead Realty Plus. Tripti has been part of Realty Plus for 17 years, and 27th August 2024, Realty Plus will start its 21st year. It'll complete 20 years. So we've come a long way, and it's making us think what to do with Realty Plus platform over the next few years, and how to make a deeper impact and be of value to all the stakeholders. I can only tell you that the words I was writing down, the words in my mind are transformation, scale up, new ideas, and more impact. But today's forum is about design, it is about architecture, and the landmarks that we see all around us are differentiated on the basis of the quality of architecture, quality of design, and clearly the choice of certain landmarks is based on the aesthetics and the uniqueness of the projects. Yesterday at the Realty Plus Sustainability World Conclave called Harit Bharat, we talked about ESG and we talked about sustainable buildings, how building needs to be energy efficient, how we need to keep buildings to be sensitive to especially abled people, how overall the building design has to be nature and environment friendly and recreate some of the magic that nature has for us. And clearly there is an ROI also on that. Even if there is no ROI, there's no ROI on better quality of life. I mean, that's really the purpose that we exist for. I can only say that yesterday I talked about 3 things, and I see there's a new audience, so I think I'll reiterate that. My team's heard that from me a lot of times, but I'm not an expert on architecture or design. I'll only talk to you about 3 things. One is sleep, second is kindness, and third is sustainability. First, how many of you sleep more than 8 hours every night? 1, 2, 3, 4 people. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? 30%. How many of you sleep less than 7 hours? So most people sleep less than 7 hours. A lot of you sleep less than 6 hours, right? And whatever we want to do in our life, and all of you are very accomplished. I was seeing the names of the people here. I don't know you, but I know some of you from your work. Some of you I know because Tripti and Sapna told me about you. I can only say that I put a lot of value on sleep. I'm first generation entrepreneur. I've been able to build 3 media companies, and still there's a lot of work in progress. I believe sleep makes us kinder. Sleep helps us think better. I'm not carrying my mobile phone. Even in the night, I put my mobile phone away. It helps me to be mindful. Otherwise, we're all responding to texts and emails all day. So really, whatever you want to do, and all of you are grown up, you have children, most of you. I don't need to talk to you about sleep, but as part of BW Wellbeing World, we've done a study of Indians, and we are a sleep-deprived nation. Whether you look at our study or anybody else's study, we sleep less. And then you have these 2 forces. One is of OTT platforms where you can start watching at 10 p.m. in the night, and you can binge watch till 4 a.m. And I've done that a couple of times in my life. No longer. And then you have this food delivery company, so you can order food in the night at 1 a.m. and eat as much as you want. Between these 2, sometimes sleep goes for a toss. But sleep is about discipline. Architecture and design is about discipline. So the only reason I talk about it is to bring it top of mind. Sleep can help us live longer, live a better life. Second is kindness. All of you are kind. Being an architect or designing something needs empathy. Without empathy, you cannot design, because you have to place yourself in the shoes of others. And really, kindness and empathy are intertwined. And I do want to talk about this Israeli guy, which I keep talking about. His name is Nadav Ben Yehuda. In 2013, he set out to climb the mountains for which he prepared for many, many years. And he was somewhere between the base camp and Mount Everest. And he has counted 2 of his friends. One has died. The other would have died if he was not taken to the base camp and subsequently to a place where he could get medical aid. So Nadav had 2 choices, either to carry on and be the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or save someone's life. Guess what did he do? Yes, that's why I'm talking about him. We all have become too focus on our individual goals. Of course, as an architect, you're thinking beyond your individual goals. But in a world that has become too me, right from leaders to founders of business to CXOs, while we continue on the path of creating something for ourselves which impacts a larger domain, it is important to be able to contribute to society through kindness and through acts that are selfless. Another showed us that, and I'm sure all of you in your personal and professional lives do that. I'm just bringing these things top of mind. This is more for myself. And the last thing is sustainability. Climate change is not a hoax. You're looking at the shrinking of oceans, you're looking at rising temperatures, you're looking at the uneven patterns of temperature. Look at the rains. Of course, rains are predictable in July in Mumbai. But the fact is, the earth can do better through practices that we all bring in our daily life. In the way we design buildings, sustainability is already becoming a very important factor. Buildings are more energy efficient. They're designed in a way to be able to put less pressure on the natural resources. But somewhere we have to build a balance between the amount of development we are doing in habitats that was originally inhabited by flora and fauna. I do want to talk about the oceans. 2 years back, I was at a UN event in Bombay in 9th April 2022. My daughter was speaking there, so I was just accompanying her as +1. And there was an admiral from the Navy, I think he was the Deputy Chief of Navy, and he was talking about the shrinking oceans and the impact on its on us, on Earth, and how the shrinking of oceans is bad for society. Subsequently, it became an area of interest for me, and I can only tell you that we need to be more and more conscious of the kind of buildings we are building. We are doing this Realty Plus Conclave when the real estate sector is possibly at its best, and it's likely to be like this for a long time. The real estate office sector, the real estate residential sector, the real estate retail sector, the real estate warehousing sector, the real estate industrial sector, every sector is booming. In COVID, we had concerns about the offtake of residential, which saw an uptake even in COVID because of the obvious reasons of people wanting space, the work from home or a flexi work environment. But the residential space is growing because more and more aspirational lifestyles are being desired. Actual users of residential spaces are buying residential spaces. Office spaces have been remodeled, and office spaces have become experience centers. Modern retail continues to expand and provide an experience due to the boom in e-commerce. The logistics and space and the supply chain advances are making sure that the warehousing spaces are growing. Last but not the least, the manufacturing spaces, industrial spaces are growing. I want to give the example of Three City, which is now becoming a place for air conditioning excellence in India. Daikin, Blue Star, a lot of global companies in the air conditioning space, a lot from Japan have started a space there. So clearly, we are talking at a time when the real estate sector continues to rise and rise and rise. It is possibly the best time to create landmarks through superior architecture and design to differentiate and create value. And all of you present in this room are doing that. I wish you luck. In the evening, we have the Realty Plus Architecture and Design Fest Award. They're at 8 p.m. All our awards are done through a jury process, and we are only custodians of the process and nothing more. I wish you well, and I look forward to interaction with you. And today's event is a lot about you meeting each other and collaborating as much as it's about you having a conversation on stage. So I wish you a day of collaboration and getting to know each other. Thank you. Back to you, Shubho.
Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, I truly actually appreciate and clap a lot louder because it's the man himself, Dr. Anurag Batra. Wonderful words said, especially about kindness, sleep, and a lot more. So thank you so much, sir, for your spirited words. On that note, we are all set to begin the first Realty Plus Architecture and Design Fest 2024 Conclave, where we are all set to explore the latest trends in architecture and design. Our first segment of the day is Age of Co-Creation. I'll just quickly, kind of iterate the format in which we are all set to go ahead. I'll be introducing our moderator first, and we'll be sharing some details about the respected person. Then I'll be talking about our respected speakers in alphabetical order. And after that, I'll request all of you to kindly come up on stage and take it forward. So in the meantime, as they get the chairs ready for the first panel, I'll be talking about our respected moderator and speakers. The topic that we are going to be talking about right now is the next level of design collaboration. And I will first like to talk about our moderator for the session, Deben Moza, Senior Executive Director, Head of Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India. He has over 2 decades of professional experience in architecture, construction, project management, and corporate relocations. He has successfully delivered projects across multiple sectors that include hospitality, residential, commercial, retail, and holds key proficiency in project management, construction management, and architecture, and workplace strategy. That is our moderator for the moment, and now I'll be talking about our speakers in alphabetical order. We have today joining us over here, Praveen Thampi, Ministry of Light. He has, over the years, conceptualized and designed the lighting for several world-renowned monuments, heritage structures, IT campuses, and has won several international lighting design awards for his work. He's also the driving force at the Ministry of Light. We also have Priya Daniel with us over here, Principal 5-Scale Design, Singapore. She's an architect, artist, and green building professional with more than 15 years of experience in the industry. Having worked in the UAE, India, UK, and Singapore, she brings with her several years of expertise in major projects globally. We also have architect Rajendra Kumar, who's an architect, urbanist, local ambassador of the Royal Institute of British Architects, RIBA, UK. He's an architect, curator, and author with over 20 years of experience. He's also a professor and director of architecture and design at Lovely Professional University, India. He's a member of the International Society of City and Regional Planners, Netherlands Council of Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat, CTBUH, USA. He has been an advisory member of various think tanks of national and international importance as well. We also have Smita Tiwari, founder of Articlad. Smita Tiwari's extensive experience in the architectural industry and customer-centric approach has led her to establish her own company, Articlad, that offers a panoramic range of exterior, interior cladding products. We also have Vaishali Shankar Mangal Vedkar, partner SJK Architects. Vaishali has more than 2 decades of experience with SJK Architects and comes with an enriched experience and expertise across several sectors from education to commercial offices and hospitality. Her greatest strength is in forging strong collaborations between clients, team at SJK Architects and Consultants. Ladies and gentlemen, I will request all of you to kindly appreciate the presence of this interesting and very knowledgeable panel over here as I pass it over to you, sir. Thank you. Take it forward kindly, please, from here.
So I'll take this. I have a little mic, so I don't need this. No. Good afternoon, everyone. Very inspired by Mr. Batra's speech. Today I promised myself I'll sleep for 8 hours. And I don't know if I'm kind, but I'll start working on that. The biggest challenge for a moderator is to moderate a panel discussion just after lunch. And I'll try my best to keep you awake.
Sir, I think there is an echo, sir. Sir, yeah, here. There is an echo. You can mute one of the mic because there is an echo.
This is not in my control. He's controlling. Okay.
You have 2 mics.
I just have one. All right. Is it okay now?
collaboration is ability to bring different perspectives and create something greater than the sum of its parts. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us for this discussion of on the age of co-creation, the next level of design collaboration. As the design landscape evolves, so too do the ways we work together. Today we'll explore how co-creation is pushing boundaries of collaboration, fostering innovation, and shaping the future of design. We have a fantastic panel of experts with us, representing diverse perspectives on co-creation, and let's give them warm welcome. So I'll reintroduce them, not in the order which is there, but I'll try to do it. We have Praveen from Ministry of Light, Priya from 5-Scale Design, Rajendra Kumar, who's a local ambassador of RIBA UK, architect, urbanist, and curator, Smita Tiwari, founder, Articland, Vaishali, partner SJK, and myself. So, I'll start with basically the question of co-creation. I think that's something which is the topic, and would like to understand from, I'll start with Praveen, what is co-creation?
Yeah. Everyone. So, co-creation is something where multiple disciplines who and work on a project, fabulous projects that it can be. And in my opinion, co-creation requires, especially the lead designers, the architects, to be more open-minded, and they should have the kind of capability to understand that there are different disciplines which are available, and each of those disciplines need to be given special attention so that the space can be really co-created.
So, Priya, what are the key benefits of co-creation in design compared to traditional and siloed approaches?
Hi everyone, it's good to be here and of course discuss this very relevant topic of co-creation and collaboration. So the benefits, of course, are very evident, and when we co-create and we collaborate, we have projects that are definitely meeting timelines that are even before schedule. Of course, time efficiency, you can minimize errors by tracking various roadblocks. You can also, when you collaborate, you're always learning. You're learning more. You're learning from diverse set of people that are coming together. And I would say a big plus point about co-creation is also, in the end, you deliver something or bring a result which is innovative and sustainable and meeting the needs of everybody involved, especially the end user.
Just share some examples. You work in multiple countries, so how different is it? So working like in Singapore or in Bali or in Indonesia or any other country, how different the approach is when it comes to co-creation?
Different? I mean, of course, it's amazing in some countries. Sometimes it's challenging because, especially when we use things like technology to collaborate.
Right.
Sometimes we're using different kind of softwares. We're working remotely, so we need, we need a little more seamless workflows from people working at different areas. But the thing is, sometimes the tools of technology where, require a little more training on some areas, and some people don't have that training. Sometimes we feel a little bit challenged on that. But otherwise, it's been amazing, especially in India, because when we collaborate on projects in India, we need, because we're working remotely sometimes, and of course we do have a team set up here, but it's amazing. People are on ground, people are, giving us the information we require. We have the relevant stakeholders involved, so there are different challenges and advantages, but different experiences.
Is there a cultural barrier in terms of when, if you find it challenging when it comes to different cultures?
I would say yes and no, because sometimes in India I do feel people have moved to AI too much, which we end up using a lot in Singapore for even for project management, not just for design or getting concepts or brainstorming. It's the whole project cycle. So in India, I think people are not too open to start that immediately because it's an investment. It's sometimes the budgets don't meet it. But in Singapore, I think people do recognize the advantages, even though it's a higher investment, but in the long run. So I feel like timelines are sometimes met faster. And I think a major difference in, when we co-create together with different parties involved, in Singapore, I always find contractors chasing me, give me this, give me that, and in India, it's the other way around sometimes, but it's also it works both ways, it's fine.
Now, coming to Rajendra, in terms of who do you think are the stakeholders in co-creation?
Before that, I would like to also take the question what is co-creation?
Yeah.
Back when we were in the beginning of our career, there was a term called participatory architecture. So there was a lot of brainstorming about it. But this new term, co-creation, and I believe that it's very justified term, because when you talk about we are doing a participatory architecture. So many times contractor says, "Sir, हम architect तो है नहीं, हम कैसे आपके process में involve हो सकते हैं?" Many time it happens.
पर इसका ये भी तो है कि कई बार लोग बोलते हैं कि आप ही आर्किटेक्ट हैं और आर्किटेक्ट को ये लगता है मैं ही डिजाइनर हूँ, मैं किससे इनपुट क्यों लूँ?
No, but that's not what I'm saying. This participatory architecture is actually a kind of answer of quote unquote the ego of architecture. His or her own signature architecture. But yeah, taking the point about what do you think? Who are the stakeholders? Because what happened is about we are doing a lot of projects for individual clients where we directly interact with a client, but many of our colleagues sitting here and across the world, they are working for the real estate group, where who is your client? When we talk about mass housing, so definitely the real estate owner is not going to live in that houses. So there is a challenge also that when you talk about how to engage the stakeholder about, let's say, take example of mass housing. So with whom you co-create. So I believe it's very right time to identify the stakeholders. Since I come from the academic side also, I have been involved in many of the projects across the world, in MIT also and Harvard also, where there is a tendency and there is an engagement of even the academia also. Because I believe that till the time you don't engage academia, I believe that this is not very much practiced in India. And my exposure of working with the international universities on a project, non-academic project, the project where every stakeholder, including a student, academia, policymakers, all are a stakeholder, and then they decide what to do the projects. So yeah.
So I'll jump to another architect and ask her about her views on it. Vaishali, Rajendra spoke about co-creation, participatory architecture. How do you view it in terms of how do you take inputs from the stakeholder for your design? And how challenging is that?
To begin with, I'd like to say that, the term co-creation got me thinking a little bit, and I started by saying that, architects don't really, we as professionals, we don't create art for art's sake. We're creating structures, buildings for other people to enjoy, and we're trained in a way to collaborate. We don't exist on our own. We're trained to speak with stakeholders and create stuff. So I began to think about what really then does it mean to deepen collaboration such that it becomes co-creation? What is the difference? And I'd like to just try and explain my understanding through a project we're doing recently. It's a very interesting project. It's a gaushala. It's not a dairy. You can think of it as a home for 100 pet cows. And we started in the traditional methodology, which is the hub and spoke method, with the architects being in the center, the hub, connected to several stakeholders. So there was the owner, who obviously loved cows. Then there was the cows were the end users, but they were very well represented by a cow expert who really knew the cows, and he had spent a lifetime with cows. So we said, okay, the cows are well represented. So they were the other stakeholders. The site was very close to it's a slightly hilly terrain, very close to a large water body. So then we involved a water management consultant, another stakeholder, MEP consultants, landscape consultant, all the others. So we started pretty much by doing intense one-on-one sessions with each of the stakeholders, and then earnest. We were quite earnest in trying to figure out what is the brief, how would anybody visualize a gaushala, how do you design for an animal, so on and so forth. And we came up with our first design, showed it to the owner. Owner's very happy. So he said, okay, chalo, this was an easy one, fixed it. The cow expert rejected it totally, pointed out many loopholes that the cows won't enjoy, stuff like that. We did another iteration, approved by the first two, rejected by the water management consultant, so on. Went on for about 5 weeks, and we ended up utterly frustrated. We were trying our best to collaborate. It wasn't working. So we said, okay, let's change the methodology. And instead of being this hub working with these many spokes, we said, what if we convert this into a network? And very much like, let's say, the network of mushroom filaments growing under a rainforest that connect every tree in the rainforest, allow the rainforest to thrive, share nutrients, and so on and so forth. We said, okay, let's do a series of workshops. And magic happened. In a way, all stakeholders are connected with each other. What happened was we began to build on each other's strengths. And the moment that happened, the end of the first workshop, we had something of a layout that worked. At the end of the second one, everybody had signed off on the design. So I think that the whole process and the way it unfolded helped me understand that sometimes giving up a certain position and reorganizing people, everybody had their own stand. We as architects had our own stand, and we were stakeholders to the whole process. But changing the way we relate with each other, changing the platform and the method with which we relate with each other can change collaborations into co-creations which are more powerful, faster, quicker, more effective.
So Smita, to you, how easy or difficult is it for you to collaborate with the designers when you talk about your product?
Thank you, Devin. Honestly, like you all said, there are a lot of advantages of co-creation, but there are also a lot of challenges. Like Vaishali just mentioned, that it becomes very challenging when you have 10 brains working upon something. So yes, it becomes the case most of the time to us, because our role is very different than a designer. Designer is generally focusing onto aesthetic and functionality, and our task is to ensure that we are able to deliver it. So earlier, when we started with our company, our focus was we had 1,400 options of cladding with us, and which were available in like endless color options. And over the years, we realized that it's not working out. Standardization no longer is something that is appreciated. Everybody wants something which is very unique to their taste, which is very unique to their desires. And collaboration and co-creation thankfully helped us to innovate a lot. As a result, today we own 16 patents, which is an outcome of collaboration. So earlier the options that we had were replacement of natural stones, which are like heavy, and they looked like natural stone, but yeah, the disadvantage was the product was heavy. And every time we would go to an architect and designer and present our product, we would get a feedback that, okay, I can use it to a certain extent, but what about a structure which is tall, or a structure which has complex architecture design? How do you clad that? And if at all we want to clad that, how do you help us to clad that? So over a period of time, just the way that your potato chips story, that you have a potato wedges, then you cut short, cut short, and finally you come to a thin potato wafer. It's similarly when we started with the stones, we started cutting it, chopping it to an extent that the stone became just 3 mm and it could actually bend. And as a result, we proudly can say that we are the only manufacturers of this product in the whole country, and this is thanks to collaboration. Had we been using our expertise, which was concrete and clay, probably we would not have been able to do this. So this is one of the example. Actually, there are endless examples of how collaboration and co-creation has helped us as a company to innovate and to innovate to another level. Like today, we are the youngest company in the country which is in this domain, and we are doing a lot more than a lot of established company, because yes, open communication, which is a key to collaboration, open to inputs, which is another very important part of collaboration. And like Priya mentioned just now, which is use of AI and automation, the technology in co-creation, that has helped us a lot. Thank you.
Okay, you touched upon technology. I'll come back to Praveen and Priya on that. So I'll start with Praveen. Lighting design and technology go hand in hand, right? So how are you adapting to that, and what is the response of your clients in terms of use of technology, and are they encouraging you to, use the technology for lighting design?
Yes, I mean, so I would like to first start with the challenges which me as a lighting designer face in the industry, especially with architects and interior designers. Because strangely, it is lighting design that is one aspect which looks at the aesthetics both from an architect's perspective as well as a lighting designer's perspective. So it's like two designers and there is always a clash. And when I did my master's in lighting technology, it was actually mentioned that, you will have constant clashes with architects and interior designers. And I literally face this every day, because a lot of projects, now from a lighting perspective, it is not only the aesthetics, also the technological aspects. There are a lot of do's and don'ts.
Correct.
For example, I wouldn't design a stage like this with a lot of these glare lights coming up like this. If you see any of the auditoriums that we have designed, you will not have any of these lights coming straight into the eyes. Now, what I've noticed is some architects are very open to these things. I mean, they really listen to you, and that those projects really come out really well. And some cases, I would be a little controversial here, but I've seen that mostly women architects and interior designers are less open to ideas from lighting consultants or any experts on that matter. I don't know why. I know there are a lot of, that's why I said it is a little controversial, but I'm telling it from my own experience. I've literally walked out of at least 10 projects where there have been women architects and interior designers, because somehow we are just not able to, meet the ends. So this is, and frankly, most of the projects that we work with, it is literally that the client pushes for technology and why we need this. Clients really understand, but sometimes architects, they have an idea, they have a thought process, and they just want to go with that. I mean, there are two ways of looking at it. One is, yes, if it is practically possible, yes, we can enhance that design. But sometimes what happens is you're not able to, it's like there are these few principles of lighting which you cannot really play around with. So that is where, a lot of clashes happen. And I've had this with even international architects. When you have a strong architect and a strong lighting designer, there is always a clash.
So Priya, your views on this? You agree or disagree?
About the clash or about using technology?
Both.
Both. I don't agree on the gender thing, because that's too, because I think it's personality. It's not a gender thing. So depends. Some designers do have an ego issue, some don't. But I think if, when you collaborate, if you do share a strong vision, a shared vision, shared goals, and you get the right team on board, your dynamics match, it's always successful. And collaboration, you foster trust in each other, you kind of, take the pains and the gains together. So, you understand each other. And, of course, sometimes as architects, we need to do a little bit of a strategic leadership sometimes, because we are driving the project even though we have separate stakeholders involved. Some decisions, we need to take. That's when, for example, if you have a project manager or a main con who, it's good if he highlights the problem to you, but if he's solving the problem, that's where we step in. Like you highlight the problem to us and then we help you solve it, or we do it together. So I feel those are more successful, but I think it should be done in a very proactive and a very, what's it called, an advantageous way to everybody, not for the sake of an ego or, not being open to other ideas or feedback. Yeah.
Rajendra, your views on it. You've been thinking about something.
I also disagree about this gender aspect. But, when we talk about lighting design and technology, I believe, we miss the point about lighting design. It's not only about, the bulbs, LEDs and all. And that side is really not well researched. Is there any technology which can enhance the daylight, the natural light? And in that domain, there is a less work happen. I give you a certain example. Architect Jean Nouvel from Paris, and very near to your place in Saadiyat Island in Abu Dhabi, where this Louvre's museum, and how he used the technology for magnifying the natural light. So that side is also, I'm very sure that, when we talk about, natural light enhancing and all, the business will impact about the lighting designer. Who will buy the bulbs to be, to have a light in the afternoon time. So one project about Saadiyat Island Guggenheim Museum by the same architect. Another project, Islamic Center in Paris, by Jean Nouvel. And there is a new project, I don't know if anybody is from Ahmedabad there, very recently project completed a library building where the natural light goes in the second basement also. So that's a design. So whenever we talk about lighting, we always think about these lights, but why don't we talk about natural light also? And a natural light can also enhance, the technology can also be used for enhancing the natural light. You all might have seen in this viral video which goes in, many times it says that in Philippines or somebody says, like where in all the jhuggi jhopdi and very temporary houses, there is a bulb kept on that.
Bottle.
Yeah, bottle, yes. Sorry, bulb. Bulb made of bottle with some radium element, and the light goes, and it is a natural light. So that side is really, I think, we need to work on. This lighting design and technology should be a plan B, or it should be a plan A. I believe that, utilizing the maximum opportunity of natural light, the use of technology need to work on more.
But don't you think, this use of natural light, you go to Chandigarh, Corbusier used light wells, and on the assembly has created that
Tower of Shadow.
Tower of Shadow, right? So it's always been there, but it has nothing to do with the lighting consultant. It's more of an architectural vision in terms of getting natural light in. So what I believe that's where the collaboration comes into play, where you give a direction to a lighting consultant. This is where I want the natural light to come in. That's my part. You do that, because his focus would be on artificial lighting. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
I absolutely agree with you. I'll just take your point. I studied from Chandigarh, so the place where you talk about the Tower of Shadow and Corbusier philosophies about the lowers and all those things, yes, it's absolutely good. But what happened is that in my house itself, I put all the curtain and then I switch on the light because the window has a reflection on my TV. So for watching the TV, even in a broad daylight, I have to, you know, put the curtain on. So yes, but yeah, I'm not saying that there is no need of lighting designer, sir. Nahi, aisa koi mera intention nahi hai. But I'm also saying there is a, I mean, when I gave example about Lourdes Museum by Jan Noel in Sadia, Thailand, or Islamic Museum also, there is also use of technology. The the Tower of Shadow of Corbusier, what you're saying, it's like a natural design. But there is a use of technology for enhancing the potentiality of natural light. That's what I think.
Right.
So, I mean, when we design spaces...
Another controversial statement?
No, it's nothing controversial now. But when we design spaces, so slowly, even the lighting design is evolving. Like I started with the lighting design, then got into technology with lighting management systems. Now we even specify the motorized blinds, because if you have to maximize the amount of natural daylight coming in, you have to integrate the whole system. If I use for example, if I use a daylight sensor, and if I'm able to dim down the lights, but if you manually bring down the blinds, you're not utilizing the technology. All of the energy saving that is supposed to happen with the natural daylight coming in is getting obstructed because you have manually brought down the blinds. And if you see, 90% of the offices across all over India and all over the world with great glazing and amazing amount of daylight coming in, if you do not have the right kind of motorized blinds with the right kind of this thing, so we use something called as luminance sensors, which are stuck onto the glass. And these, when you have direct sunlight coming in, and when you have the direct rays of sunlight, these blinds automatically move up and move down based on those. So 80% of the time you have the blinds fully up. So on the east side you have the blinds down, and as the sun rises they keep going up, and on the west side post 2 p.m. they start going down. And even if you have maybe a reflected glare coming from a neighboring glazed building, then that is also taken care by the luminance sensors. And these are integrated with the lighting management system so that you have an overall integrated system that works well, and that's much more sustainable. So we're not limiting ourselves to just lighting. It's also a lot of technology where we do lighting management systems, which are now also getting integrated through IoT into conference room management and all of those. So it's not just limited to lighting. So we ourselves are co-creating within this thing, and I also do a lot of other aspects in terms of co-creation of products. For example, I noticed in the industry that people who are designing luminaires are not actually lighting designers. They're technology designers. So the gap between design and the right kind of product. So that is where I come in as a technology consultant to a lot of manufacturers, and I think about 35 companies. I do technology consultancy where we co-create and develop new products based on an application.
Right.
So now when we started, we're even looking at today, something called a vitamin D synthesis. Now this we are working with ICMR and Havels as a company, where we have now, 70% of the people in India have vitamin D deficiency, even though we have so much of sunlight available. But because we are sitting inside an office space and we're not getting exposed to that, your UVB synthesis. So that is why we have vitamin D deficiency, which we are now bringing in through luminaires into office spaces, so that you can get that 400 international units of vitamin D that is coming in from natural sunlight.
Understood. So this question is to all the panelists, and I'll start with Vishali. Looking ahead, what are the exciting possibilities of co-creation in design? Like, what are potential future trends, emerging technologies, impact on various design fields? So what do you think we're heading to? What is the future in terms of co-creation in design?
So, I'd like to first just quickly delve upon, again, different aspects of why we want to co-create not only at the beginning of the design process, but also through construction. And just circle back to your question, which is I just want to say that, co-creation for us begins at concept design through the life of the entire project, especially during execution. And, I feel that co-creating, especially during co-creation, execution, helps deepen a lot of, brings a lot of meaning to architecture. I feel what it helps respond to is that, especially in the wake of globalization and with all of the architecture becoming more homogeneous in many ways, co-creating, especially with craftspeople and artisans, who that our country is really, blessed to have, helps keep the craft alive, helps the craft evolve, but also gives architecture that's really meaningful. Now, again, just circling back to the new technologies that we are thrilled with. Therefore, something very simple. It's not really high-end technology, but something all of us have been exposed to thanks to the pandemic, which is working with platforms like Zoom and Team. And what that does for us, because a lot of our projects are in tier 2, tier 3 cities spread pan-India, where it's not easy to travel on a regular basis. And in a way, these platforms helps us co-create a lot quicker and better with these artisans. So that is one that I feel is great to have as an add-on in terms of promoting co-creation. But the other one that I feel very excited about is the possibility of using AI and other softwares to evaluate passive design as we are designing our structures. That frees us and leaves us with to explore creativity, and the computation sort of happens on the side.
So you spoke about collaboration with local artisans. I have a friend who's very passionate about circular design. So let me, get that, because that's a larger co-creation. You're involving not only consultants, but also artisans and local products. So is that the future? Because Mr. Batra spoke about sustainability, and that's, every conference we talk about is. So circular design is something which is the core or heart of the co-creation. So do you see that, being adapted by various architects?
I do hope. I feel technology can be used in several ways, but at the heart of it lies our intention. And I feel that involving local craftspeople, involving local material, is the direction we want to use technology and push ourselves in that direction. And I would say that it's not just when I say craftspeople, I mean just to give you an example, this is a project that Praveen and I were just talking about through lunch. There's a project that we've done at Kandivli. It's a design studio for Mahindra and Mahindra, and because of the robust brand imagery that Mahindra has, we wanted to use metals, and we as architects had a vision. Of course, we wanted to move in a certain direction, but we worked with local metal fabricators out of Kumbharwada. They're Mumbai as a city, because of the mills, the dockyards, the railways had a lot of a thriving slew of suppliers and fabricators, which is now a dying trade. But it is these people that we worked with. It was complete and total co-creation, I would say, between us, the structural engineer, and these fabricators to create these. There is this screen that is about 5 meters tall. We ended up with something that was functional and sculptural, none of which can happen without such collaborations. Technology can only aid such things, and what I meant was that when we can use technology in many ways, but intending to try and save a certain craft and art is what we can push ourselves to do, through our design and our work.
Smita, your views.
Honestly, Vaishali, I'm very impressed by your choices that you're making, which is supporting the local craftsmen and probably I'll also assume the local manufacturer. That sounds in my benefit. Um, Talking about the future technologies that can be emerging out of co-creation, I would like to just, since you all are designers, what do you think, Diben, how much time does it normally take for you to create a 2,000 square feet house, roughly?
It can take ages.
Ages.
Depending on the stakeholders, right?
As in the minimum duration, maybe 3 months, 4 months. This is the lowest duration.
As a project manager, I'll tell you, I had given a schedule of 18 months to build a
Wow.
house, right? It took 4.5 years.
Oh my God, that's a lot of time.
It's a very, very bad example to quote, but
No.
any other building where, there's a clarity in scope and, openness in terms of accepting the idea, I think that's...
I mean, still, even if it's a very clear, specific idea for creating a 2,000 square feet structure, let's call it a structure, the minimum time after the plinth is ready should be at least 3 to 4 months?
That's right.
Minimum? Yeah. What if I tell you that this is possible in just 24 hours? You can actually create the structure and spend rest of the time designing the structure, doing the interiors, etc. Isn't it mind-boggling? That's what technology does. So we are talking about technologies like 3D printed concrete. I'm sure most of you must be aware of this technology, but when 3D printed technology is mixed with 3D printed concrete, I'm talking about a 3D printed concrete. So you give me an AutoCAD design, feed it in the system, and will give you the structure ready in 24 hours. That's what co-creation and the technology, when go hand in hand, can do. Not just this, there are multiple other concepts which, when two experts they come together, can create. Like we are working on a concept called water absorbing concrete. Now, as a subject matter expert, we might know what concrete is, how we can make a concrete which can absorb water. But when we sit with experts like designers or somebody who's technically, who knows, maybe somebody who can actually guide us with plumbing of how you can actually channelize that water. I think it's a wonderful technology. What all issues we might have faced today while coming to the venue of water logging can definitely be resolved, because it's a technology. You pour concrete on the streets, on the roads. That concrete can absorb water. That water can be further channelized. So I think co-creation and collaboration, when mixed with technology, can go really well. It can change the game completely, and it can reduce the timeline, and can definitely bring in a lot of innovative things. Thank you.
Rajendra.
The question is very difficult, but answer is not. I always think about, you should respect each other expertise. Let's not, put our feet in somebody else's shoes, because whatever, the craftsman can do, that architect will never think of. Will never be able to. So we get inspired. We do ekla chalo, but there's always a saying that "Main akela chala, karwa banta gaya." So we need to create a karwa. I'll give you a small example about one project which we were doing in Yekaterinburg in Russia, and that was a very unique, a problem. It was like a housing, a new township, very close to outskirts of Yekaterinburg city. And you know what was the very unique problem? The unique problem was that there were a lot of youngsters, like our Gurgaon or, maybe Powai, where there is a youngsters like 20, 25 year of age. They were started living there. And in Russia, the people get married early. Not like a Europe where 30 plus, so 20, 25-year-old couples. And there was a traffic jam of baby prams. Because baby pram, that was a very new terminology which we heard, that traffic jam because of baby prams, because every time the kids goes in the evening or afternoon, wherever after school. And then we involved academia, the research that, in fact, the client involved academia, and they realized that the child of that region, the toddlers, they are afraid of going to park. Because when they go to park, they cross the pedestrian, and because of the traffic, the traffic and sound, they don't feel, very comfortable. So that's what. So here, this is the example of involving academia, technology, and I'm very sure that, there's a lot of technology. And there's also, there is, as Smita mentioned about Zoom has made the word very, very small, but at the same time, there is also a drawback. There's enough of information, unverified information, which floats on the YouTube or anywhere, and we get inspired. For God's sake, we should understand that concrete has a certain material property. I mean, there is a minimum amount or let's say maximum amount of water which it can observe. I mean, it can soak. It's next to impossible to have that kind of, I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying, it's very, very difficult to have that kind of a concrete where it can soak the water. Because then it's not a concrete, so that's also the drawback, a lot of unverified information. And we as Ekla Chalo leader, I believe that we should really be in the position of verifying what is right, what is wrong, who is right, who is wrong, who to follow, whom not to follow. Thank you.
Smita,
I definitely want to add a lot of things. When you talk about concrete as a subject, there's a vast possibility with concrete. And this possibility we are exploring with our expertise of having 3 factories currently in the country. So the concrete that we are talking about is no longer a structural material. It is something, if you infuse it with right things. And when I tell you the right things...
I think, we got just 7.
Then it's not concrete, man.
No, definitely.
Okay, we'll have a separate panel discussion on concrete now.
For
I'll
sure.
quickly go to Priya in terms of future of co-creation.
Okay, so for me, I think most of the panelists have already touched on quite a few of the future of collaboration and co-creation, but I think for me, what's going to come out of it, because where we're doing it so much more, it's gone are the days of the lone visionary architect who just does everything themselves. But I feel like now it's definitely going to go towards user-centric. Like with all the AI stuff that we have involved, we can study a lot of data, user preferences. We can do post-testing after. It's not just about design and construction. It's even how people enjoy your spaces and building after. So I feel like everything is, because of this, co-creation, we're going to focus more on human-centric end-user design, which actually is a successful design in the end of it, right? If the end users are happy, it shows the success of a project. And of course, I also believe in like prefabricated buildings and things that are, definitely going to fasten construction. And definitely, we use a lot of enhanced AI and generative software as well, where we, like Mid-Journey or D5 High and things like that, where everything is so visual and provides iterations and options right from the beginning that, clients or all the other stakeholders involved are able to, see the direction of the project much early on and, predict what would be for what the roadblocks are.
It's like creating a digital twin, right?
Exactly. So I would say
Praveen, I started with you and I'll end with you.
I think the future of co-creation is of course bright, but like I said, especially architects and interior designers need to understand that co-creation means you need to be open. There will be ideas which are, a simple example again, she mentioned about the Mahindra project, which I was working as a lighting consultant. I walked out of that project because the way they envisaged the whole space, the way I envisaged the whole space was totally different. I had a brief from the client as well, but somehow, I'm not blaming them because when she was just speaking about it, they had a different vision on that project. Now, I envisaged the space very differently because it was a car, it had a car showroom and a display of car as well. So the space which I envisaged was very different from what they envisaged. Maybe things could have worked out, but it didn't. So what what I'm saying is, when there are subject experts, and if you are part of the project, use them, and then co-creation works very well.
Thank you so much. Now questions to audience. If anybody has questions for our panelists, please feel free to ask. Yes, please.
Yeah, just a point about what Praveen mentioned about the lighting and the stage, and what happens with lighting and what happens with design is when you don't see it. I just want to ask you, do you think, I mean, the kind of designs or hoardings and the kind of lighting that's happening in all spaces, be it, you're lighting up exteriors, lighting up interiors, do you think that light is now the new noise? Because interiors, you walk into a showroom, all you see is like multiple lights. It's like everything is lit up like it's like you're selling jewelry. And it's the same thing as with buildings. So do you see light as a new noise?
It is, of course, but it is not new. It has always been there. It's just that it's becoming more and more relevant now. And now there is a variety of lighting available for all kinds of spaces and applications. And yes, I would say light is one of the very key parameters in interior space or exterior spaces. When we do facade lighting of buildings, for example, the way an architect envisages the building is based on how it looks during the daytime. We envisage it from how it's going to look in the nighttime. Now, most great architects I have seen give us an open hand in doing how the building is going to look in the night. It need not be the classical way of illuminating the lighting, the building the way the architecture is to be highlighted. You can change the overall architecture for, we call it nighttime architecture. So, like I said, lighting, of course, plays a major role both in all kinds of spaces, even landscape lighting, facade lighting, interior spaces, everywhere.
Any other questions? Yes, please. In fact, I had a experience. I worked with Lucent on illumination of Golden Temple and walled city of Jaipur. My whole concept of lighting design changed when we did that project, and you're absolutely right. How building would look during different times of day is something which a lighting consultant can, yes, please.
So, hi, my question is for you, Smita. In regards to the technology that you're talking about, as architects, we are very happy to adopt it. I have a question on the durability and the longevity of your 3D printing for concrete. So we work as a firm, we work from the range from mud architecture to conventional brick architecture to concrete into our residences and buildings. Very, very looking forward to the next step. I know it's an ever-evolving thing. Where have we reached in India now?
Thank you so much. When you talk about longevity of, if I've got your question correctly, is it about the 3D printed concrete? Yeah. So the technology is honestly very, very new. There are a couple of projects that has been done in India with a couple of agencies based out of Chennai. This is through one of the IIT IIMs guys who have developed this technology. We are exploring this technology. As of now, the experience, the first-hand experience that we have seen abroad, the product is being tested, the technology, the concrete. Basically, concrete is all about concrete mixes. What kind of concrete mix you're making for what kind of structures. So when you talk about this, this has been tested in the laboratory, a small a small model has been tested in a laboratory, which has been artificially aged for 50 years to 300 years. So I am very optimistic that definitely this technology will be strong enough, because concrete as a subject, it's just the pouring technology is different. Otherwise, the fundamental remains the same. It's the same concrete, which your plinth is ready, you're making the same concrete, but in a different way, which is saving time. So you're bringing the technology to reduce the timeline. Of course, multiple challenges are there, which has to be addressed, which can be addressed in the real time. if we simply talk about a lighting point, if you're creating a structure, how will you give the lighting point to it? How will you give a water plumbing point to it? All those things, of course, would require a lot of detailed attention. But as far as the technology we are talking about, I think right now the technology is explored for G+2, G+3 structure. The testing of the technology is done artificially for 50 years to 300 years. But moving forward, as a manufacturer, what I feel and what we feel where the technology, the 3D printed technology is actually going to be used is basically maybe for creating a structure, a gate, maybe a quick fix of a clubhouse, these kind of things. I think initially it will be too early to say that we can simply use it to create the entire building in one go. I think that's gonna have that will take couple of years more. But as far as longevity, I think concrete being the fundamental product should not have much issues.
We've been in touch with OSM, and I know that across the globe it has started to happen.
Yes.
But I really have my reservations on when and how are we going to start in India. So this is for the organizers. If there is a question which needs to be addressed today, is actually how is this going to really go in India? Because I think our biggest pain point in India for construction is construction, not so much designing anymore.
Right. No, I agree with you, and I'll urge Sapna and Tripti to have a separate conference on that. If you have further questions, you can ask.
Can I just put one, this 3D, this prefabricated architecture. Please, architecture is not a fast food. I mean, let's not go on to fast food mode. I mean, still, we love the traditional food. Yes, it saves the time, definitely. Technologically also it might be good, but where is the soul? So I still believe, I mean, let it take its own time. I mean, everything has a natural time. I'm not saying, not like a 18-month becomes 4 year, but definitely, if we go on a fast mode, then it will be something, I mean, I have a reservation about this kind of a fast food culture in architecture.
No, so if you don't mind me wanting to comment on this, I do not really think of fast food culture in architecture. If that simile is to be explored, to be wrong. The world moves fast, really moves fast. We at our end tend to slack down a bit because we kind of get caught into this little well of should a conventional way of doing thing be challenged. Now here we do, as I said, we do projects which are extremely artisan based. So we do take our design to the next level of collaboration, and that's what I'm talking about our own firm. But having said that, 30 years of in this business, I've realized that the biggest pain point in architecture across the globe, especially India, is the construction techniques. And also a little much more of a non-educated sector really invested into it in construction techniques. Here I do not mean artisans at all. So I do feel that if we can go beyond that thought process and try to embrace it and also encourage people who are doing it. My question to her primarily was this, that I do not believe we can do it now. But I've seen things and we are ready to take it over. I have a young son who's joined us in architecture coming from Cornell, specializes in and loves the prefabricated idea. So it's given us a lot of awareness of it. So we are actually very, very seriously waiting for the next turn to come in. Having said that, I will never give up mud architecture.
I would like to, sorry. I would like to back that up because I think that's what we need overall. We need to be open for inputs. We need to be open for new ideas. Otherwise, this can we have structures all across Bombay, all across the country, which is standstill. This is still moving on. So if one process of it can be expedited, why not? Thank you.
I'll take last question from Fancy. And
don't know if it's a question, but more of like, a lot of emotions, listening to everybody on stage. And also to come back to this point of co-creation, just from my experience of 32 years of doing this in the corporate real estate field, because there you're actually co-creating with so many different functions. And I know Deben because he was a project manager on many of our jobs. Then there is the end user, then there's a lighting consultant, there's an AV consultant, there's a, then there's the acoustic consultant, then there's a kitchen consultant. And you need to speak to so many of them, right? And then really nice story on the Gaushala and collaborating with the cows. But I think the best way, the best result that we've ever got was when we were able to listen to every one of them in the room, being kind, being respectful, and that gives you the bigger result. Because I found that the bigger failure for me has been when we go ahead and design and not listen to anyone. We've had to go back and redesign halfway through the project because the end user was just not convinced. You have to give them that time. That is co-creation. Being respectful, listening to everyone, and doing it as a team. Just wanted to make that point.
That's so well said. I'd just like to sort of add to that.
Our esteemed panelists for sharing your valuable insights. As we heard today, co-creation isn't just a trend. It's a powerful approach that unlocks innovation, fosters inclusivity, and shapes more collaborative design future. Let's continue this conversation and explore the ways to implement co-creation practices in our own design endeavors. Thank you all for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all of them over here. Thank you so much, our respected speakers and moderator. I'll request all of you to kindly wait, and I'll request Akshay Chavan, DGM Business Development from Magic Crate, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our honorable speakers and moderator over here. Give a huge round of applause to them once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. Truly, the future is here. And clap once again for this wonderful, wonderful panel. A lot of knowledge and insights shared from there. And thank you so much to our respected moderator and speakers for taking time out from your respective busy schedules to be with us over here. Thank you so much to all of you. All right, so with that we come to an end of the first panel discussion. We are already delayed, I believe, by around 30 minutes. So in the best interest of time, we'll quickly move forward. So ladies and gentlemen, the topic that's going to be discussed right now in the segment of Age of Co-Creation will focus on design and technology in the age of AI. AI being very relevant in today's time. It's a very pertinent topic. It's design and technology in the age of AI. I'll be announcing our moderator for this session first, and then I'll be talking about our speakers in alphabetical order as I will be inviting them on stage. Let me now invite the moderator of the session. We have John Alok D. Cruz, Director of Morphogenesis, over here with us today. Alok D. Cruz has nearly 2 decades of comprehensive experience in the design and execution of multiple projects and currently heads the Mumbai and Pune studios. His body of work spans across a diverse range of typologies such as commercial, residential, offices, hospitality and institutional projects which are both environmentally and financially sustainable. Give a huge round of applause to John Alok de Cruz, as I call him up on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I'll now be calling our speakers in alphabetical order. We have Akhil Ganatra, Managing Director, Clancy Global. Akhil has, over the last 18 years, established the practice as a first-generation built environment consultancy and second-generation in construction. The organization has service capabilities across building services design, digital twins, tech-enhanced project management, and smart infra with integrative sustainability. Under his leadership, Clancy Global has consulted 300 plus million square feet over 700 projects in 85 cities and across 5 countries. Give a huge round of applause to Mr. Akhil Ganatra as well. Please, all of you over here. Thank you. We also have Amrita Chaudhary, co-founder and CEO, Gaia Smart Cities. Amrita is a business strategist, engineer, and innovator. She has been instrumental in building national-scale digital platforms for Startup India, Marg, Invest India, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, National Institute for Urban Affairs, United Way USA, Indian Railways, Airports Authority of India, among many others. Give a huge round of applause once again for Amrita as well, please. Thank you so much for joining us. We have G. Nagavarma, Vice President, Business Development, NCL Doors, over here with us as well. He brings forward 34 years of valuable experience and accomplished executive with a history of leadership roles in sales and business development, focused on achieving exceptional business growth within the construction and industrial real estate sectors. Great body of work. Give it up for Mr. Nagavarma as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We also have Kuldeep Sehrawat with us over here, President, Architecture and Design, Tribeca Developers. Kuldeep ji has a penchant for innovative designs and has a vast experience in working on building systems for sustainability, cost effectiveness and buildability, and has successfully designed, managed and delivered more than 50 high-rise projects with real estate firms. Give it up for him as well, please, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kuldeep over here. We also have Dr. Poni M. Concesao, Principal Architect and Founder, Poni and Oscar plus Rahul Architects with us over here as well. She's worked with internationally renowned architectural firm in New York City before joining her husband in 1996, ushering an era of diverse award-winning projects. Currently, she is designing the prestigious Telangana State Secretariat at Hyderabad. The entire panel is here. Can we please have the loudest amount of cheers for this very, very special panel? Thank you so much, sir, and I pass it over to you.
movement that has happened in our field, over the last 30, 40 years or so, where most of the people in this room have possibly been practicing. And we did a shift from, two-dimensional drafting by hand. We went on to things like CAD. We've then moved on to three-dimensional drafting and things like BIM in tech. And then today, with AI, we use it to a certain extent across the visualization or the initial conceptualization kind of stages. And then subsequently, we've also seen a lot of use of it across the production stages or the detailing and / production stages in increasing efficiency. So both ways, it increases efficiency during the design stage as well as on the other end. But have we truly been able to grasp the potential of where we could be? Because obviously this is a crazy curve. Everything went along at a certain pace, and right now you're either like constantly playing catch up or you're getting really left behind. So I'd like to start with Dr. Poni. And I mean, you have the maximum experience over here on this panel, and you've actually gone through, you know, all of those stages. A lot of us, I think, have gone straight on to AutoCAD, for example. We didn't actually have hand drafting other than in college when we were forced to do it, when we weren't given, you know, allowed to use even mechanical pencils, for example. But other than that, we came out, we just started working on CAD straight away. So you've seen that shift, and where do you see us going, you know? Very softly.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I started out with manual drafting in college at the National Institute of Technology. And after I finished my BArch, I went to Cornell University and then on to Harvard, and then I worked in New York City. And it was a culture shock for me because straight from manual, I had to jump into AutoCAD. And from on there, when I came back to India, Oscar and I immediately digitized our office. We jumped onto CAD, and I guess we were one of the very few offices in the country in the early mid-90s that made the shift from manual to CAD. And indeed, that was something that helped us in our business because there's something called speed. The faster you give a solution to a client, the index of success only grows. So CAD really helped, computers really helped. And from CAD, of course, we just finished the Telangana State Secretariat where we used BIM to a very large extent. We also tried to use terrain modeling, but given the short time frame, it was kind of difficult. But then what's happening today is you need to get into AI, and I think AI is similar to what we had CAD in the 1980s. It's merely a tool. If you're smart, you pick it up. It's a powerful tool. It can make your designs that much more cost-effective, efficient. You can you can use that to generate solutions very, very quickly. So there are three factors in AI, which we're also slowly discovering, because I feel in India, on a practical level, 41% of global firms today use AI all over the world. In India, AI has crept in, not as fast as we think it is, but the reason is when we use BIM, we found it very difficult to find people trained in BIM at that point in time. And I'm talking 3 years ago. It was very frustrating because we hired somebody and the guy was really slow, but today things have changed because I find the interns working in my office today, the very young architects have jumped into AI. And that is going to be the driving element in our field. There are three factors in which, verticals in which AI will make an impact. One, of course, is architecture. Second is building construction. And third is urban design. So these are the three verticals in which AI is making a huge, huge impact. And again, AI for me, in my practice, site analysis. It's helped to boost site analysis, generative design, 3D modeling, intelligent building systems. I can't tell you how fast the process is. Of course, in construction field, there's something called construction robots, which will take a longer time for India to pick up on. But there's something called construction monitoring, where AI is helping a lot. So these are the verticals in which AI is making a huge comeback. Now, if you ask me about the future of AI in our field, they'll be in three areas as designers. One is generative design. It can just pull out so many concepts most of the time. I mean, it's mind-boggling at the number of concepts. But AI can never replace the human mind. This I can tell you, because it can give you 100 solutions. Somebody's got to sit down and make a decision on which solution actually fits into the site. The way, because there are hidden parameters like the cultural factors, the psychological factors. I think it will take a long time for AI to get into that realm of things because AI can never replace something called the human consciousness. It's going to take a much longer time. So generative design, sustainability. AI is helping us a lot in making quick energy modeling, cost effectiveness in a sustainability-oriented project, selection of materials, impact of nature into the project. So that's a second element. And third, of course, automation of repetitive and mundane tasks in designing. All that, it just chops down the time so much that now architects can think about being more creative, theory of design. And of course, lastly, I would say strategies in design. See, that's something that AI cannot get you. It's the business side, it's a little bit on the design side. So it gives us a lot more time to focus on these key areas. So I would say AI is definitely a very, very powerful tool.
Yeah, thanks. And I think these guys have been using a bit of it as well, because some of the points you mentioned, some of those people are right here. Nah? So we have the architects, we have the people on the building side, we have the people on the urban design side. Speed, that was your key word. And so I think I'll take the next person I'm going to catch is for that exactly. Yeah, Ms. Doctor. Okay, so with regard to speed, and we may be, depending on what he says, we may end up poaching some of his systems, or we may end up poaching some of his people. Okay, but so tell us a bit about it. You guys have been doing BIM for quite some time, right? I believe you guys are now taking a certain amount of automation into that as well, into the process. And you all do believe you all are cutting down the time by 70%. So tell us a bit about it.
So, I mean, let's start with a little bit of context is why do we need speed in that sense, other than the fact that we need our operations. I think most of us are consultancies the last 15 years at least that have been in business. So effectively, resources more efficient and trainability much faster. Because anyone who's run a consulting practice more than a decade or a decade and a half in India, you know that we are a training institute for many people who come. And we stopped thinking like that now for a decade, that we are a training institute, that's what our role is. Now in terms of what we are doing to cut time, there's another element that I think all of us should know is OpenBIM or ISO 19650. OpenBIM came from the context that the governments needed the digital twins to be sovereign assets, which means Singapore has a digital twin for the entire city. Now they can't say that am I using X software or Y software or Z software or whichever software. Finally the file has to go into their server. So in 2019 what happened with BIM is that it opened up, you could code over it. So if you think of how well we did with IT, and you also think of does all banks use the same software or the same company? They don't. So in terms of the global mark that we can make with India with OpenBIM is significant. Now I'll give you examples of what we've done. Our entire BIM process is a 2D to 3D process, so no special training required. One of the biggest things that we talk about BIM कि उसको special training देना पड़ेगा, we'll have to have a solid system that can process the 3D or the full building together and things of that sort. And I'd say we complicated it for ourselves because we thought it was a new thing. It has to be complicated. It has to require a new resource base to be able to do this. Currently, we've cut our design development time from schematic to GFC by 70% because our workflow, again I said, is 2D to 3D. So you draw a single line. There is enough AI. Every air conditioning systems have been around in the world for years. Electrical systems have been around for years. Structural systems have been around for years. So at a building system understanding level, there is very, I won't say very less new, but relatively lesser new, or it's a build up on what you already know as base of construction in some sense. So anyways, long story short, the computer can now calculate it. So if you connect a single line to 3 WCs, 2 floor traps and 2 urinals, the single line goes to 3D with the calculated, with bottom of pipe, with the annotation sizing, all but in 40 to 80 seconds. So in some sense, we almost have to step back that just because of speed, do we want to do something completely new, or is it something that we already have and can maximize? Last example. Currently, we are making architectural models without any human intervention, as long as there's a 2D, which is in the right layers, the right blocks, and the right polylines. Without human intervention, it converts it into a 3D model. So, you know that first thing, that पहले structural architectural model तो लगेगा, फिर MEP जाएगा उसमें, फिर interior जाएगा, that pinch in some senses resolved significantly. So I mean, AI is not complicated. It's supposed to make our life easier. We are going to grow 20 years older, but our resource base is going to remain 22 to 32. So no matter how old we are getting, in some sense, we have to use this as a great, great opportunity on the global stage where we've got amazing coders, so we can build a BIM workflow better than anyone in this world. And because of the last 15 years, the volume of experience, this is what I was asking you, right? You've got a portfolio today, anywhere in the world it would be reckoned with. BIM, coding, all this is going to make us at that step. We will be able to go there and become principal consultants. Bottom line, IT went from BPO, KPO to principal consultants. As Indian companies with the experience that we have and the technology at our hand, we will go from a BPO, KPO to a principal consultant across the world. That's it, buddy.
So nice vision straight ahead, and you pushed us all into international waters now. I'm going to take up Amrita next, but one quick thing before I move on. Any percentage that you could allocate across like architecture, structure, MEP, as which side would you max saving would you see?
In terms of design development?
Yeah.
It's actually architecture structure the easiest, fastest. Like I said, in MEP it's harder to develop that no human intervention automation. But within architecture and structure, that's already there. And also because we've followed CAD discipline, right? Everyone who's used CAD will know we've followed our layers properly, we've made our polylines properly, nahi to square foot nahi nikalta, all that. So it's just bringing that old discipline and using AI to convert it. So the easier functions are going to be easier, not the designing function, but the physical production of what you've designed is much faster.
Okay, thanks. Amrita, coming to you, you and your team have been collecting a lot of data, putting it through and analyzing it, and so I just wanted to hit you with how do you see if we now shift across to what you all do for clients as against, do you see the government, or do you see them ideally mandating certain things, for example, all the codal requirements, fire requirements, certain checks and balances that need to be done on equipment, maintenance and things like that. So do you see any possibility of shifting onto that side and creating, like Akhil was mentioning, he's doing this stuff on the model. What about doing it and collecting that data real time and being able to process it for everyone?
Absolutely. Like, we are already moving in that direction, and it's a nice flow through. Like, you just mentioned MEP, and now we come to that. So, what's happening now is that if you're looking at the new age building management systems, they already are coming in with enough sensors and automation and visualization, so that you're being able to get a 3D image of this operational building, understand what your consumption is of different utilities on energy, and then be able to actuate in real time and manage the building operations. But we have already of course a large number of older buildings, and this is where a lot more of the retrofit automation is also coming in, where we are able to then install specific sensors, specific energy meters or water meters and so on, where you're able to then visualize and understand in real time what is the consumption, what is the usage, when do you need to switch something on, off, and so on, looking at building occupancy levels and using that as a metric to turn on, turn off lights and so on. So there's a lot of automation that is coming in, and some of it is obviously driven by the fact that the building needs to operate seamlessly, you need to have less human intervention of somebody coming in and doing that on a day-to-day basis. But when you start looking at the government intervention, right, and you ask that as a question. So at a national level, I'll tell you, at the Pollution Control Board, for example, that's a huge mandate, and if you are a building of a certain size, or if you're a commercial establishment, a large campus, a large commercial campus, you do need to declare your sustainability metrics, right? Like, how much of output water are you generating? Like, how much of effluents are you generating? What is the, metric, how much of pollutants are there? Like, what's the quality of that output water? Like, you need to measure the STPs, like, the sewage treatment plants which are there, like, they need to be absolutely, digital. And that data needs to be submitted real time, depending on, the size of your establishment. And then that is actually, you're submitting it to, you're integrating your system into the national, into the state pollution board, their system, and that data can also, get aggregated through this IUDX or, one of these, the urban data exchange platforms, and you can aggregate all of that, and you can actually see a footprint of, let's say, effluents or emissions and so on, and be able to see that. But that's, I mean, you can't mandate that in every area.
What about at a company level then? So what about ESG, etc.? Do you see yourselves doing a lot of traction over there? Because yes, there's certain proper data collection measurements from equipment, but there's also a lot of human collection as well over there.
So I think it's a yes and no. It's a growing field. Globally, you do see a lot more buildings which are building in, either automation from the design, level itself, or retrofitting, buildings to ensure that there is automation and it's being managed. In India, it is still, it's early stages. There's a lot of, ROI considerations that people do have. So you will see that, but, it's still slower.
Okay, thanks. ROI, that touched all of us. Okay, let me jump across now. We've been talking a lot about the design side and all of this, but only really matters if we're able to get to our last client, and Kuldeep over here who's in the room happens to be our client, but yet our actual true client are the person that, we don't even know who they end up possibly selling to. So Kuldeep, this one was for you. How do you all see, as developers, you all are a bit different from most of the other developers in that, it's a new generation of developers, very asset light, purely dependent on saying, on the fact that design will differentiate you all. So, yeah, so coming to the experience that you all used to sell, an apartment, for example, and taking that call of, do you go fully digital, do you go with a lot of VR, AV, stuff like that, or do you just go old school brick and mortar? So how do you all make those choices?
Today everything is moving towards AI, is moving towards new technologies, and new age changing how we end up selling things to our customers, and how customer believes in your product or sees your product. So now it's a matter of representation, and to discuss this, we recently launched a project in Mumbai wherein we had a sample flat, and we wanted them to experience the views of at what level, at 50th floor level, what are the views of your apartment, and we were able to do that using some technologies like VR, and you could do that at various floor levels. So all these technologies are of course changing the experience for the customer. What it's also doing is that it's changing the speed, as we discussed, that of how we take decisions onto closing up of a design, right, or the design process eventually, because that's what matters, of how fast you could decide on the design decisions and how fast could you deliver a home to the buyer. Delivering is also about how fast you can sell it, and how fast you could convince your customer that, okay, this is something which is practical, which is efficient, etc., etc. So I think AI is with all other technologies inbuilt, like you said, VR and stuff like that, is helping us to consolidate data in a way that customer is now more he expects it to be more deliverable. AI is helping, I think, in that fashion. So yeah, and being design centric and being into this new age tech oriented firm, we definitely look into each and every new technology, how to incorporate it, how to give some comfort to the customers. And rather now we have started looking into how we can incorporate these things for the construction, for the real delivery on sites. You get like cameras which could give you errors in terms of that there's some errors. It could give you your scheduling that your building is not going as per schedule. All those things. And I think moving ahead, there's much more that needs to come into construction from this AI. I mean, by AI, we also somewhere means that it's data consolidated and processed into the form that you could use it much more in a much more friendly or much more efficient manner. And I think construction is, we are more thrilled about using this into construction because all the consultant, all the design guys are using or have started using into their design processes, giving us 10 iterations within hours of our next meeting, which used to take weeks. So we could decide on design aspects much faster now, but I think the challenge still is, or the next step is to involve this huge database that is semi-informal, lying into our field in terms of we do not have standardizations of products. We do not every building facade is a new design, is a new contractor, is a new section. All these things of how we could consolidate all these data and start to make tagging or a digital tagging to building materials, which could then go into buildings and which could help us decide on cost. It has to become like a uniform package, wherein specification, costing, its fitments, its sizing, its specification are all tagged, and it could be and it goes for all the materials, whether it be plumbing pipes to your facade members to your electrical switch wires, etc. So yeah, I think we are quite thrilled about how it will change the construction part. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So a couple of things now on what you said, and I'm going to come back to Ms. Bonnie and Amrita Yol, because you mentioned speed. Kuldeep also picked up on that speed, and now he's expecting 10 iterations before the next meeting. So I'm going to tweak my question a little bit. With regard to, and also based on your answer, on how involved you all are right now with AI, as well as how the new kids that are coming along, how much faster they are or how far ahead they are. So how do you see it as an architect today, being able to be, constantly moving yourself to be able to keep catching up with that? My initial question was, do you go down, a certain traditional route, or do you go down a full AI route? Now it's slightly more deviated. Now it's more, since you are definitely going down the AI route, but then what are the parts that, you keep as yourself, that stay hardcore, just, which you've been practicing forever, and what are the parts that you're very fluid on?
See, it's like this at Oscar and Pone and Rahul Architects. We believe in moving with technology. If you don't do it, you're dead. It's as simple as that. So if you want to keep up with the competition, you will have to pull up your socks, be cognizant of the latest technologies that are practically, applicable. There's something, see, AI is such a loose term, but when you actually get into the nuances of it, it's not very inexpensive. It is expensive. Most of the time, I find, at least in India, clients don't pay for it. They expect you to deliver the same, results at the same fee sometimes. It's very unfair, but that's the truth. We also do a lot of international projects. We are doing, and with a couple of international contractors, even there your fees have to be competitive. But what we find is, like our experience with computers, I'm talking the mid-90s, it has served us very well over time. So I think this is a tool that you need to grab with both hands, ride the tiger, be cognizant and stay ahead of the competition. It's as simple as that, because it's a business end of the day. I mean, we are all creators of designs. We enjoy doing this. For example, there is an international project that we are working on right now, and the first non-negotiable element was AI-powered BIM platform, which the PMC, international PMC, the international contractor, and we as principal architects have to work on. We will also be getting into digital twinning. It's really exciting because it's something that we are also learning a lot, and I think it's a new territory. If you ask me on a personal level, I am excited. And you know, digital twinning goes on to like 5 stages, like you have the descriptive, the informative, the predictive, comprehensive twin, and of course the autonomous twin. So what we are doing is we are also educating ourselves on all of these aspects. We are collaborating with AI experts, no question and doubt about this. And the beauty is, you know, I'm just talking on a national level, we have such a great pool of young people who are indeed getting into the thick of all of this. I'm talking about tier 2 and tier 3 students, city students who have come in who don't actually know a lot of English, but they are very, very, very cognizant of the latest software programs that are in. It is a true testament of our country's greatness, the power of the youth that we have today. So I see a great future. You want to stay in business, you want to get ahead, grab AI with both hands. There's no two ways about it.
So wonderful. Yeah, either you ride the tiger like you say, or you get disrupted by somebody else. Nah, perfect. Also, what you were mentioning about tier 2 city talent, me and Akhil were having the same conversation a little while back. What were you mentioning? Bhubaneswar, Imphal, you know, places like that where they're sourcing talent. And I mean, it's unfortunate, hopefully no architects in the room, but young architects. But Mumbai, we are facing similar challenges. You know, we're finding talent in tier 2 cities, you know, as against tier 1 cities. Okay, so I'll jump across now, Amrita, to you again. Something that Kuldeep said regarding points. So I'll put time aside because that's one that we'll never be able to. So approvals, cost, and time of construction. Okay, these, or let's say time of delivery. You know, these end up being points that come straight back to developers because it starts hitting them where their pocket is. You know, the cost of finance and all start coming into play because these are possibly things that we sometimes could not have control over. Now, so approvals, cost, and time. If these 3 things work out for them, a project goes through well. So shift away from your what you're currently doing, but if you were to go into BIM, etc., and start building some support for that, do you see yourself moving into that side? For example, taking over on BIM models, being able to put into place certain software, tech, etc., that could take care of this part parallelly to the architectural process, so designers, engineers, and all can spend their time purely on designing and engineering rather than spending time on, you know, all of that part.
So let me answer that in 2 parts, okay? Like, you know, let me tell you what is happening already at the urban design level, and then let me come back to, like, you know, what can happen at the building and the architectural level. So in urban design, I'll tell you, like, you know, let's say 5 years ago, like, you know, when we were looking at the early digital twin concept of cities and implementing those, right? So you were looking at the GIS layer, mapping all of the city infrastructure on it, looking at some of the services, like, you know, let's say you're looking at waste management, or you're looking at like, you know, traffic and lighting and so on. And then you were able to, and we were able to, and these are live cities in India, like, you know, tier 2 cities, like, you know, in India through the Smart Cities mission, where these have been implemented. And you're using, like, you know, that, the digital twin of the city to actually envision, like, you know, what is happening, like, you know, where, for example, if you're looking at crowd control or safety and so on. So you're using, like, you know, that digital twin in a very real way to aid, like, you know, your policing services, or, like, you know, like finding lost kids and things like that. So there are enough examples of that. Today, like, you know, if we fast forward to it, to the new digital twin that we are talking about, and how do we actually, like, so you're bringing in elements like drones, like, to do your street mapping and so on. So what used to be a manual process now can be automated, and all of that data, once that comes in, you have many other layers, right? Like, you can go down to 16, 17 layers of the city and map its infrastructure and its assets and create that digital twin, like, with one of the cities. Again, like, we're looking at women's safety and in North India, which is a huge issue. So when you're looking at that, like, again, how do you then, like, layer, like, what are my black spots, what are my, like, which are the areas which are, like, less lit and so on, and map all of that in real time into a city system. Again, like, if you're looking at things like junction design, so the ability to get crowdsourced data on, for example, traffic and congestion and, like, origin destination studies and so on, map that onto a GIS, like, in a layer, and then, like, see, okay, where are the hotspots? Go down into those hotspots and then be able to, like, say, okay, this junction possibly needs to be redesigned, and then have those simulation models, like, okay, what if this junction is redesigned? What will happen to my traffic flow? So then, like, you're actually fast tracking and, like, doing things a lot more in real time with a lot more of this coordination across, like, many different kinds of providers, right? Like, no single provider has all the competencies, all the skills, all the technology that is needed. So you do, like, pool people together and skills together to do that. Now, if you look at that same concept in this, within architecture, and if you look at, 5D BIM or 7D BIM, yes, like, you can bring in that same concept. So I sit on the board of a couple of, like, real estate companies, and I think what you're talking about, speed and, like, getting stuck in, approvals is really, like, what brings you down, and what you can do at the plain digitalization layer, like, you don't even need a 5D or a 7D BIM for that, is, like, can you digitalize, like, like, in every part, like, there are 100, different things that you need to be mindful of, like, there are rules, guidelines, like, that you need to be mindful of. Can you actually at least, like, automate that, so that, like, the designers and the architects have that information, right, before you design. During the construction process, like, there's a timeline to everything, of, like, which approval do you need at which stage, and if all of that data is digitalized, and we are implementing that in some of the companies where, if you have that information in a digital format and somebody is getting those automated reminders, you actually then manage, like, your offline processes of getting those things done. There's nothing to do with AI, nothing to do with BIM, it's just pure digitalization, right? And that's needed because it's the cost of doing business, or, like, not.
Exactly. I want to shift away now from, so we've all been talking about tech on a very, what is it, design, but not really, or let's say more on computers, on PCs, we've not really shifted to the construction side yet. So I'll bring in Mr. Nagavarma in here. You, sir, are already doing it. We heard you're playing around with robotic arms and things like that in your production. So why don't you tell us a bit about it? How has that helped you all? And I believe you can just about do anything with that.
I would like to focus on the other end, on the execution part. No 2-3 doors are the same size. That's a challenge for standardization, as Mr. Kuldeep. Yeah. So I mean, if we look at the drawing, you will at least if we produce about 10,000 doors, out of which 7,000-8,000 would be different sizes. So some Mr. on it because he's on the. So I think some kind of standardization, if AI can help, I think it would help as well as the manufacturers to get to a better scale than what we are doing.
Akhil, I'll come back to you now. You've been for quite some time, okay, doing this. You also do a certain amount of work on the execution side as well. So, according to you, what's that one single problem that you see across the industry for being able to completely enable tech?
So, in the previous conversation also someone was saying that there's one side of tech that you don't really solve, though I'll answer that question of how we are solving it partly, I wouldn't say greatly, is the construction side, right? What is the tech the labor is using finally? While we produce on all sorts of platforms, the labor is executing finally on a issued to them, and most likely it's the supervisor of the labor contractor who's been appointed by the main contractor who actually knows what's happening in that sense. So where digitalization we're not being able to touch is there. Now, where digitalization is being touched and touching that aspect, I'll tell you, like all of us are talking about digital twins for three things, right? Time, cost, quality. Globally, if you see a McKinsey report or an FMI report or an Autodesk report or any report, they'll say that globally projects are not getting done in budget. Only 31% projects apparently get done within budget across the world. So it's not that just Indian projects are going above budget. Only 25% projects are done on time. Now, how is digital twins solving this? We do construction management only for healthcare projects because they're complicated in nature and there's more engineering involved than as much as how the design can come through as well. Not that I'm saying that either or is important. We've delivered 20 hospitals so far at an average cost of 3,300 rupees a square foot, including GST. This includes the modular OT, the medical gas pipes, the medical curtains, the furniture, the everything. Now, how has digital twin helped us achieve that? We are so certain of our QS that we don't tender turnkey. So this smallest hospital at a 50,000 square foot scale also is tendered in 72 packages. Now, the reason we can do it in 72 packages because we are confident of the quantities we have, right to the 25 mm conduit kitna lagega se 32 mm conduit kitna lagega. So that's a great saving in terms of cost. Now, how are we saving time? What she was talking about, that, and even Pony did, in terms of there is basic digitalization and there is predictive analysis. There's both, right? Now, the classic question, how are we saving time? Have you all ever done a project where the daily progress report that the supervisor fills goes into a data lake? Never does, right? Everything so sophisticated goes into your data lake, but you don't know what is the productivity of the labor, whereas that is the easiest point of digitalization. Not forget predictive. You'll apply the AI after that. We are building 50,000 to 1 lakh square foot hospitals, that brownfields, within 4 months, including tendering. So cost save, time save. Now, how are we achieving quality? This is when we talk about labor, right? That what is the labor benefiting from this technology? So we produce a kit of parts. When a labor goes to a toilet, he knows exactly what cut length pipes he needs, how many bends he needs, how many junctions he needs. So I would say it is at a rudimentary level still. We as a practice have even set up a global capability center for exactly this, that it's not only just the resources that produce the design detail, but also the resources that deliver that design detail on site that need to improve. So currently at that level, the most rudimentary level, it's kit of parts. If they can pre-cut, preset all their pieces that they need to go and assemble at a point central, it makes speed of delivery much, much faster. Yeah, that sort of covers all of it.
No, I completely agree. I remember a friend telling me somewhere in China or so when urban claps moved a lot right now, but when it first came in, so somebody ordered something in China for some little retrofitting of something in the toilet or the other, and the person turned up with his belt. That belt held every part. So whether it required a certain pipe, a certain collar, a certain washer, they were all there, every little piece. And then in India, when Urban Clap first started out, the guy would come up and then he'd find out what the problem was, and then either he'd disappear and somebody else would come, then the guy would go down to the market to buy something, and then he'd come and it wouldn't fit, then he'd go again. And but yeah, I agree. There has been a lot of shift even in these companies, for example. Kuldeep, I want to come across back to you now. You have a few people over here on the design side. So what's your biggest angst from that side? Where do you see AI or tech? Where do you see us underutilizing it?
So I think our industry needs collaborative model, and a lot of data in every aspect or every different field, subfield, or engineering aspects of a building, designing it. So consultants needs to be more collaborative, and if we could do it through tech, and of course BIM was one technology which brought all things together. But further, as we are moving forward, all the technologies are now changing. We are talking about net geos. We are talking about hydrogen powered infra, hydrogen powered communities, and all the communities are now carbon neutral. All these things. We're talking about different technologies, right? We're talking about lightings which are AI powered, which could change. How we're talking about how humans can feel differently with different lightings and with different aspects of technologies. So I think with moving times, it is the collaboration between the different techs, between the different consultants, between the different fields that needs to be brought into under one roof, and looking into the construction part of it, connecting it to that. So we're talking about design as one aspect, collaboration between the design guys. But how does this overall, coordinated set, so we say, in terms, and how can it be linked to the, purchasing of the materials, to standardization, and linking it to the construction back. I think that is where, we want the overall design industry to move forward, and including government agencies to, how do we ensure this so that we could have better developments.
Okay, collaborative. I guess RT Plus, Reality Plus are going to have to get more of these events where we're all talking and joking. Otherwise, normally we're fighting with one another across the table. Architects, consultants. Ms. Pawni, I'll come across to you. Architects, young architects. So yes, they're already coming with a lot of new learning. They progressively, and that's constantly happened. 10 years ago it was different, now it's different, but they're constantly ahead of the game. But having said that, what would you say to them? What do you see them doing? Or what more do you think they should be doing?
I see a tectonic shift, because I'm also involved in academia, practice. So I can see the tectonic shift in the mindset of students. They've become very tech savvy, which is very good. I'm not saying no. But somewhere along the way, they're losing the touch on actual design. There is a power of pencil to paper. You can never take it off. And I'm saying this because I've been the transitory element from manual to now AI. So I would tell, and I say this to a lot of students that I meet, and I tell them, listen, it's great to be high-tech. Please learn as much as technology as you can, because that is the only one factor that's going to put you on par with international competition. Having said that, do not lose your grip on the actual design process in your head, because that is something AI or any computer can never ever replicate. The power of original thinking. Never depend on AI to get you that n number of options and then sell it to a client. The true spirit of an architect comes out of the originality from the mind and using AI as a tool. Having said that, I would also say this: AI has been a great blessing, because for me as an architect, and I'm going to take on what Kuldeep said, it has been the greatest of levelers. There's something called standardization in our field. When I practiced in America, everything is standardized. A change order means, man, it's a huge impact on the finances of a budget. India, it's the other way about. We customize just about everything. And it's become a nuisance to developers and builders and contractors. Today, we're building the tallest hospital in Hyderabad, and we're working with L&T. The first thing L&T mentioned to us is, please standardize all doors and windows, because that is an expensive element. So what AI has done, and we are using software to standardize all of these elements, doors, windows, dados of toilets, false ceiling levels, and AI actually helps you in standardizing everything. You don't have to break your head on this room, whatever. Set a program and it's done. So I think, young architects should bear in mind that we are a force to reckon with. We are a design force to reckon with. Indian designers are now building fabulous buildings in the Middle East. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. Dubai, Africa, Middle East, even in Europe. We are actually making a very great dent for two reasons. One is we bring something called heritage value to Indian businessmen or investing abroad. They are carrying our designers abroad and getting them to design these beautiful buildings. So there is something called a cultural heritage we have, which is fantastic. Second, we have an adaptation to technology like no other country. That's a beauty of the Asian mind. We have culture in our heads, but we are also adapting to technology very well. So I would tell young architects to be very, very flexible. Use as much technology as you can. Be cognizant of it, because that's the way you can beat international competition, but always keep this business of the power of paper to pencil and the spirit of originality that comes from within our culture.
Yeah, I think that's very valid, because AI will facilitate a lot of movement, will open minds, will speed up time and all of that, but your core, that is something that everybody has to build up. And at the end of the day, that is the actual value that will go forward. Coming back now to Mr. Nagavarma, Ma'am was mentioning certain amount of automation in things like standardization of doors, windows, things like that. Generally, I would say across the entire vendor base, it comes down to just about everything that is supplied, as a product, prefabricated. People were mentioning, during the last conversation, people were mentioning fast food, architecture being looked at as fast food. Now, I don't necessarily say it would be fast food. I mean, yes, you may have a few fries that come with a gourmet burger, but you still require those fries to be processed. And at the end of the day, McD's fries are good. So, what would you say about generally all the vendors? How fast do you see them moving on to these tech applications and being able to give their products across, so that it's just for architects, designers?
I'll just give you a small example. My one is used across, and if my one has to be, if they have to give the same sizes for the doors and windows, there's an additional cost of 25 rupees or something. So ultimately the developer would like to save on that money, and you would ask us to measure and manufacture, then spend that money. So I think standardization is essential, because you could produce more number of doors. I mean, designs can change, of course, but at least sizes need to be standardized. That's my my such.
Just one fun thing. Right now, the way we do doors is कि साइड पे फर्मा बना देते हैं MS का.
Okay.
तो दीवार साइड पे ठीक बननी है, क्योंकि उसको फर्मा में फिट होनी है. डोर का दरवाजा, like door का order is as per the firma.
Okay.
So I mean, it's a quick cheap, right?
Yeah. So
easy and quick cheap.
So very similar to, I remember there was this one building we were doing with these doubly curved walls, and we ended up getting shuttering from Germany. But at the end of the day, we still had to bring in our Indian jugaad, where there was these little pieces of wood that got stuck in between to kind of formulate the wall yet. So I guess a little bit of jugaad, even in AI, BIM will have to get a little level of jugaad as well into it, I guess, at some point. Amrita, coming across to you now, you mentioned something that was quite valid regarding safety. You mentioned, I think, lost kids also, you're being able to map that. Again, I remember an institute we did on which in UP, the entire NCR area was generally not known for safety, and what we went and did was we explored vernacular projects. We went back to the old cities. The old cities had one thing in common always. They had eyes on everywhere. So wherever you were, unlike most of how new cities are developing, where a boundary wall comes up to protect the owners of the house, and then you lose both sides. So nobody can look in of what's going on inside. Is everybody safe? At the same time, nobody can look from inside out of what's happening on the street and if everybody is safe. So coming to you, where am I? Lost. Yeah. So I want to deviate a little bit from that to the outage that just happened, okay, with Microsoft and all of that. So you're the best person, I guess, on this panel to tell us how our lives could get disrupted. Your developers was first, then all of us consultants on something like that?
So, I think we are all, several of us are tech converts on this panel. And tech is there to stay. So I don't think the question is like, yes or no on technology. I think it's just a matter of how do you manage the risk around it, right? And you don't know where that risk is going to come from, right? So one thing is, at the, wherever you have those technology interfaces, right? Like, where you have a building and you're, you have the sensors or you have the software, ensuring that your protection layers are there, like, that's a must. Depending on the complexity of the operation, like, having things like disaster recovery centers and so on, like, like those are also a must, right? So when you're looking at, like, operations at the city scale or, like, transit and things like that, like, you need to have those inbuilt. If you have a lift, for example, and like you would need, like, something which looks at what are my fail-safe mechanisms in there and what if there is a failure, and what are my what-if mechanisms and how can I bypass technology at that stage, right? So you would have to think through all of that. I don't think it's a question of either or. I think it's just a matter of mapping all your risks and then saying, what do I do to address all risks? And you can never address all risks, so some will always be, like, something that will surprise you. But you try your best to, map your risks.
Okay, thank you. That was more risk I was getting from the organizers. Okay, Kuldeep, I'll come across to you quickly. You again are dealing with our end users, so I ask you the question. What do you see as end users? What do you feel is that one thing that is going to impact this whole tech shift that we're in right now? The use of AI, etc. So what do you think is that one thing? You mentioned construction to a certain extent. It could continue to be some part of that, but how does the whole real estate vertical as such move along? What's going to come and disrupt us?
I think what technology is changing is the accuracy. I think we broadly touched that the BOQs, the costing, the time schedules, and everything, So what happens is that we are able to build structures. We are never able to, complete the buildings on time because, that 100% closure of things for a building or for any process, even for design process, for that matter, that 100% closure doesn't happen on time. 90% things happen on time, but it's the last 10% which just gets elongated, stretched, non-decisive, budget escalations, all of that. So I think this technology is going to make things more accurate, and hence, more accurate in terms of time as well. So I think for our end users, it's a win-win thing that they're going to be happy that their buildings or their homes are going to get delivered on time, provided we all use the tech to the T. So yeah, that's where I see accuracy. And I would also say that 100% closure,
I'm getting your pain point. Coming back to a lot of collaboration.
So it's not the 90% closure that matters. It's the 100% closure that matters. 90% on time and 10% delayed by 2x. It doesn't really help.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the one constant that we always say we have in our industry is change. And that originates almost anywhere.
Design is ever evolving.
Again, designs are evolving, bylaws are evolving, products are evolving, the client base is evolving. Last question, Akhil, to you. I know you have a vision for digital twinning. So why don't you give it to me? What is it? Is it a 5-year vision, 10-year, 3-year?
I'm very patriotic, bro. I think that hum duniya badal denge. We are in that stage. So it's a litmus test. How soon can we move from a BPO, KPO to a principal consultant? I think we've gone past the BPO phase. Big companies having multiples of engineers doing BIM here or all sorts are probably days of the past soon. I'd say in 3 years we are at a KPO stage, and at 5 years principal consultant, man. Like, go get a project anywhere in the world.
Okay, great. So in closing, thank you all you guys. I just want to pick up on some points that you all made. So starting with Dr. Ponni, you mentioned I think something that just started out the conversation perfectly on, climb on that tiger and ride it, and or you will be disrupted. And I think any a young architect, an architect of 10-year, 30-year, 40-year, it doesn't matter. And I think that's very valid. You have to keep upping your game, but remembering where your core is, and remembering that design is what you're there for. Everything else is to help the process. Coming to you, Amrita, you're our in-house data scientist, and I'm very pleased with the points you specifically made about mapping terrain, something that Dr. Ponni also was looking at, mapping people movement. I definitely think that our architecture needs to start giving us data back. There is a certain amount of it that we do, but it's very minuscule. The amount of mapping that we do of people, actual people, their emotions, their feelings, as well as actual data loggers. And hopefully a lot of that starts going back into the design process. Mr. Nagavarma, you mentioned standardization, and that definitely is something that, and I completely agree with you, we do end up having multiple sizes of doors, and sometimes for no reason. Architects are just lost in the beauty of what they're creating, and they forget, even when they're doing an apartment, they will forget that the fact that there is no sense in certain things. But luckily there is still that slight getting lost. We need some amount of jugaad in the process. Akhil, thanks again. No special training. We like that software, and that those plugins that you were talking about. Going international, that definitely seems like a drive that you personally have, and I guess a lot of us over here in the room as well. So that's great to take back. Kuldeep, collaboration. We're going to take that into account. Collaboration across all the design partners, the engineering partners, as well as the supply chain that we have. So yeah, thank you guys. Open to the audience. Oh, sorry, that's you. We don't have time.
Anybody who has any questions, we would love to take them, but then we are really pressed for time, so you may connect offline regarding the questions. And on that note, can I please request all of you to give a huge round of applause for this very interesting and in-depth panel regarding this very special topic. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to kindly wait, and I'll call Mr. Shoaib Sheikh, AGM, Nemechek India, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our wonderful guests over here. A huge round of applause for Shoaib Sheikh ji as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for all of them over here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are we ready with the chairs? So the next exciting segment that we have right now, it's collaterals of design to discuss new approaches to the business of design. I'll welcome our honorable speakers later, and first I'll be welcoming our session chair. This one is going to be headed by Santosh Watkar. As a creative professional, Santosh wears many, many hats. Research on historic design period styles in Europe and India and architectural conservation and restoration are very close to his heart. As the head of his boutique studio SW, he has set international benchmarks in the high-end residential interior architecture segment with India's top H&I as clients. Give a huge round of applause for Mr. Santosh Watkar, please, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can clap a lot louder for Mr. Santosh Watkar over here. Thank you so much. Louder, exactly. That's the vibe that we want, right? Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. We really love your energy. Thank you. I'll be calling our speakers in alphabetical order. I welcome over here Jasmine Jhaveri, who is an interior stylist, visual storyteller, and chief designer and founder at Jasmine Jhaveri Design Studio. As a creative entrepreneur providing integrated design solutions for residential and commercial spaces. Apart from working with India's leading architects and interior designers pan-India, Jasmine has also styled villas in Amsterdam and London. Ladies and gentlemen, a louder round of applause, please, for Jasmine Jhaveri over here. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have the presence of Kuber Shah, who's a creative consultant, photographer. He's an industrial engineer turned social media consultant and an established photographer who extensively uses photography as a medium of expression. Give a huge round of applause for him as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We also have Nisha Jamwal over here, who's a luxury consultant, interior architect, interiors columnist and partner at Nisha Jamwal Design, an expert brand consultant and strategist. She has experience in brand marketing and positioning, and she also writes on art, lifestyle, interiors and fashion. Give a huge round of applause for Nisha Jamwal as well, ladies and gentlemen. And when I say loud appreciation, can we please actually get loud over here in Mumbai? Thank you. We also have the presence of Sakina Rangwala, partner, established PR firm, who is an experienced communication expert with an extensive knowledge of media and public relations in the architecture and design domain. Her career spanning over 2 decades has allowed her to work with some of the renowned design professionals like Sumesh Menon, Rajiv Parekh, Alfaz Miller, the First Ferry, NIFT, St. Mary's School, Flame Block, amongst many others. The panel is ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge shout out and a huge round of applause for this panel as I pass it over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello, good evening everyone. I'm sure it's a very, very long session for y'all. So I feel a lot of people have gone for a coffee break at the moment, but no worries. Our session is going to be very interesting. People will be back to hear us. So I am architect Santosh Wadekar. Very happy to welcome you on board for this very insightful and interesting session that we have called the collaterals of the business of design. Very interesting and a very unique concept is what we're noticing, especially this will be of a lot of interest to designers, the way we have been doing our business over the last few years has changed drastically. I am in the industry for close to 30 years now, and I know what was done earlier is now completely topsy-turvy. It's in a different league by itself, the way the work is going. Just design and just working in your own shell of being a designer is not enough. You need to be associated with allied industries, with allied professionals who can help your business get visibility. I really want to thank Realty Plus, Sapna and Tripti. I don't think they're here, but I really want to thank them a lot for actually putting through this insightful conversation, which is not going to only benefit industry people, but also architects and designers who are unsure on how to navigate this industry further. Without much ado, I want to get into specific in terms of numbers. When I say, especially Nisha, you will associate with this a lot. I would say, let's go back 20 years. When the number of architecture colleges all over India were 20 colleges. I got the data from the Council of Architecture website. The number of architects passing out every year were close to about 1,500 architects passing out or graduating from India in the year 2000. In the year 2023, close to 15,000 architects have passed out. The number of institutes and colleges from 20 has gone to 406. Nowhere in any other industry, I actually did a research. When you look at doctors or you look at lawyers, the number of doctors in the last 20 years has gone up twofold. From 50,000, we have 1 lakh doctors graduating every year. Similarly, for lawyers, the number has shot up threefold. But in our design industry, only architects have gone up 10 times. Number of colleges have gone up 20 times. And I am only talking about architecture. There are interior design degree courses, there are interior design certificate courses. So you have a whole range of designers who are coming out in the industry ready to start their work. On the other hand, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, the number of HNI apartments, I'm not talking about bungalows, were limited. Today, we have close to 150,000 ultra high-end residences available in India in 2023. If I assume at least 50% of people want to do the design, it's going to be at least 75,000 apartments. So what we are seeing a scenario over here, Sakina, is we have close to about 10 times number of architects, a million times more projects. So it's a very noisy, very crowded, and as you say, a very spoiled industry. So yes, the design landscape over here has changed. The second point I want to stress a lot about is COVID. COVID was like the scary word, but the way we worked before COVID and the way we work after COVID, I'm sure all of you will agree, and in fact all the designers here will agree, is there has been a huge difference. Work from home, Zoom calls, collaborative working, part-time working. Also during work from home, we had a completely different industry in terms of real estate coming up. We generally do a lot of high-end residences, and we also do work with a selective set of builders for show flats and sales lounges. Post-COVID, the amount of launches of show flats and sales lounges have gone up like crazy. We used to do one show flat in about 3 months. Our company has got an achievement of doing a show flat in 14 days, which is unimaginable in the pace that we're working at. So this has changed. Thirdly, the biggest elephant in the room is technology. When I worked with Hafiz for about 10 years, and we were doing architectural work for a big project, and that time we used to do hand tracing. Big tracing papers, draw it by hand, and anything goes to go wrong, we had to redraft the entire thing again. Then we had AutoCAD. We said, "Arey, people are going to lose their jobs. Poor draftsmen, kahan jayenge?" They became AutoCAD technicians. Then came 3D Max and SketchUp. Ki arey, bechare perspective wale kahan jayenge? Then you have 3D Max specialists coming in. And now we have the biggest elephant in the room is AI. Ki abhi ye perspective wale kahan jayenge? But the way the industry is changing, we can't keep up pace with that. So when we see all these aspects, as designers, like I mentioned, is we are so focused and we are so engrossed in doing our trade. We are here to create spaces. We are here to create design for our clients. But to be seen and to be heard is extremely important. When I create a project, I have to weave a story around it. And this story needs to be explained not just to my client, but to an entire audience of people who are watching. Especially social media now has become such a big trend setter or rather influencer over here, is if it's good on social media, you have made it big. So with all these kind of, I would say, confusing and strange landscapes that we are facing at the moment, I have a very stellar group of panelists over here, each a superstar in their own industry over here, and I would want to interrogate actually them on what, or rather how we as designers can navigate this very confusing landscape, and how can we join hands together with them and the trades or the domains that they are so good at, and creating an amazing, memorable experience, not just for our clients or even for people to watch it, but even for the industry. How can we change standards for the industry? How can India be a storyteller to the world? So without much ado on that, I would like to start here I want to start my questions First with Nisha. Nisha, I think you were the original influencer. This was before the social media, the digital media came in. I used to read your columns in midday. Yeah. And then I used to see her pictures in parties, handling the page 3 over there. And that time, page 3 was such a big element, you know. Today, it's all gone. We've got Instagram. So, Nisha, I want you to share some insights on how do you see the industry being changed from, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago to now?
So that's a very interesting question. Firstly, kudos to you for having so many statistics on the tip of your tongue. I'm so impressed by the way you just rattled it off. Because one of our panelists just said, you have notes. And I said, yeah, always. I always like to prepare. So here's the thing. I just want to say that, yes, I was one of the original influencers. I think I still am. There's a very interesting metamorphosis. And I love it because it democratizes, it completely democratizes our space in the world of architecture and design. We no longer have gatekeepers mitigating or dictating who's successful, who's not, who's famous, who's not. The arbiter has been finished and gone. There is no place for an editor to dictate who's going to be big and who's going to be small and who's going to be successful and who's not going to be successful.
Sakina's smiling there. I'm coming back to you on that point.
It is the age of democracy and creativity and genius. And I love that because that brings the youngsters and the new age designers to the fore. Seniority only counts for something if it's genius and if it's creative. The middleman, the gatekeeper, which is the PR person, is not as important as before because everyone is their own influencer. And the influencer is not even important because she can be her own influencer and I can be my own influencer. And who wins? The person who's actually deciding. They want to do their home, they don't want to do their home, they want to do urban planning, they want to do a building. They do it based on what they see. They have great choice. They have great, it's just so much democracy out there that I am so happy to be living in an age where, you know, what used to be, you remember? She's A-list, he's B-list, he's C-list, all that is finished. Yes. And I love it. Because, you know, the only way that India can become a global nation is if there's a little more equality. Today, a driver's son can become a famous architect. There's no one to say, hey, he's so-and-so's son and he's so-and-so's daughter. Today, a columnist is a columnist and dictates terms only if she's speaking something that is relevant. Otherwise, even she doesn't count. I can just put a column anywhere I want. Be it WordPress, be it Blogspot. What really counts in this age is creative genius, innovation, keeping up with our times, learning new technology, becoming conversant with AI, being cognizant of a changing world and being contextual. You know, Jasmine in our little speaker's room gave me a little compliment. She said, you know, you were judging our, you know, competition, our architectural work 20 years ago, and here we are sitting together as equals. I think that is democracy. That is design, you know. Nothing really counts. Seniority doesn't count. Pecking order doesn't count. A-list, B-list, C-list doesn't count. What counts is what are you putting out there? So we have a photographer on our panel who takes brilliant pictures. Somebody puts it on their Insta or on their WordPress or in a magazine. The client is the one that decides. And another very interesting change, you know, is that the client himself has so much visual context that he himself can be a designer with a few DIY models. And then you have AI to help just about everyone do just about anything in the world now. So in this changing world, I like the fact that I belong to a world where there are no gatekeepers, there are no arbiters, and there are no dictators. And that's the way I see the world of design and the general world at large changing.
Very well said, and I love your optimism because I am a bit confused, and I love this optimism that you're getting in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually believe in what I'm saying, and I was just recently in BBC Streets of Gold. Sadly, it's not showing in India. And one of the things they asked me was, oh, how do you feel about colonialism and India and what we did to India? And I said, my only answer to you is, of course, it's not relevant right now, but it is relevant that we had you had an Indian Prime Minister. You know, that
Very
just
well said.
changes
True,
everything.
true.
So no longer does any pecking order count. I'm very happy to see that there are so many influencers and, like you said, so many architects to choose from. And who's to say who's famous today is not famous tomorrow? Everyone gets a chance at doing what they love doing, and so for instance, I'm thinking on my feet. I'm no longer that keen on standing with contractors and plumbers. I'm also doing interior styling. And in our changing world of graphics, AI, technology, BIM, we can just use all these tools to just revamp a house within 3 days. You just walk in and using the model of sustainability and AI and eco-friendliness, we take things that are there and repurpose and recycle. So yes, influencers do count, but what really counts is just sticking at your game and being out there and showing your stuff to the rest of your world and being your own influence, actually.
Well said, well said. I am gonna come to Jasmine on a completely different aspect. Jasmine, I have seen how you've transformed spaces, the kind of flowers, the kind of perfumes, and you've taken clients to a different world. How important is storytelling to the client and to the world at large? And how do you help designers in their process of storytelling?
Thank you, first of all of you being here and Realty Plus, and thank you for that. My role as an interior stylist is pretty much the fact the conception and the vision starts with an architecture. My role comes right at the end, at the finishing leg of the project. Having said that, well, yes, of course, it's the flowers, it's the scents, but apart from that, interior styling is not just surface decoration. So as an interior stylist, it's not just photo shoot styling. As an interior stylist, the space at least that I come from and the mindset that I come from is about bringing forth the unique character and the persona, and the authenticity of the person who's living in that space has to shine through. Otherwise, it's just a bare shell. Like, this room could be just fabulous with the lights and the carpet, but what about the energy in the room? The people occupying that space, you know, they are the people who will bring forth their character, their nuances. You need to inject humor into a space, and that comes only not at the fag end, but it starts at pretty much halfway through the project. And I was having this interesting conversation with Sakina right before this, and she was mentioning that actually the role of an interior stylist is very important. I said, yes, it is, because you start to intervene and know the client and the architect's vision way before, and you try to seamlessly carry forward the vision, which is the ship of the captain who foresees something, and here you are taking the baton, carrying it forward seamlessly. So it's a win-win, and you're creating a synergy between the client, the architect, and yourself as to what you're bringing to the table. So when you kind of integrate all the design elements like your carpets, your art, your textiles, the colors, the balance, the symmetry, the finer details of even how the napkins are going to be rolled in your bathroom, to even tablescaping, everything counts, because when you are deeply connected to the client and the energy and who they are, that's what matters. That's when I feel my job is done well. And that's where the real synergy happens and the magic happens. Otherwise, it's like cookie cutter homes. Like, you can give me 10 Pinterest images, come out from Instagram and say, you know, this is what I want to create. But I think in the real world, where people want to shorten the gap between their travel experiences, you know, people are very much now in tune to experiential living. They want to live with experience. How do you want to recreate that into your home? So So it's not just about objects, and I never believed in that. It's not just about putting pretty things around and surrounding yourself, because if you don't speak to that object and the energy doesn't have that frequency with you, I mean, it's just there. It's just an object. So the correlation of the things that you bring into that space in vision with the architect and what's happening around, you have to be very mindful. And of course, technology. So integrating all of this is very, very important. I think that's where the interior stylist job comes in, and you bring the character at the, like I said, the end of the project. So visual storytelling through my work, I think it's very important.
Fantastic, well said. I want to get Sakina in next on this. Sakina, we as architects, let me put my chair here so I can see all of you. Okay. So we as architects put like a years of effort on doing our sites, and we do the contractor, plumbing, electrical, everything we've done. We've passed on the baton, like Jasmine says, to the stylist, and then Kuber comes on and picturizes the whole thing, and we've got the whole thing ready. How important is your role in communicating my thought, my design process, and my perhaps unique way of vision to the entire editor lobby, like Nisha mentioned, and today we are on
gatekeepers, like Nisha mentioned.
Okay, I don't want to say that, but yeah. So, yeah, we have the entire Editors Guild who's judging and watching. And today the democracy, like Nisha said, of an entire larger nation of 180 billion people watching. How important is your role in communicating this vision?
So yes, I totally agree with what Nisha mentioned to some extent, that earlier, traditionally, PR did function that way. You had a designer doing a project, well picturized, and then it goes to the media and it's out there. Media was the only person who could get the project out there. Outreach was only through media. Social media has actually changed that. Like she very rightly put in, everybody can have a voice. That's what we call as your owned media space. Your website, your social media handles, everybody gives a voice to the designer to put things out there. How good, how bad is again very, very objective. It also depends on the audience you are targeting, because like you said, it's a cluttered space. So media helps you put out good content because they are authorized and they filter that content. Social media, you can have anything and everything getting out there. That is where micro-influencers, that is the new age of social media that come in, because they have real-time engagement. Social media gives you a two-way communication process where whatever you're putting out, you have a chance of getting a feedback. When media puts it out, when we put it out as PR and the traditional bit, you don't have a chance of getting so much of feedback. It's just out there for people to consume. Here, your consumer can give you a feedback, you can get a response, you exactly know whether this works or this doesn't work, so it helps you get a better strategy. Now, there are two ways. Either the designer uses his social media and gets his project out there, or then we as PR agency enter that space, we filter understanding what the design industry is ready to absorb. Because we understand the trends, we understand the strategy, we understand the timing. Since there is a clutter, everybody, again, it's a very volatile space. Social media absorption is very, very volatile because the content is going out like crazy. Here, now the content is the king. That content helps you develop trust, helps you relate to the influencer also. So there are some influencers who you know are trustworthy, and when they put out social media content, people will trust them. Whereas some influencers you can make out that, it's a paid piece. So there are a lot of these fine blurred lines that also matter now. And for a designer, when it's all about visual delight. Visual delight with videos, visual delight with Kuber's job, that is photograph, and styling that obviously goes with it. And that is what comes out. So we as an agency, being in the industry for almost now 7 years and only doing PR for design, we've kind of learned our job well. And we also know what are the trends, what is the media looking out for. And that's where we help the clients put in the right content, and we give the media the right content in the right format.
So
Otherwise,
you're a matchmaker, as so as to say, between the media and the architect,
yes,
right?
we try to be the best one in the lot. So that's where the PR agency makes their role.
That's interesting. I'm going to come back to many more addendas into that. So I'm moving on to Kuber. Kuber, obviously photography has always been there in our profession since time immemorial. But I can see a change in the trend of photography. Earlier, photography was done to document your projects and build a portfolio. Today, photography is all about a lot more. Perhaps it's about emotions, I don't know, it's about pieces. So could you tell me, in today's change scenario, how important is photography and what can a photographer bring on a table which maybe the designers self photography or normal other photographers will not be able to get?
First of all, thank you everyone for being here and thank you for the lovely introductions. I'm going to grab onto the word emotions, as you said. One of the best things that happens at the end of a photography session is when the designer will come up and say, oh, I would have never imagined this space like this.
Yes.
Or, you know, the homeowner will be like, Arey, ye to mere ghar jaisa lag hi nahi raha. And the whole thing is, you know, there are layers to it. Because I have to think about bringing about what the designer has put in. I have to show what the stylist is showcasing. I have to, you know, push it out there. So from her perspective, I have to make sure it is media worthy. Because if someone is trying to, you know, put their work out there, it has to come out in its best form. So all of this together, make it a very multifaceted thing. You know, it's not just about, as you said, going and then documenting a project because it's there. No, it's about creating that home. At the end of a photography session, you know, it's always said it's a wrap. Because that session wraps up everything from your initial sketches to what will go out in PR to how the homeowner actually visualize the space in his head before moving in, you know. They are going to look at this and say, okay, yes, this is what I wanted and this is how I want to live over here. So it's no more about documenting it technically. It's now more about bringing out that emotion, bringing out that feeling of a home being a home, and how, you know, certain elements, certain aspects from nature, from materials, from design, have all come in together to make that space a viable space, which at the end is a happy feeling. You know, when you see it and that wow factor comes out is when you feel, okay, no, this was a job done right. And to bring that out is a little more challenging than one might think, you know. So it has become very important now to make sure that the images taken are from the social media perspective, from the brand perspective, from the PR perspective, but more or less not forgetting the fact that eventually you're making a picture, you're not taking a picture. And to make that picture, all these elements are required.
Well said. I'm going to come back to you, Nisha, on a point you made earlier. You are very optimistic, like you said, about the democratization of design and gatekeepers are out and all that. Yeah, we are a fantastic world right now. But isn't it a crowded, noisy world? Every single Tom, Dick and Harry is putting up pictures on social media saying, I've designed this, I've designed this, I've designed this. There would perhaps be someone who's got a very huge PR budget, who's trying to push in their products or their design aggressively across 10, 15 different platforms. And does that give them an unequal advantage of someone who's perhaps working in his own silo, someone who's really, really very good in his design? He's happy to work in his own silo and just doing that one or two projects and happy to keep it within himself. So do you think this democratization is actually a bane and not a boon?
Well, there are two things. One is that, yes, there's a lot of noise, but noise is a great leveler. You find that in a great, crowded, noisy place, it's only those who are really talented that shine through. But it does give a chance to each and every person, whether they own a, you know, a BMW 7 Series or not, to go out there and showcase their work. So, you know, whether they are branded and whether they come from a background of luxury or not, everyone has a go at it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that no one is saying that the new world doesn't allow for conventional methods. So the conventional methods still exist. You still are able to go to PR. You're still able to hire a fantastic photographer. And you know, just to add to what he says, a photographer can make or break a project. What I do to a project with my iPhone, I will never be able to do the way he does with lighting and with, taking different angles and literally bringing out a project in such an artistic way, because photography is an art and a world in itself. So there's nothing to stop a designer from using those conventional methods, but also having access to being your own spokesperson, your own voice, and your own. So today when somebody asks me, people who are uninitiated in the world of Nisha Jamwal, that, hey, what do you do and can you show? Oh, I didn't know you're an architect. I thought you're a page 3 person, quote unquote. But all I do is say, okay, please have a look at so-and-so Instagram handle, Nisha Jamwal Luxury, and a lot of my work is there. So you don't even have to forward a whole host of, background work that you've done. There's a lot of, work that we have put out for ourselves, the way we've put out, and have our own bylines for everything that we do. And then there are also, but I 100% agree that of course the mediocre people will have a go at it. And of course there is a chance for a client falling on his face with, being misled with photographs, with AI. There was a story just yesterday of this Bollywood couple being, the faces and bodies being changed, and there's a case on it. So AI and also digitalization can change a lot of things and, fake a lot of things. So yes, the new world also has a chance to create a lot of misnomers, a lot of problems. But who says that wasn't in place many, many years ago? But I really am very excited to be part of the changing world, because I'm exactly where you are. I was also doing those tracings on our, on those drafting
GT
boards.
tracings on Windows, we used to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So I was also doing those tracings, being a very hands-on person. I actually typed out my first tender for, I designed Jaipur Airport. And I never hired somebody because I wanted to learn typing. So I typed my first tender for Jaipur Airports, for Airports Authority of India. And we all did those tracings, we all did CAD, we are all using AI. What an exciting world we live in, where we can, see so much change and so much metamorphosis. And I'm actually seeing a world where clients are doing their own spaces and bring people like me to literally partner, handhold, and help, not actually dictate. So it's the end of the great dictator, which is the designer,
Ouch.
the editor, like I said, the gatekeeper, the designer, which is me, the PR, which is her. So no, but we are all hand-holding, partnering, and collaborating, and it makes for a way more democratic and fabulous world.
Can I add to something what Nisha
Of
just
course,
said?
I was going to come to you after this.
Very interesting, because it's calls for an interesting conversation where I think we can pick up from where someone leaves last. And what Nisha mentioned is that now there are no gatekeepers. And I think in a world where we live in, yes, I agree there's a lot of noise, but that's where the real talent also gets to showcase and the real authenticity comes. Because if somebody is not in a position to make it to the editorial team or make it to a publication, yes, like they say, if you cannot make it there, at least you can create your own platform. You don't have a table to sit on, create your own table. So this is the world where we live in, where you can create a place for yourself and make a mark for yourself, and you need not be the most famous, need not be the most successful, and that's again a very relative term. So this social media and the noise that we are living in, but yes, at the same time, it's giving every individual the opportunity to shine, to believe in their dream.
And also, Jasmine, age is not any more so important.
Absolutely.
Because there was this young starry-eyed architect who came to me to take a picture with me nearly 15 years ago, and he's one of the most important designers in our age now, so, and he's also one of the youngest. So age doesn't matter, but for me the more important thing, Santosh, is that the socio-economic background doesn't matter. For me, in a country like India, bridging the gap and some level of equality is very, very important if we want a successful, a globalized India. Because in my opinion, having lived and worked in Japan, in America, in Florence, I see a country where we really need to bring that leveler in, we need to bridge that have and have not situation very drastically. So that for me is, and like you said, the most important thing in the world right now is to have that leveler, and a crowd sometimes is a leveler.
Adding on to that point, Sakina, this is a question I have for you. Like she's saying, it's a great leveler, and you are the antithesis of a great leveler. You are here to select a few and take them up to that status. So how do you differentiate the levelers, and how do you differentiate your clients and who's going to be the big guy, or rather how would you rather promote someone, and what are the factors that you look at in promoting some designer?
No, so we don't work at promoting anyone. So when a brand comes up to us, now all the designers are brands in their own space. So for a PR agency, we actually understand what they're looking out for. We understand their brand vision. And if that is something we can help them achieve, provided their work speaks for that, then we go all out. So we help you create perceptions, but we see to it that the brand is equipped and can cope with that perception. Because we also believe in a lot of honesty and transparency. Where this other mediums gives you a chance to be dishonest, there can be crazy storytelling.
Yes.
You know, and we go through that. But as long as possible, the core of our agency has been honesty, and we only create perceptions when we know that the brand is ready to cope with it. So that's the differentiator.
So it's heartening to know that even in this crowded, noisy place, you're looking at
Absolutely.
authenticity and helping them take it further, right?
Absolutely, because it shows in your work, it shows in the person that you're dealing with. Now it's not only about the work. Every project has a face. And that face is the one that your end consumer relates to. Like if I'm putting a project in Lower Parel, I need to know who's the designer. And that designer is the brand for that project now. So that's a different landscape again. That designer is now the new influencer, where he's endorsing the brands he's used over there. So we also are very, very careful in picking up the brands that we work with.
And also, Sakina, not everyone is an influencer and a designer. There are lots of people who are not comfortable with social media and feel very,
True.
very reticent and shy. And then the PR is very, very important for those people in a crowded, noisy world, for them also to develop a voice through channels like PR, where they take assistance and help to bring out their work. And in a world that we live in, they need that more than before.
Absolutely. You know, so that's where strategy comes in. Because design PR is very different from any other PR. And that's because there's a fatigue factor that can come in. So these social media can add to that fatigue factor. There's something called an overexposure, which we advise our clients, and we frame the strategy in such a way that you don't lead there. And because you guys do one project over a year, and we have to churn content over that year. So we very strategically put out content which does not go over the top, as well as well consumed.
Having said that, I have a question for Kuber and Jasmine. I know how you've worked, and we were, actually behind the scenes we had a group discussion where I wrote quite a few points and we thrashed all of them because we want to go very organic here. Jasmine mentioned about Mind Valley that she was into. I hope I'm allowed to say that. Okay.
Mind Valley, it's one of the largest platforms for transformational learning.
And she's speaking about vibe, she's speaking about aura, she's speaking about energy. And Kuber, I have a site, okay? It may not be a picturesque or a photogenic site as such. But the minute I step on that site, the vibes that she creates, or rather I create over there, are stunning. In this scenario, how do you capture the essence of a site? Which perhaps she's put together, maybe it's smelling very beautiful. It is not visible somewhere. How do we capture the non-tangible into something that people can understand in terms of photography or in terms of your styling?
Okay, so I'm going to do a little demo here. That's like my favorite. It also moves people, and I think we need the energy in the room.
Of course, please go ahead.
So can you all tell me over here, as you can see all of us right here, right, with this amazing panel on these amazing chandeliers, there's one eyesore right here on the table that if one of you all can tell me, which is not belonging in the right place. I'm talking from the aesthetic part. Sorry? Someone said something? Water bottles. You're absolutely right.
You
They're
get a prize for guessing that right.
You're sitting right in front. They're sitting right in front. And this is exactly where the stylist job comes. And this is exactly where Kuber, a photographer, creative photographer, this is all about visual storytelling. Now this, no offense to anyone, whoever's put it, thank you, gratitude for giving us water, but this can definitely be kept out of sight or kept down by the chair for every speaker. Yes, function is important. Please do not forget. But why do we have to be just survivors? I think Indians for the longest time have lived from a place of the survival mode. I think it's high time we give up that. Can we be a little bit more aesthetic in day-to-day life? And design cannot be on a pedestal. We need to normalize design in everyday life and make it a part of our life. So if the same bottles were to come down, I mean, we could really enjoy the space much more better. So I think visual storytelling, and that's where the synergy works with the photographer, where we are looking at that, say, just one particular shot together, but the visual storytelling, the energy that I bring to it is through a communication which is very deep. For someone, it looks like, okay, we've just come and put this flower vase, but it's not just a flower vase. Do I put it in the center? Do I put it off center? Do I need the bottles around it? What is the balance of the room? Everything matters. And that is something which is deep, it's science. But that translates eventually through many, many layers and through many professionals like these who collaborate. And this is where the ancillary services are collaborating to collaterate into a successful design project. I think that's where I come from. So, Kuber, what do you have to say
No,
about
so
that?
absolutely, totally in agreement with you. Coming back to what he said, you know, if the space has not been designed or it was just some space that I did up, I think as a designer, you would not just do it that way. You would put some thought into bringing out, you know, some aspect of it, add some life to it. And generally what happens is in the beginning, there's always this half an hour candid conversation with every designer where they'll be like, oh, you know, you see this chair, how do you like it? You know, I got this from here. And this corner, what do you think of this material? Will this photograph right? You know, there are some textures that I've used, maybe a lime finish or a concrete stucco or something of that sort. And these conversations, they stay in our heads because this is what we then translate into an image. So the moment Jasmine will come and she'll do her thing, you know, she'll put the bottles away, she'll get what needs to be seen up in the front, and then we create that frame, that mood, which was your visualization initially. And the translation over there is very important. It is very important for me to show the world what you were thinking of in your head and as to why a certain space has come up the way it has. And that is very important.
On that, I'm going to ask you a trade secret question. I hope I'm allowed to ask you that. We've got magazines. Each has their own vision of what should be published, what should be not. When I have you on board as my photographer, do you think from a magazine's point of view, oh, this is going to be making the cover page of magazine A, oh, nahi, ye magazine B mein jayega? Or do you have your own generic process which you want it to be featured in a particular way?
So, yes, you're right. Sometimes homes have a vibe which go with a certain magazine. I personally don't do that. If there's a magazine, you know, which is at the top of the mountain, I will always aim for that project to go there. That is how I will shoot it. You know, aim for the stars. Fir wo B mein gaya, C mein gaya, that is then the potential of the house itself. But from my point of view, I will always try and get it out onto the top. The reason being, you spoke about the noise earlier. And it is important for that noise to also be heard. There are certain people, certain homes which are kind of, you know, subtle in their noisiness. And for that noise to be heard above all the loudness that is happening over there is what my job is. And I would try to bring that out. I would try to make sure that somewhere, somehow, this house, for whatever it is worth, is seen. And it is seen in the right place. And that will be my aim. Uske baad, whatever it actually reaches based on its you know, own potential is then a factor of how much work was put in.
But do you need a
Santosh, I want to add to him.
Please, go ahead.
Because I don't know if you're aware, I've been writing for Good Homes magazine and all the architectural magazines in India for the last 20 years.
Okay.
And a photographer never ever, at least an editorial photographer, never works alone. So me as a columnist and an editor has always worked with a photographer. And that's why right in the beginning I told you how important a photographer is and how important a vision is. So it's a collaboration between a photographer and an editor and a columnist where we work, and it, you know, believe it or not, sometimes it takes 2 to 6 days to style a home and to do a photography shoot. We travel to different parts in the world, bringing content, And with the passage of time, content is becoming only more and more important. And that's something that as yet, I can't predict the future, but as yet AI does not have that perspective that two human beings have on a home or on a corner or on a chair. And it's a very collaborative journey of the writing and the photography, which together bring a graphic visual interpretation of a office or a home or a city to all the viewers of that particular space.
Taking this point ahead, Sakina, I just want to nudge you a bit over here is we have established a symbiotic relationship, so to say, between the photographer, stylist, and an editorial over here. Going ahead, do you think there are any other collateral domains which will, in the next 2 years, 5 years, which can get add-on to this panel further, apart from the 3 agencies that we have over here?
For design, maybe yes, because now, you know, you have these content, like I said, is the king. And anybody who can collaborate in making good content would definitely be a part of way forward. You know?
But content writing, again, like Nisha is mentioning, AI has taken over most of content writing. I just put 2 tags,
AI is
hashtags.
assisting. I don't think they've taken over.
Okay.
They're right now assisting. At least the designers are using them for assisting. Photography, I don't think AI would take over.
Let's hope
as
so.
of now.
Where?
No, because see, even to make the place holistic, all the agencies need to come together. There are a lot of, like Jasmine put it so well, that there are emotions which AI will not be able to take over. You know, that emotion, that sensitivity to the project, like that's why I told you behind that you need to be there when your project is being shot. Because that narration that you will share on that day is what Kuber will capture.
Actually, we should be talking to you before the project starts. Yes. Because it's so
Absolutely.
frustrating. At the end of the project, it's already over. You don't want to go to site again. Yeah, just like, khatam ho gaya project here.
No, but contrary to what she said, there are a few young designers over there who will come up to you and say, I want my project published, but I have no clue as to what needs to be done. And in these situations, we reach out to maybe Jasmine or someone, you know, who can style the project right or help them. Because it's a very different world now. There are many out there who don't know how to voice, you know, put their work out there.
No, I
They
wasn't
don't have the way
talking about
forward.
actually packaging the project. I was
Yes.
talking about purely editorial,
Okay.
where an author or a writer is also their own stylist
Yes.
in collaboration with a photographer.
True, true. That makes sense.
And
yes,
very
from the
often
editorial
an
perspective,
architect
yes.
is a stylist himself. He doesn't need somebody
Correct.
else. And he collaborates with a photographer, and together they bring out you know, a photography, kind of a portfolio, which becomes the most important thing. And then you hand that to somebody like Sakina, and it's a team effort where you present something so magical that, in my opinion, at this moment, AI cannot take over that.
No, no,
You know?
absolutely.
But as Santosh mentioned already at the beginning, right, that we used to do hand tracing and all of the work by hand, and then AutoCAD came, and you were like, oh my God, is AutoCAD or these tech's going to take over? But that never happened. You still need the human intervention to even do the right kind of AI. So the prompt that you give to the AI is very important. So nothing can ever replace, but we just need to upgrade our skills and just walk hand in hand with it. If you still go to Mr. Hafiz contractor's office, Hafiz is still sitting and only sketching on the tracing paper. I don't think I have ever gone to meet him where he's out with an AutoCAD or there is no computer
He's
screen.
tracing papers as ammunition.
Yeah.
The paper and the
There's
pencil
no
comes out and
screen
he's...
on his table. And I tell him, I said, I sent you that. Did you take a look? He's like, no, get it out here. I am not taking a look. Give me a written printout. So that's the whole thing. Even Hafiz still sketches. So we have a lot of designers who still prefer to do their sketching because I think that also gives them content. You know, I mean, they feel happy doing it.
Sakina, what happens is, as a designer, it's a part of my process. Today, I have everything, but still, I will sketch my elevations because I want to see the proportion, I want to see the molding, how it's going. I still do mock-ups on site. I still hold my fabric, I still hold my wallpaper. Acha dikh raha hai, ye angle 2 inch upar. Because apart from the process, it's more fun. That's what as designers, we are hands-on. We want to feel, we want to experience, we want those emotions to come out of ourselves first. Then they can come on a site, you know.
I think that's where the fifth dimension I was talking to you comes in, where we are still humans at the end of the day. I mean, we still have the emotions, the touch and feel aspect to it, the fifth sense, and beyond that, we going into higher space, the realm of higher consciousness, the realm of energy, the frequency that we're vibrating at, all of us right now. So that's where I think can never be replaced by technology, AI, or whatever you may call it. So that part of us can never be taken away, because that's where we, I think, going back to our roots. That's where we connect the most, when we are physically in the environment and you're experiencing something, because it's all about human experience. And human design is nothing that, but just that.
I think we're going a little bit in a serious direction. I want to break the flow. I'm going to ask you a crazy question, Jasmine. Name your dream client. I mean, don't name him. Just give me the characters of your dream client that you like to
Well,
work
I
with.
have already put it up on my manifestation
Okay.
by vision board, because I believe a lot in that, and that's how mind
He's
valley
sitting
happened.
somewhere. I'm sure someone's going to come and give you a project here right now.
Well, he's international celebrity. I will not say the name, but I've put the name out there. And he's super fun, and he's also a lot into growth mindset and entertains. He's in the entertainment industry, and I've always related to his movies and his passion and his dedication to his craft. And when I relate to someone, I don't know, one fine day it was just a name that came to my head, and I believe a lot. I'm very instinctive, so that's the name I have.
But I
will come back to you
Yeah.
a stage one day and probably reveal that name, and I know it'll happen.
Pakka. I'll wait for the big reveal.
Yes.
But I want you to tell me the characters. So I know you
The
work with
dream
architects
client, yeah.
and you work with a lot of difficult ones. I hope I'm not one of those. But
No, you're not.
Oh, thank you. I'm relieved. Okay, so what are those characters that you're looking for, be it architects that you're working with? Who do you think you can have a good relationship with?
I think dream clients are the one who trust you completely. Because if you're in the space where you trust your designer, and of course you give a lowdown, you tell them who you are, you need to give them the design briefs and what are your budgets and all the prerequisites. But after that, if you give the trust to your designer, trust me, your home, your space is going to turn out the most beautiful, because the entire onus is on me. I want to work not like 10 on 10, I want to do 20 on 10 for that client, for that project, because it's as much as my baby, even otherwise it is. But here, I've just got a complete free hand. And I want to go more in detail. I want to go nudge the client or the architect more to know what is it that it takes to make this client like from A to A+. So the dream client traits are, of course, the trust factor, someone who also trusts you with their budget and the, I think, the overall space. So yeah.
Sakina, coming to you, your dream client.
Every client is a dream client. We are like realistic. So international to go definitely is also what we have. But we are the ones who actually get those dreams happen for the client. You know, so I think we're quite okay. We don't have real aspirational dream clients. We are very comfortable and very happy with the clients that we have right now. We have most of the best in the industry, and whoever's not with us, so you got to hear this.
Okay. The gentleman behind me is breathing down my neck, so Kuber, quickly for you, the dream project.
So I'm not going to be as politically correct as her, but to be honest, someone who makes a great design, a great concept, and someone who once done that will come to me and say, okay, you know, now you have this, do your thing. That would be the dream client. Sorry?
Pay you well.
Generally, they always pay well, but yeah, you know, mostly a good design is where it all begins. You know, if you're given something nice to start with, then that level of excitement, that level of you know, dedication automatically comes. 70% of the job is done with a project which is good.
Nisha, the last word from you is your dream project.
I've worked with a lot of Bollywood and international stars, and my dream project is, and my dream clients are literally the people who don't have access to great design. I feel the challenge and the joy when I can literally go into a place and transform for a person that really doesn't have that access. And I actually do it. I'm working in Orissa, I'm working in Jharkhand, I'm working in shanty towns in Delhi and Bombay to help transform spaces and use, you know, recycle, repurpose, reuse, and work with sustainable materials rather than swanky international you know, Hollywood stars. I'd rather work at the grassroots of India, and I'm not being politically correct. I speak from my heart. If you go out and Google me, you'll see I'm working in Bisam Katak in Orissa. I'm working in Malad, Mulund, Dombivli. I don't want to be elitist. I want to reach out, and like Sakina says, everyone who wants a little design in their space, wants a little style, and no, I'm not working with big budgets. Been there, done that. I'm happy to do work free for nearly nothing, because for me, what really drives me is metamorphosis, change, and the new India.
Nobody asked me my dream project, but I hope all of you are on board for a dream project next, and let's crack it together. Having said that, I'd like to wrap up this session. I wish we had more time and to delve more on these points. But thank you very much, Realty Plus, Tripti, Sapna, for this amazing session. It's such a huge eye-opener for designers like us, and there are many more in the audience. I'm sure this is also going to be on social media, so many more will really benefit from this. Superb. So thank you so much for the session. Appreciate this.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Tripti and Sapna. I've been seeing you for years in the background, working your guts out and putting everything together so beautifully. But for you, we wouldn't be here because we wouldn't want to be here without you. Thank you.
The other side voice was missing, the media side, the edit, what we want. Yeah, you would have justified. But that will be a conversation for some other time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a huge round of applause for all of them over here. And like we all truly believe, unfortunately, we only have 24 hours in a day, limited time. Otherwise, we can keep hearing them on and on. I'll request Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus, to kindly hand over the token of appreciations to all our beloved guests over here. Louder amount of cheers, please, ladies and gentlemen, for this brilliant and very knowledgeable panel. Thank you so much. Publisher and business head of Realty Plus as well joining us. And on that note, we are all set for the group photo. Thank you. To all of you for joining us over here. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so with that energetic session concluded, it's now time to turn our attention to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen. This one is about rebooting our cities. The next discussion is on redevelopment projects for urban renewal. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's redevelopment projects for urban renewal. I'll be inviting our moderator for this session, Mansi Sahu, co-founder, Urban Designer Studio, POD, over here with us as well. Mansi Sahu has over 12 years plus experience and leads sustainable urbanism practice in the diverse range of projects. She was an integral member of the technical expert team of the United States Trade and Development Authority, USTDA, to support development of 3 smart cities in Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan. She has successfully started the Bridge Initiative, a program that brings crucial planning and urban design ideas to kids at municipal and private schools. Please give a huge round of applause to Mansi Sahu over here, ladies and gentlemen, all of you. Thank you so much. I'll be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. Today we have with us for this session Parth Mehta, CMD and Chief Mentoring Officer, Paradigm Realty. He has over 16 years of rich real estate background and diverse experience in leading and growing mid-sized firms in Mumbai. He has acquired, completed and launched over 12 residential projects across the city with a total of 2.5 million square feet of construction. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Parth Mehta over here. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Prashant Deshmukh, Principal Architect, Prashant Deshmukh and Associates Pune with us over here as well. He started his architectural consulting firm, Prashant Deshmukh and Associates PDA, in the year 1986 and currently has offices in Mumbai, Pune, Daman, Ahmedabad and Chennai. He has also been involved in national and international projects of repute that include textile, engineering, pharmaceutical, chemical industries and hotels, along with the projects relating to commercial, residential and infrastructure. Please give a huge round of applause for Prashant sir as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We have architect Kunal Kuwadekar, proprietor, Naren Kuwadekar and Associates, who was graduated from AA London and has been conferred the architectural title of Architect, Royal Institute of British Architects. On his return to India in the year 2002, he came on board to architect Naren Kuwadekar and Associates NKA, which is to credit, has world countrywide design and developed various unique, well-documented architectural building projects and installations all over the country. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Kunal as well over here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We also have Karan Daisaria, Principal Architect from Daisaria Associates, joining us over here as well. Please give a huge round of applause for him as well. He specializes in urban housing and planning. In the last 8 years of experience as an architect, he has found his niche in designing residential townships, holiday homes, public projects and more. His forte lies in design, planning and vision building of projects. Thank you. We also have today Sanket Jayakar over here, Director of Kapadia Associates. Sanket Jayakar has been in the architectural profession for over 24 years and has worked in Austria and traveled in Europe before joining Kapadia Associates in the year 2000. He's worked on a diverse range of projects which include Raj, residential projects, retail projects, IT parks, corporate office buildings and private residences. A big round of applause for Mr. Sanket as well over here as he joins us. Thank you so much, and give a big round of applause for this entire panel over here, ladies and gentlemen. The panel is ready, topic is set, our moderator is also ready. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I think just putting it out there, I did not wear the right shoes for this stage, but it's Mumbai and it's raining, so please ignore. So I want to make this session a little bit more fun. I don't want it to have, like we had a cup of coffee and chai together just before the session, and all of us agree that we don't want it to be a monologue. So it would be amazing if, please feel free to ask a question at any time, and we'll make sure that, you know, we can, because it's about a conversation, and rather than just having it this way, it would be amazing to also involve all of you who are craving chai and probably dying to get out of here. But if we can, you know, just talk about something that's actually a lot of fun. I'm sure we're all working on the idea of urban renewal in India, pan-India, globally today. In fact, everything is changing, and it's such an interesting topic because no matter what scale you are working on, you are directly or indirectly linked with this topic. So I'm very happy to get that started. I think before we get to each question, I just want to know, and even the audience, I would love for you to answer. I just want to ask each of our panelists, what do you think urban renewal means for you in like maybe 2-3 lines? And then, you know, I would love to get an answer from that side as well. What do you think urban renewal means personally for you? Also, I have just recovering from a cold and cough, so I'm not going to share my mic today. So please share these 3 mics amongst you guys. So anybody, you want to start?
Practical functional spaces, safety and security for all people living there.
Absolutely.
And more importantly, great community living.
Absolutely.
As I told you, I think it's a great opportunity for all the architects today, and probably the developers and the builders, to sort of remake the whole thing. It's like remaking those great movies that guys are making now in Hindi and English and everything. And I think when we do that, we have different challenges to look into all those, I think, which we are going to discuss. And so this is a kind of once in, I think, all these years that we got an opportunity to relook at our own urban areas and redesign them to suit the current lifestyles or the lifestyles that are going to be there for the next couple of decades or so.
I think it's inevitable. It's quite challenging. It could be complex. But it gives you a canvas to work off of, which is already been laid out there. So, in the context of our city, I think I see this is the next step of evolution or rejuvenation on an urban scale. And I think it's very welcoming.
Well, I think for me, I'm going to explain, I'm going to probably say this the way my mom would have said it, because urban renewal is not just for people sitting on this panel or here currently in this room. Everything has changed, right? The way we shop, the way we live, the way we buy clothes, the way we roam around in the city, the way we travel, the way we commute, the way we do most of the things that we do on our day-to-day life, in our day-to-day life. So since he mentioned it is inevitable because change is inevitable, and we are living in a very dynamic era where things are developing, technologies are developing. So urban renewal for me or for any layman is just a modernization or a better adaptation for a better lifestyle of tomorrow.
Absolutely. See, I would think architecture being a very visual and experiential profession, it relates to everybody at all levels. At a city level, it would mean looking at what kind of open spaces that we have, what kind of infrastructure we have. It's very anecdotal and nice to hear stories of young architects and young cricketers lugging their luggage from a very long distance. But why should a Rohit Sharma go from Borivali to Shivaji Park to play? There should be a Shivaji Park in Borivali, that kind of a thing. So it hits us at a city level. At a precinct level, there are a lot of what was just mentioned. We need to repurpose a lot of functions that are probably buildings that have, say, dilapidated. They have outlived their program to a certain extent. There are a lot of examples in the world, and I think we can learn from them. And if there was a wormhole kind of a situation where we don't have to wait to experience everything and then follow what the footsteps, we can actually kind of deep dive into it and actually fast forward into the future.
Absolutely. Can we get an answer from the audience? Yeah. All right, great. So I think for me as an urban designer, cities are living beings. They have to go through change. We have to understand that a lot of cities in India are very young, actually, because a lot of the cities that we see globally that we love are actually much older than we think. So the canals of Amsterdam were full of junk and dead bodies 100 years ago, and today everybody talks about the canals of Amsterdam. The Central Park of New York used to be a slum at one point, and they actually removed the whole thing and made it into a park. So there are a lot of histories, and there is always, and we are going through that curve right now as a country where we are changing and we are developing. So it's a very important time because it decides 100 years from now what is going to be the community, the lifestyle, the architecture, the public realm, whether we are making vertical slums or whether we're making new lifestyles and new economies within these redevelopments. So I think with that, I personally have taken I've put 5 pillars which I think are important for urban renewal, and maybe we can talk about each of them, and we can also So I think the first pillar that I think is important is public-private partnership. Then balancing growth and sustainability, which is often a question in our cities. Then what are the challenges of urban development, which I would love to touch upon with each of you individually. The role of technology, I know we've had that as a panel, but specifically to urban renewal, what do you think that role is? And last but not the least, I think community engagement. How do you take everybody with you when you're doing an urban renewal so that you are not creating social inequity, you're not creating so many issues that could actually be a direct impact of the wrong kind of development. So I would love to start with public-private partnership. So what do you think are some of the good examples in India or globally of like public-private partnerships, if you could touch upon them?
But I think when, I don't mean to start this discussion on a negative note, but I think public-private partnership essentially has worked a lot more in the infrastructure segment of most of the major cities, or whether some of the examples that we have in India also. Most of them, even if I name some of them, would be all infrastructure related projects. But rather I have seen public-private partnership miserably failing when it comes to redevelopment or sort of rehousing people, because frankly, whether it's SRA or MHADA, it's still a public-private partnership because there is a government body, and when I think someone rightly mentioned that these are slums that are growing vertically. Why are they slums growing vertically? Because redevelopment today is honestly not a luxury or a choice that you have. It is a compulsion in Mumbai. So if it is a compulsion, then people are not going to think about quality, because we are not living in a developing city. In the premise of a developing city, people are seeing that, okay, at least I'm giving a 300 square feet house to someone who's living in a shanty town. So when that mindset changes, that you're not supposed to just redevelop and give them a house, you're probably not just supposed to redevelop their life, you're supposed to redevelop their livelihood. That is when, bringing public-private partnership comes into play, at least in the residential sector, is what my sort of humble opinion is.
It could be even policy-related. Public-private partnership is also going at that level. It need not be directly commercially or architecturally, right? So absolutely, we'll touch. I think you will have a lot. Yeah, a lot to add on that.
So it's a good point, because if you see predominantly Mumbai, and you see the rapid development that has happened over the last 1 to 1.5 decade across Mumbai, right from 2005-7 to 2024, what do you see? Now, like how Karan said about MHADA, SRA, collected lands, etc., which are going for redevelopment or SRA redevelopment. Now, these are essential partnerships which have been the foundation of the city. Mumbai doesn't have land. Prices, we all know how it's skyrocketing. The only way that we could be in line with what our Prime Minister's goal was there for a slum-free Mumbai is by encouraging more of public-private partnership. And you see old dilapidated MHADA buildings, MHADA chawls, and you see what was there 10 years back and now. We see a world of a difference. I'm not saying it does not have its roadblocks, issues, challenges, but it has still moved rapidly. What kind of development we've never seen in India over the last 50 years has happened over the last decade. Now, the next way forward for this decade is now when socially, economically, India is doing very well. I think the only way this is going to get accelerated is by more support of the government, more clearer policies, more entrusting the developers with enough freedom and elbow space to perform well. We cannot have an approach where a developer is kept on a leash, or he's always looked at it as a wrong box. End of the day, we are the people who take all the risk. We are the biggest contributors to GDP. We are indirectly kind of employing so many people as an industry, fraternity as a whole. So I feel a little bit of more refining of policies, and in terms of a slightly telescopic vision rather than a microscopic vision is what is required in a city like Mumbai. And what I see is our government is taking the right steps. So in the next 5 to 7 years, tangibly, I think we're going to make a great headway, and seeing Mumbai at least at par with any of the larger developed cities of the world. Also, we're seeing the infra, the way it's supporting this cause. So I think we are on the right track.
Nice. So I think that gets me to my second pillar, which is basically how do you balance growth and sustainability? Because I think we are growing, and at the same time, we're talking about so many important things: circular economy, sustainability. How do you make the right kind of construction? How do you make a building that's, in some way positive than, if it weren't there? So just wanted to get your thoughts.
But Mansi, do you really think real estate and architecture is sustainable?
Yes, it can be. I think sustainability is a very large, I think community sustainability, livelihood sustainability, these are also very important parts. Today, Lower Parel is building so many buildings, but it's becoming so much more unsafe. And because, we're instead of walking into, Mumbai always had lovely streets, and if you would scream, 5 aunties would pop out and, see what's happening. And today there are so many car parks that if you scream, you'll have to reach the 15th floor for the first auntie to pop out. So I think that is also part of sustainability. Scale is a part of sustainability. And how do you balance that is often a question I'm asking myself, with financials, with, profitability, with how do you have the right edge conditions, how do you have all the challenges that come in. I would love to know if anybody has 2 cents on that.
You see, most of the projects that have been implemented in the last 20 years are in essence vertical projects. Also, this is an urban space. So all your shared infrastructure, sharing of water, share of electricity, it is a shared space, unlike a rural space where it has to rely on sustainability because you or those few number of people, it is easy to implement. Having said that, you see that the government also has, after a long time, implemented certain factors of sustainability into buildings. You see, earlier there were hints. Now they become mandatory, and now they're exploratory beyond the mandatory. Okay, simple things such as composting, simple things such as rainwater harvesting, entire roof surfaces which plug into the grid by photovoltaics. You also got looking on the coastal sides, they're also looking at now alternate forms of energy. Our biggest asset today is, the creation and the consumption of energy in metropolitan cities as such. Our biggest sustainable, one driving factor towards sustainability is the efficient use of energy. And that is something which is consumed the most in a city as well, as opposed to a rural space. So it is that which has a huge carbon footprint, but how do we make that sustainable on a vertical scale? And that's where designers, architects and technology companies are doing their utmost to plug in. It has been late in the coming, but even the regulatory bodies are now picking up on these points. And I think it's a very interesting space because there's so much to give over here and so much to learn from. I don't know if...
I think it's a very difficult question. There is no direct answer to it. But the points of dialogue are these. You mentioned at a policy level. So at a policy level, there needs to be, say, a different policy for a particular area being developed. So there is a one rule fits all kind of a policy that is there, which holds the designers and the developers, and you can't really do much about it, although you understand a lot of things. Other point would be confidence building. So currently redevelopment and all government initiatives are looked at with skepticism. So say for example, he mentioned infrastructure projects that have been successful. For example, there is High Line in New York, which was a rail yard, which became a park. It took reference from another similar example in Paris, which is Conclave. It did that same thing. So there was a confidence from confidence building that, hey, this project, when it's taken over, it'll do something for the city. So we are at that stage. That's what I meant, that we are at a stage where there is confidence that once it is built, maybe all of these things will be looked upon by the community with a little bit less skepticism. And community involvement is extremely important. So
what really happens is that if the vision of all the stakeholders, including the user, is the same, then that's the only way the entire say vision will be fulfilled. Otherwise, there will always be naysayers who can kind of put a spanner in the works.
But so I want to add to what Sangeet bhai is saying, and sorry, I'll take this 30 seconds of extra time. Is because I'm so like the fact of sustainability in cities like Mumbai, or specifically for Mumbai, or for the real estate sector, has come down to taking MOEF approval. Okay, when sustainability will become a general practice by everyone. Today, it's not about the projects that cross 20,000 square meters, which need to have an STP, need to have an OWC, need to have all those other sustainable factors that make it less impactful to the environment. Ultimately, when it is going out into the drain, even if it's cleared water, my other projects which are less than 20,000 square meters, which are dumping all the raw, effluents into the normal drain, ultimately goes to the larger STP, increasing the burden on the civic amenity. I think sustainability will only become a given if there is some sort of a reimbursement given from the government or some kind of subsidy. मैं आपको अभी बोलता हूँ, I'm sorry, I'm taking that sort of leverage from Parth bhai also. You give, like, let's say you make your building IGBC rated, you'll get 1,000 square meters more FSI to build, and see how many developers will do that. It has become, I feel that more than the MOEF, it should be that moral social responsibility, right? Like, which is why I question that, is really real estate sustainable?
I think it's interesting. So I think Mumbai case is completely different, and a lot of Indian cities are very, very different. Mumbai
Absolutely.
is a completely megapolis. I don't even call it metropolis anymore. It's a megapolis, even in the global standards. So I think the challenges we face here are completely different. But even cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, they are actually going through a whole
Mass transformation,
yeah, mass transformation at a very different scale. They don't have dearth of land like Mumbai. They're not all densified in one point. And I think it definitely, I also think that if you do not just rely on the consciousness of people, you do get a lot more. It should be a give and take. And why not? And that's how the world has always worked. So I hear you, and I completely agree that if there were benefits given, a lot more people would come rather than just, getting the social
Sort of an environmental
badge of
clearance,
it.
yeah.
Correct. We have actually managed to change a sales pitch of a 100-acre township. I think Kiran Kapadia team was also working on that project, where if you go, it's with Godrej and it's a 100-acre township. You go today and they talk about swales, they talk about, if you go there and there's a ravine that we completely made part of the sales pitch rather than just कि ये पेड़ है इनको संभाल के रखो, keep it. It was not for that. It was specifically for PLCs, for getting better saleability, but also having a good livability. And today when you go there and that sales team is like, yeah, this is a swale, you will not see water all the time because it's a swale. You will see only water in the rainy season. And that's a very good thing for us to kind of learn that it's come down to sales now. So I think it is there. We should be optimistic about it, and it will change, and a lot of give and take will happen. So I'm at least, I think, always very, very optimistic about India.
I was also just about to say that, I'm also optimistic. Awareness comes before action.
Absolutely.
So, on projects, sustainability was looked at as solar panel laga diya, STP bana diya.
Exactly.
It's gone a little, it's changing. It's gone beyond that. There is talk of carbon footprint. There is talk of embodied carbon. There is talk of how, basically talk of energy is coming into the system. And the moment the awareness is there, solutions related to that will happen.
I will just add one point that I think we are all on the same page as far as sustainability part is concerned. I feel that there has to be a proper synergy of all the players in the game. So whether it is government, whether it is the same users who are going to be benefited, whether it is the architects or the urban designers, and finally it is the developers.
Right.
All, if they weave a fabric for a well ideal redevelopment or re-urbanization thing, then I think we'll see the results. And for that, nobody, not a single person. It is all these 4 persons have to have, put their hands together into it.
Right. So I think I think the third question that I had was challenges about urban redevelopment today. I think I'm going to change it. I'm going to ask you, what is the one dream, what is the one thing you wish did not exist in redevelopment, like a challenge that you face that you wish it wasn't there, and that would make your life so easy for redevelopment? What do you think is one challenge?
So right now we are in a state and situation that suppose your car goes at one lane and you go travel in that same lane, after 15 days you will see 4 plots having tin sheets and patras. So the rapid sphere of redevelopment is definitely manic as of now. But what at the same token our belief is that it's high time that it's important that people who are choosing a developer, they know what is greed against security, what is giving business versus getting a completed project. These things are very important, just more than those rent corpuses or area that they get, because they are kind of giving their lifetime saving, their entire lives, everything on the belief that they are going to get something that is contractual.
Yeah.
Now in this, I believe that with so much of influx of redevelopment, somewhere down the line it's entered a frenzy mode where everything is again getting into a kind of a bubble situation which was there in 2008-9, and it's getting a little bit out of hands. So my belief is that whoever are good project management consultants, Kunal runs a very successful firm as well, I think it's very important that people get highly educated before they get into redevelopment. Two, the processes from registrar of societies and courts should be seamless, where a particular member or a minority should not jeopardize the development at large who's getting benefited. And C, I feel that developers themselves needs to introspect before committing to new projects, because we all are facing as professionals, there is a bandwidth crunch, there is a finite amount of liquidity that we all have, and we all live in a hypothesis that everything is going to be as good as what was there last 5 years. So times are not always going to remain the same. So I think everyone should look into, if things change a little bit, 20-25% on the lower side, can I reach the finishing line? Can I deliver what is promised? And can I ensure that my brand name or my reputation is not tarnished? So I think these are the few things which are going to be very, very important as a foundation for taking the urbanization to the next level of redevelopment and modernization. Yeah.
Any other wishes out there?
There's
So a more educated buyer in the right kind of education for redevelopment is what you wish for.
See, there's 3 letters, F, S, I. And this has been the single most driving factor for any development in the city. Sustainability is a way of life which has to be practiced. It's inevitable, as we said, as is redevelopment, as is the rebirthing of cities. The thing is, how do you manage that? Us as architects can only go so far. What has to happen is there's certain set of developers who have the sensitivity towards sustainability. Not a lot of people understand what sustainability is. It could be just putting in a rainwater harvesting or sticking a photovoltaic panel, but it goes beyond that. In spaces which are rural spaces, employment is sustainability. Employment in the city is sustainability as well to the people who are actually from the lower strata, who are adjacent. But then you have socio-economic challenges to overcome over there. Very broad word, sustainability.
Just to add one point, what Kunal mentioned, sustainability also means that today we see vertical high-rises with very poor parking systems. We all are victims as developers. Unwantingly also we have to give parkings which are not very practical in nature because of the way the density of the product is. So I think because of FSI, now it's not going to be just because what your balance sheet is going to show. To make that actually a reality, it's going to be how well you can build the product, how sustainable is your, suppose, open spaces, parking systems, maintenance after handing over, how practical it is for users who are going to be able to next 25-30 years relish everyday functionality. So I think those are the things that are going to be more sustainable than just mere jargons of doing things called sustainable. Yeah.
Anyone else? Any wishes
My only wish are those two words that Sanket mentioned, which you also mentioned, which is an optimistic mentality. I think people who are getting rehoused or redeveloped also, let's speak about, there are more than 4,500 housing societies that are getting redeveloped in Mumbai. Even if you just talk about those 4,500, that would probably be almost 20,000 homes, okay? I think that mentality, that cohesive hand-holding is required, that mentality that har developer chor nahi hota hai, that mentality that it's ultimately for the larger good for them, or for the city also, or, let's not talk about the city since they majorly care about themselves. That mentality, that optimistic mentality that, okay, we are not designing, if there are 20 members in a housing society, we're not making 20 bungalows. They're going to be ultimately stacked about each other because of the crunch of space, and of course I don't have the flexibility of increasing the plot. So that thing is that one dream that as an architect at least I would have, that, an optimistic mentality that jo hoga ultimately is going to be for the larger good.
I think we talked about it. I guess it's really density, which is FSI, and the other is managing expectations. Expectations of users, expectations of the client and the client's client, and municipal authorities, and all of those basically. So I would put it into these two brackets. One is density and managing expectations.
Yeah, I think that word density is a part of my wish list too. I think we really misinterpret density. As an urban designer, we usually focus what density means, the kind of dialogues it needs to happen at a precinct level, at a city level, before you even come to the plot level. If those happened, then I think we would be so much more happier, and we would have come up with so many more innovative contextual solutions, because Mumbai is not Shanghai and cannot be. It is Mumbai, Hyderabad is Hyderabad, and Bangalore is Bangalore. And I wish that we came up with innovative solutions to make Bangalore better Bangalore, Mumbai a better Mumbai, and Hyderabad a better Hyderabad. So I think that is my wish, that I wish we stop just merely copying and just starting understanding the richness that we are already sitting in. So I think that brings me to the role of technology. What do you think is the role of technology in urban redevelopment projects?
I will start on this.
Yes.
I think the way we were doing these housing, or whatever, the development, even infrastructural projects, today there is a total paradigm shift as far as technology is concerned. I don't know how many of them really are aware about the facts that we are trying to promote steel in India now, steel construction in India. And earlier it was like concrete outside, steel inside. Today, the technology is steel outside and the concrete inside. We call it CFTs. And there are these manufacturers are coming up with, manufacturing steel which will resist fire as well. There will be more, we have a vermiculite treatment as well for the steel buildings, but they are trying to avoid vermiculite treatment, creating a better quality of steel. That is when I was discussing with JSW and Tata Steel and things like that. So I think there are many projects, many technological things are happening, not only in terms of right from soil investigation up to the type of construction that we take up. Maybe we have a steel building with deck slabs, maybe we have concrete building with PT slabs, longer spans, and all these, I always believe that technology comes with the rider of saving in cost, saving in time, and offering quality.
I agree with him. There was a project which my firm did known as Green Acres in Lokhandwala complex. A lot of people know this for a lot of awards that it's won. But one of the things that they did in 1987 was that they created a 17-storied building in 34 days flat. That was the first time they used slip form and jump form technology, which was astronomically high. The cost was unviable then, but they did it as an experiment. But time is money, and the implementation of technology and the kind of construction technology that we have today is phenomenal. We are not even scratched the T of technology that is going on outside. But private entrepreneurs such as Parth, other development firms, are actively engaging in in using a lot of technology. The other side of technology is the accountability of sustainability. Okay, that's a monitoring system, but technology on its own, and technology is emerging, so technology costs. So to implement technology, there is a cost. How do you offset that cost and benefit sustainability? Again, it comes down to incentivization of FSI across the board. I don't know, Far, would you?
So adding what Kunal mentioned, we recently were completing a 40-story building in 36 months, about 700 homes. As a model case, we realized we were using, of course, BIM technology and other things. It's so amazing as a case study also that today, if we know that there is going to be a lag of material after 5 days at site, we know 1 week in advance. If we know the labor strength is less, we know a week in advance. If we know if there is a quality defect, we'll know in advance. So there is more reactive, more proactive approach rather than reactive approach, A. B, there is immense saving in cost because today in a competitive environment like Mumbai, we cannot choose our price. The buyer has to choose the product. And the only way the buyer can choose is your speed, your quality, and your ability to deliver quick. So I think what Kunal mentioned, we've just scratched the surface. And generally there is a thing where people are very unbiased towards getting into new technology. They want to be, it's definitely not, they don't want to get out of the comfort zone of investing in a technology. But anyone who wants to remain relevant for the next decade or two, it's important that they have that mentality, mindset shift into this. It saves life, it saves time, it reduces bandwidth dependency enormously. Gone are the days we say, "Arey, mera engineer badli ho gaya, usko malum tha." It's not like that. "Arey, my storekeeper has changed, he knew it, now he's not on job." Boss, everything is system driven. And with this, the buyers today also understand, because your customer service department also is able to give them the answer that why, due to what reason there is a slight delay or there is a change of plan or etc. And I think that's the way to go.
But I just have an addition to the technology. He mentioned about, you know, completing a building in 36 months. Unfortunately, after 36 months of time that it took for approvals, right? I'm sorry, I'm just taking the liberty of taking a rough timeline. So why do we constantly mention about technology on the construction front when the pre-construction part is actually the more tedious part? So if developers or architects are so technologically driven and, or rather focused on, you know, getting better every year, I think it's very important that the government agencies or the approving authorities are also as technologically savage, I would want to say, not just acceptful but savage. I'm not saying that they have not done it. Partly it has been done, but like, I mean, for example, SRA MHADA, even today, there are offline submissions. You still have to give printed copies, signed, and wait for about 6 months for all the authorities to give me an approval. MOEF, the same thing. Any government body, I think it's very, I hope this is not going anywhere, but then it's majorly, it is absolutely going somewhere, but the main thing is, I think technology should not be only on the construction front, it's the pre-construction one.
It's important to take everybody in the system together so that that's not just one person who is relying on. I think the construction data sets definitely help you, but what you're saying about the process data sets, which would make the process so much more faster, is absolutely very important. I think I'm going to talk about the last one, ask the question about what do you think is the role of community engagement in urban renewal projects? What are the challenges? What are the tips and tricks that you have? And how do you, want to navigate community engagement? I would love to know from each of you.
I'm very happy to share that we're starting a program in a couple of gated communities where post handover we are developing an app where everyone's data is on the app where each one can review. Now what's helping is in a community where there are 700, 800 apartments, each house having 3-4 people, about 3,000 people living there roughly. There are 10 CAs, 10 lawyers, 10 doctors, 10 teachers, 10 ladies who give dabbas, everything. So in a way, what we realized is this is the most beautiful way that's within your complex, within your community, people who are good at a lot of different things are able to get engaged. With this, we realized that there are so many demands that are there within the community that are getting fulfilled. Like someone is a dentist, someone is a orthopedic, someone is a GP. And these are creating such amazing bonds that they itself are becoming a kind of a groups which are as good as your college group, a school group, and people are so comforted. So we realize that large complexes across India, this is one place where I feel a lot of developers have a big play, where the community living in true sense is also community giving and community taking. So internally there is business also happening, there is relationships also that are prospering. What I realize in community spaces also, as a home user, there are always small things that in our apartments that sometimes don't work. A tap is not working, a flush is not working, a screw is out of the cabinet, or a fan is not working, etc. So we developed an app where generally with our past experiences, we realized the customers were a lot of grievance that for small things they had to call up. And our guy would then send the person, and then they would repair it. The whole time lag would be 7 to 10 days. And for one year after handover also, our post handover team was not getting free. So we realized that this can actually be done paperless, phone-less, follow-up less. We resonated and kind of emulated this, what Emaar is doing in Dubai. It's very interesting. You just put on your app, so when you're handing over, all the agencies who have given services in the building are tagged to the app. We anyways have a 1 year retention amount which is with us. And it's a part of our contract that the same has to be resolved in 72 hours. And that thing should not come to the developer. It should, the home purchaser should know very well that tomorrow at this time, the plumber is going to come and it's resolved. He has to just put a comment, this is resolved. Now, these are few things which are so incredibly important to save time, energy, and not have wasteful interactions on follow-ups. I think these are the things which are going to really be the next step in future for Mumbai.
Great. I just want to know how we're doing on time, if anybody.
5 minutes, 32
Okay, great.
seconds.
I think we have 5 minutes left.
I just wanted to just deviate from, because we have been, I think, concentrating only on residential redevelopment.
Correct.
I am engaged in redeveloping railway stations in very big way. We are really redeveloping airports as well. And what is my experience is, as far as the community involvement and things like that are concerned, because we are given a problem as architects as to, make them look like airports and things like that. But whether we really make all kinds of study before that, I mean, what is the community requirement over there? How do we involve community into all those things, rather than just making them beautiful and using the modern materials and things like that? Whether that kind of a study is done by all the authorities, I don't think they do it. So I feel that when we talk of community, it should be, if the airport authority is doing, it has to be again involving the master plan, the development plan, and everything along with it, so that a proper fabric is woven. Otherwise, we just develop the place and the roads are not yet developed. And if I convert a railway station into an airport, are the other infrastructures which go by that, maybe, as you said, the landscape, or he's talking about, other aspects like fire protection systems and solar and things like that. So whether they are going to be part of it, or whether there are other authorities which are concerned with the day-to-day activities of that functioning, whether they are involved in this picture or not, is also to be seen. So that we can call it as a community, and that as a whole is not happening. There is no holistic approach to the development. We call it Gati Shakti and Amrit Bharat and things like that. So I think these are some of the things which need to be addressed for a better result.
So we have 4 minutes, so I'm going to open it up for questions. If anybody has any questions. Yes, please. Lovely. Anybody wants to take that?
So I think I'll let the quality bit be answered by Parth Bhai, but I can definitely speak about why is it not allowed. So you know what, we started this. there is someone I would like to name, Dr. Niranjan Hirandani, who created a big landmark. Of course, it's debatable whether, what it was done and what was done through it. But say Powai, say Thane, I think he's built large townships with extremely, I don't know, I'm assuming you must have seen some of his work. I will be careful of what I say. But my point was that that was the entire era of the 1990s to the 2005-ish. I think, when did Subodh Kumar remove the elevation feature circular? 2011. So after that, what people notice is that, there are these beautiful buildings which are full of fenestrations and ducts and, enough space to create a balcony and all of that, because all of that was free. And the mentality of a developing India was that if I'm getting it free, I might as well put it inside my house. Then came an entire, era where none of this was allowed, and all the elevation features were out, and then we created buildings that were only full of chajjas, right? I'm probably, and then pandemic struck, and then I hope, now there are a lot of new, I think that we are getting back. My answer is a tad bit architectural, since you mentioned about British iconism. I think we are reaching there. It will take time, because things take time in Mumbai. So
see, also what he mentioned was about VT. Phenomenal building, meticulously planned, well executed. The cost at that time was astronomical for a project as such. I just got off the flight from Lucknow and I came to this our conference over here. I was driving down Shahid Path on the way to the airport. Now what Mayawati put together about 5 years ago or 10 years ago, everyone was saying she's doing ridiculous spending, okay? But when you drive down that avenue and you see some of the architectural creations that they put together, they have spent astronomical money. They have done a lot of planning and they've implemented it over a period of 5 years. Now something like VT, also in terms of planning, took close to about 2 years. There was no fax, there was no WhatsApp then. The drawings physically had to come from somewhere, someone had to fund that, and someone had to create that by using Indians who knew nothing about the architectural language. Okay, so all this planning took a lot of time, lot of patience. Today, we are speeding up things. Our regulatory is not in alignment with our developers.
Absolutely not.
Is driven by financial institutions who want their interest. End of the day, the margins that the developer are making today, they want a place which is functional. Sorry to say, but it's going down the Mahada path. Our buildings are going back to being boxy structures and not iconic structures. If you want iconic structures, sustainable ones, to flourish, balance out the economic strata between the haves and the have-nots, and make it sensible on a platform as the city. Thing is, we need to take a pause and do a little bit of planning and then forge this ahead.
Yeah.
I want to answer the second part of your question regarding to the quality of why we are not there, the likes of Singapore, Hong Kong or Dubai. So what happens is I'll take a bullet on behalf of a developer and representing a forum that is CREDA MCHI. I'm a part of the managing committee. Trust me, no developer wants to make a bad building today. No developer. To remain relevant for your next project only, you have to make a good building. But I'll not lie in saying that today, every monsoon, my team still receives 25 phone calls of water seepage. We still receive issues. Our team is still working in the nights, trying to solve it in the dry spell, that why is it coming? It really hurts us that we spend the top dollar. We sign all the possible legal literature to ensure we are indemnified. We use grade A contractors, the top 3 in the city. Still this is there. Now this is because what we realized is the entire mindset and mentality of people working in Mumbai is still ho jayega, ye to hota hi nahi hai, chal jayega. We say it is process driven, but it is not. There is limited governance or supervision that our team can do. After having almost 110 people in my construction wing, we still face these challenges in large scale developments. So my logic is here that until the ownership has to come from ground up, and they have to wear a badge that we want to make the best quality building. It is not the fault of a developer or an architect or just the contractor. We have, end of the day, 110 agencies working to make a building. So in areas like Dubai, when I see people issuing working drawings and the detailing of the drawings, there is a docket of 20 pages. My one very dear friend, James Law from Hong Kong, is here. I worked very closely with him in 2008. When he used to deliver his set of working drawings, it used to be a manual of 500 pages. Now what happens? There are very few contractors, unless the top 2-3, which 90% of the developers can't afford, who are able to follow the instructions, sequencing of activities and the processes to the T. We all are just pushing them, jaldi karo, give 3 slabs a month. I have to complete the building in 24 months. So somewhere I think it is the broader spectrum where all allied agencies have to be on page and set in a manual right, then we will be able to create the quality of products that you've seen across the world.
So I think if
Without
I may,
compromise.
before
Without compromise on quality.
I think it says times, it used to say time's up in big, but anyways, so I think I'll just end it on, we have 15 minutes more, great. So I'll just, before, if I may, so I think the whole of London was built with India's money, and that is when London was being built. Today is the time when Mumbai is being built. We are, like I said, as cities, we're not running in the same timeline. We're all different ages. They're almost like, you know, we're a teenager right now, but with the pressure of today's chat GPT and everything coming in. So I think we are battling both top down, bottoms
Mansi,
up.
that hit me hard, man. Wow, London was built from India's money. That hit me hard.
It is true, because they were building their streets when we were making it for them, and the money was going from India. So I think there are different cities, different ages, and that is what I said. And I think I learned this from a 5-year-old when we were doing a workshop with them, and they said Mumbai needs to be the best version of itself. And I think we are getting there. It is slow, time is happening, and we are struggling with top down and bottoms up at the same time. But I think these conversations help it going, and I think everybody's trying to put their step forward with whatever muck is there. And I think that's what it's going to take for all of us to jump into the field and keep working. So I think, yes, please, if you have something more to add. Absolutely. I think definitely women have a lot of gold in India. Correct. And rightly so, right? Because absolutely. Absolutely. No, absolutely. I mean, definitely Dubai has built at a pace that no one has. But even Burj Khalifa forgot to take care of its sewage. If you know, got added later on because I think they were busy finishing that.
but just as a note of funny, please. So yeah, I would love for any other questions if there are any other questions
Not a very
since we have.
sustainable building, is it? Sticking a 100-story tower in desert, importing everything, putting it over there, which doesn't exist.
Let's not go there. Let's stay
Mansi
at
will end up
urban
Mansi will
renewal
end
in
up
India.
talking for 1 hour if you ask her about why is sustainability just pushed onto the developing countries. She'll have an hour worth of conversation.
No, I'm not getting
from
there
an
today. I'm the moderator. So let's ask other questions, guys. Anybody else? Nobody wants to talk to us? Yes? Right. Right. Absolutely.
Trying to project when we are going to actually reach a position in the terms of architectural development. When are we going to have that kind of stability? Where do you think we should project ourselves as?
Anyone who's going to give an answer to this, I'm going to personally come and talk for an hour, because I don't think ever, if there is
It's a very
any
tough question.
anyone who can give an answer in terms of an objective answer, like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years.
I think the short answer for that would be that we are better today than we were yesterday. And if anywhere in the world, Mumbai is the one place where, the attitude of people, everything is something that carries us through rain, storm, every other challenge that hits us. But I think it is in global focus. All the projects are in global focus today. It is not something that you can get away with. And we're all trying.
I'll answer in two parts. Your first part is, if you see, unfortunately, Mumbai cityscape is not like a London or a Singapore or Dubai, where there is planned communities.
Yeah.
There's planned housing or clusters. It is still isolation developments happening in every lane. That's one part of it. Second part is, if you cross the Worli Sea Link and you see the Worli skyline, you feel damn proud that, boss, you are a Mumbai car. The kind of skyline that we resonate, every day you look at it, you feel amazing. So what other side that's done good for the city also is it's brought us on the global map. So yes, we will never be in that planned way, so-called looking amazing communities, because it's all redevelopment, mushrooming every day in a different format. Plus there is no common master developer. There is independent thousands of developers who are developing these isolated buildings. So each one works independent only to good to their plot size, not to the overall community.
I think, yeah.
So, go ahead.
No, I think what you said is, see, it is so sporadic, but it has to happen that way, because you can't level the city. There is private enterprise that are dealing with pockets. At the end of the day, any redevelopment or rejuvenation is an emotional space. You have to dishouse people who are in their comfort zone, convince them that this is possible and safe, and then tell them, look, you're going to be living with a whole new set of people. Your community is going to expand substantially and you're going to bear a cost to it, but you will be comfortable. That itself is a very discomforting thing for people. Therefore, the convincing that us as architects, project managers, developers that have to do is tremendous, but it is happening at a snail's pace. It may be. It has gained some more pace now of late, but I see that this whole skyline, as Parth mentioned, is completely going to change over the next 25 years. This is the place to be.
Sorry, I'll just add to that for you to sort of add further. But I can just say one thing subjectively, that for me or for anyone, development is not about which house you're living in. Development has more to do with the infrastructure and the facilities of a city. So I can at least limit the progress, that in terms of, maybe, I think Mansi would agree, the day I can freely travel from Santa Cruz to Dombivli, or from BKC being well connected to Powai, or from this airport to the airport in Kharghar, I would rather say that that would be a strong sense of development for a city like Mumbai than to of course, we boast about a fantastic skyline, but that is still aesthetical. But functionally, I think the transport system, the network system is very important.
I think the livability of The day we've always felt safe in Mumbai, but the day you can go, I've always traveled in train in
Yeah.
Mumbai. Today I don't because it's become so much more difficult. But for me as an optimist, I can see that there are so many metro lines being made and there are connections being made. If tomorrow like he's saying, the dream is to travel from one point to another, a Mumbaikar would do it, would not worry about, oh my God, I have a Rolls Royce, I need to take that. A Mumbaikar would be like, I'd take a nice train and go. If it's comfortable and if I do not sweat by the end of it, right? So I think that's the aim, that you do need good public infrastructure. You need more amazing infrastructure like CST, which was actually built not for the population then, but the population that today also it is doing well. Churchgate as a station was not built for the population of people who are going from town to Borivali or Bandra then. Even today it is taking. So I think it's about designing these large, iconic public infrastructure to make the livability of good parks, good promenades, safer streets, better air, so much more as a density. How do we challenge that? Because we are a megapolis, we cannot afford cars. So I think all of that together, it's a very, very tough answer to give. But I think the idea is conversation and dialogue, community engagement, profitability, construction, infrastructure, and good design.
Mansi,
All
sorry
of
to
that.
interrupt, but I think he talked about when it is going to happen.
I think it's happening now.
So rather than emotional, I think you were too emotional also. So I believe that let us really sit together. We need to sit together and work. There has to be a direction.
Absolutely.
As he said, individuals are creating these things, the monuments in Mumbai or whatever cities we are talking about.
How do you create
Are we really coming together? And I mean, I have noticed today that there are 4 architects and 1 developer, and all are in on the same tune, if I agree so. And thanks to him, because if that happens in these places in our country, I am sure we can tell him that it can happen tomorrow.
Because like sir said, we are moving at a pace right now, even if it is at a snail's pace, but the construction has taken a rampant expansion in India, so to speak. So now that it is coming forward, hence I had this question as to what do we project a timeline for in Bombay's sustainability, because if we look at other cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore for instance, they're actually really progressing very fast. That is why I had the question
I think
for
it's
Bombay.
one step forward, 2 steps backward for them as well. They are going back and forth. But yeah, it's a conversation altogether.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yes.
So, when, I mean, it will be maybe after 10 years, the standard of sustainability will be so high, then it will be after 10 year or 10 year. So, as all colleague mentioned that, yes, we are going on a good pace. I'm not dissatisfied with the pace, and I believe. I come from Delhi, and here I'm seeing it, this whole discussion is about Mumbai.
Yeah.
I mean, there is India beyond Mumbai also.
Absolutely.
And there is a India beyond Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, and all also. That's point. And then there is also India beyond this megapolis. There is something called Tier 2 city.
Correct.
And we have not taken the potential of Tier 2 city. Where, I mean, I believe that Delhi and all, it's going good because of all the NCR cities. As I said that I am from Delhi, and Delhi there is a saying, जिसने जिसने किया है पाप दिल्ली आएगा अपने आप. So yeah, but I have one problem, and by the way, I'm also an architect. So.
Okay.
I have a problem with, when we always make a comparison of London, Shanghai,
Right.
New York and all. And I'm very sure that might be any of the who mentioned, they may not have traveled to London also, because they might have seen only the photo of Gherkin Tower and all those things. But there is a darker side of London also.
Correct.
There are a lot of slum in London. There are a lot of slum in New York also. The LSE, the whole campus of London School of Economics, it was a slum.
Absolutely.
So I believe that we should not go only on the fancy images कि London में ये है, London में Canary Wharf है, but London में there is a small Dharavi also. That's also there. So we should think about it. But yes, so I think we are going on a satisfactory pace thanks to political interference, and I think now the political interference is more what 20 years before. So when I'm saying interference, I'm saying in a positive way, not in a negative way.
Absolutely. I think 10 years ago, I started an urban design and urban planning practice in India. We didn't do any architecture. And I think the most welcoming cities for us were the second tier cities. And we worked on cities like Puri, Vishakhapatnam, we've worked on even Jaipur, and all of them have been a pleasure to work with. So I completely agree with you. There is a whole India that we haven't even started a conversation about. There's a whole urbanization, and there are so many cities that are just starting to become towns, which we have not even tapped into their potential, because we're just talking about migration and coming to cities. But there are so many potentials there, so I think.
But I just want to sort of like set the premise back. We were just discussing that since the premise of this forum was urban renewal, renewal or redevelopment would happen in cities which have had development before. Density, very high densities, which is why the premise, yeah, I do agree that the premise became too much of Mumbai, because I think most of us have practices in Mumbai. But yes, the potential of the future of India is definitely in the tier 2 cities. However, we still live in that era where even today, there is that urge of someone from Patna wanting to come to Mumbai to work. The dream city is still the dream city of Mumbai. Or the sort of secretariat capital is still Delhi, in spite of Bangalore, Hyderabad, all of these cities doing fantastically as well. But since the premise was urban renewal, I think the conversation just went more towards what are the issues that are happening in redevelopment.
So you mean to say the urban renewal idea is
No,
only
I actually
valid
don't
in
agree
Delhi
with him.
or in Mumbai? No, I don't agree.
I do.
Sir, it was only a pilot model, I would say, that we have taken Mumbai as the case. It's like a case.
I think Mumbaikars are obsessed with Mumbai. Let's end it at that note. And there's a time's up again flashing in my face. So I would just thank everybody for the conversation today. And I hope we can all work towards a better India and, globally position ourselves where we should be. I would love to have any conversations outside this podium. All the panelists are available, so please come find us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house over there. Can we
Thank
please
you.
clap a lot louder? Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to kindly wait. I'll request G. Nagavarma, Vice President Business Development from NCL Doors, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all of them over here. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Nagavarma as well over here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do a group photo with all of you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. All right, we are a little delayed, actually not little, we are quite delayed. So in the best interest of time, we'll be going ahead quickly, and I'll be requesting our moderator to kindly stick to the timeline that's been displayed in front of you in the LED board. And on that note, I'm moving on with the final panel discussion for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about design dialogue on fusion of art, space, and design. And leading the dialogue with all of us over here will be Jimmy Mistry, Chairman and Managing Director of Della Group. Give a huge round of applause for Jimmy Mistry, ladies and gentlemen. He's a first-generation serial entrepreneur, designer, hotelier, adventurer, and real estate developer. He has set up 6 businesses across industries and conceptualized the Della Leaders Club, DLC. Bigger round of applause, please, for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. We have with us Arjun Rathi, Principal Arjun Rathi Design, founder Rural Modern Glass Studio, and co-founder Design Democracy as well. He's an architect working across architecture and lighting design, and he's also the co-founder of Rural Modern Glass Studio, which is India's first art glass studio. Bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for him. Thank you. We also have with us Monica Chaudhary, CDO, co-founder, and growth strategist, Habitat Architects, with us as well. With over 3 decades of experience, Monica Chaudhary has led various design-focused business verticals, and she's specialized in hand-spun and hand-woven textile sustainability at the United Nations in New York in the year 2018, as well as Dubai Expo in 2022. Give it up for her as well again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We also have with us Kayur Patel, founder and creative director from Studio Cars Glass. He's an automobile engineer by education and a creative genius by vision. Kayur Patel is the force behind India's first luxury architectural glass art brand, Studio Cars Glass. The design has single-handedly introduced, educated, and transformed the idea of modern luxury glass art for interior and exterior spaces in India. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give it up once again loudly for this very fascinating panel. Thank you so much. When I say loudly, I mean it in the true sense of the term. Yes, thank you. Over to you all. Thank you.
A very good evening. It's always an amazing moment to be here with friends around. Well, not just in India, but globally, fashion, art, architecture, design is becoming more 360 degrees than unidirectional the way it used to be before. It's been to such a point, my way of thinking has been different right from the beginning. 17 years back, I did a fashion show. It was at Grand Hyatt with about 1,200 people attending. And we dressed India's top models those days with architectural and construction materials. That was 17 years back. I believe that design is not unidirectional and you should be able to do work around design. It's there on YouTube. Somebody who's fond of it should check it out. Today, my belief is so much more into it, traveling globally, trying to see how we can blend in fashion, art, architecture, design, interior architecture, landscape, hardscape, all of it into one. Globally, every leading design house, which of course started with fashion, has moved into the space long, long back. And India has been a little more isolated. Indian architecture and design firms have not been working 360 degrees across. We are currently busy setting up a whole township in India near Alibag, which is almost 100 acres of fashion, art, and architecture. So that's going to be one unique proposition. And that's why today I thought we must discuss it and get to know your opinion and views and how your practices are being impacted. So let us begin with the lady on the stage who does some amazing work in India. And I follow your work. It's quite refreshing. It's quite different. How does your design practice look at professionalizing and working across all genres of design?
So we are a group of designers who come from a lot of different faculties of design. For us, collaboration in design for homes or hospitality spaces has been quite a highlight. But my background is in fashion, so my heart lies out of that space. And yes, one day I think what you just mentioned sounds absolutely magical. Would love to have a space like that in India, which goes beyond the various aspects of design and kind of marries it together. Our firm does, fashion is the only thing we don't do now, but yes, if you have a place like this, I'd love to put my hand on it.
Don't you get tempted to just, at all points in time, bring fashion out within the interiors that you do?
I really do, and we do that. Yeah, so I do a lot of I contribute a lot into the colors, textures, and the various art forms, which are textile art forms or art on the walls. For me, design is lighting. It's also everything that one puts together. It's a lifestyle. And yes, I do get very tempted. I have to be restrained a bit by the others.
Super. My belief is in India, we need to glamorize design. Design deserves the respect and the center stage within the world of architecture and interiors that fashion enjoys, but somewhere design, architecture and interiors doesn't enjoy. Glamorizing it is one definite way out to make sure that there is more meat in this practice for future generations and the overall standards of design to improve and get them to a global level. I know you do some amazing work at your studio, and you've been trying to blend in blow molded glass and get in experts from Murano and get in experts from across, conduct workshops. It's quite refreshingly different. I don't think anybody else is working with glass at the level and with the same passion that you're working. So what is your take on it, and where do you see your practice evolve at the cutting edge of design, fashion, and art?
So I think, Jimmy, I think all the design faculties in a way are almost, you've got fashion getting into spaces, you've got space designers wanting to do products, and I think that's the best part of sort of practicing in India currently, where I feel we're in the middle of this design revolution for the last 10 years, which we didn't have for like how Italy had it 100 years back. And we are right in that space where Indian designers have the opportunity, the chance to experiment with materials, experiment with projects. And that's what helped that transition for me, moving from architecture to lighting design, where we could experiment with material, and glass was something which just caught my fascination. And the more I got into blown glass, the more I realized we don't have the expertise for it over here, where we need to learn and upskill our guys over here. And that's when we started to collaborate with artists from America, artists from Europe, to sort of come down, upskill us, and that's helped us create new languages of design. It's also very interesting of how sort of foreigners see our country in a very different way, which has helped us create new styles, new formats. And that's what we do at the Blown Glass Studio. We're always experimenting, trying new things, failing at things, and then getting better at it. And I think it's great that the current environment allows for it.
So this is what I love about our country. We come out of nowhere, we leapfrog, leaving the competition just jaw drop. We've done that in the telecom sector. We've done that in technology. And now with people like Arjun, we are going to be doing it in blow glass molding. Who knows? So what is the hub of blow glass molding in India? Is it Moradabad? Is it?
So with Firozabad, it's a very traditional industrial sort of a space where you can do industrial production. But blown glass art traditionally, I mean, even Keyur would know that it's been very slowly explored in small pockets all across the country with sort of artists. The whole idea of starting Rural Modern Glass was to start a public glass art studio where people can come collaborate, bring their ideas. I initially started it for chandelier parts, but it quickly expanded to glass art, tableware, accessories, things which I didn't imagine.
Wow.
And sort of now merging those patterns, techniques into lighting to create art glass lighting. I feel that the last 12 years we did one type of work. It's exciting for us to see in the next 12 years what we are able to create by having access to a glass studio.
Amazing. That's what I love about entrepreneurship. When entrepreneurs think of social impact and think of their fraternity and how can they take their knowledge acquired to a larger cross-section of the audience and society. You've been a legend in glass, and you've been doing your bit. What is your take on where the current status of the industry is, and how is your practice kind of trying to dwell between fashion, art, and architecture?
To answer your question, I'd first want to get on to the fact that first you had a fashion show for yourself, right? I mean, you conducted one. I modeled for a brand that was Cherry Blossom shoe polish. They only showed the feet. That's how it worked with them. So coming to your question, it's been a rough ride for me, right from the beginning, from the get-go, because glass was never, I'm talking about 40 years ago, almost 39, 40 years ago. Nobody knew what glass was all about and how could you even do this. And I had a friend who lent me a book on glass, just probably from one of the studios in America. And she gave me a Xerox copy of that. And I kept reading that all night through months and years to understand what glass art was all about. Little did I know that one could create something out of it. My first glass that came out of my kiln was a mishmash of a design which I believe Hafiz liked too much. And he said, hey, I like this and let's just use it. And I got a small order for about 5 square feet of the glass at that point in time. And I had to literally create glass from scratch, so to speak. There's no raw material available in our country. It's rudimentary even today. Even today, you cannot rely on the glass available in the country if you want to compete with the best quality crystal that you're talking about, lead-free or leaded glass. I had to backward integrate, create the raw material at our end first, then to create glass. This has been a rough journey for me all these years, but it's been a great learning curve. And of course, if one has gone on to doing different things thereafter, but yes, it's been a great journey all the same.
You know what's amazing? Ours is such an amazing country. Some of the most prolific perfume bottles in the world are supplied from India. Piramal Glass does that for every perfume brand in the world you can think of. And they make the finest glass bottles for perfumes across and sell it across the world.
You know, Jimmy, you know what? The models for the perfume bottles are actually made from sulfur.
Right.
The models are actually, the prototypes are made from sulfur. I mean, now of course they've gone on and changed things, but they were made from sulfur earlier. That's how they used to make perfume bottles.
And yet the availability of raw material in the country is not there.
It's not there at all.
And that's why we only land up even in lights. That's why we land up creating glass, which is not something that we are proud to sell unless and until it's in a rustic environment. So the whole idea is more knowledge in the industry and trade and across disciplines to converge. That's where change starts happening.
I think more than a creative person for glass, you need to be a chemist. You need to know your chemistry very well. You need to know your math very well. You need to know everything that you never learned at school, or you probably avoided learning in school. It brings everything back into the fore, because till you don't know what chemicals are all about, you can never produce glass.
I'll just extend what Keyur is saying. The first 2 years we started our practice with at the Rural Modern Studio. Almost everything we made broke because compatibility was so important in glass. You can't mix different colors together if the clear glass and colored glass is not compatible to each other. And like going back to Firozabad, the industry is still very inorganized. You know, it's not like you've got government organizations who are supposed to set up factories and sort of try and standardize, but every factory works with their own different formula because everyone's making different products. And when you're doing glass for art, it's very specific. Like certain clients prefer impurities, many clients don't. So it's a pretty interesting market. The more you explore it, the more you like get into it, the more you want to learn, you know.
Till today, Jimmy, just to extend it from what he's saying, I mean, we're going to take it over, by the way. I'll tell you what. No, seriously. I'll tell you what happens is, we've been battling with clients who've been exposed to glass from Murano or maybe Steuben glass or Lalique or whatever. They don't have any bubbles in there, right? Murano's probably put some bubble in there, but Lalique and others don't. They have a different methodology of creating glass. Here, in the kind of discipline that we follow, is cast glass. And bubbles are inherent part of the cast glass. They're a part of the art of the glass, quite frankly. It's not really an anomaly. It's about the glass being the way it is. Our clients just refuse to accept it. I mean, you know, they have this very shallow knowledge about what glass is all about because they've seen a Murano somewhere or they've seen a Lalique somewhere. They expect the same thing to be here. And I said, no, it does not, that's not going to work. It just won't work that way here. Our glass is different from what they create. And we are a 70-year-old economy, and they are 300 years old, for God's sake. I mean, you need to understand that.
So again, in India, at all points in time, within the design fraternity, I keep saying it to everybody, education of the consumer and the customer is super important because that's the only time it's in our own interest. Even when the clients are giving a brief, they yet not know what they want. So it's our job to kind of expose them, get them into it, and then provide them, they'll start appreciating it. So this is, at the beginning of my career, I was fortunate enough to learn a lot from the Italian companies, and some of the glass companies that really impacted me and looking at the manufacturing process was FIAM, Reflex, FIAC. These are the companies that I visited 96, 97, 98. Those days, 25, 28 years back, there was nobody in India knowing anything of what FIAM stands for and what does Reflex do. It was amazing and interesting to learn, and I could never understand as to why they do, and it's so simple, why are we not able to do? The question still remains unanswered. It's part due to lack of market knowledge, part due to availability of raw materials, though now they are being imported, and part due to people not having the know-how and the technology to be able to start incorporating how do you make a single piece glass ghost chair, and that still remains as a question mark. So your design practice, how does it help differentiate? And some time back I spoke about creating a social impact. So does your practice work on anything to create social impact, if not in general society, just within the fraternity of design, to try and kind of motivate people to tread the lines between fashion, art, architecture?
So that's a continual process for us. It would be this process for all architects, but primarily for us, we enjoy architecture because we like the all-encompassing aspect of design there, where we look at glass and we look at wood and we look at concrete, and we love to see how it comes together and how it also differentiates with various projects that we do. And as you did say, that it kind of comes upon people like us, I mean architects for that matter, to actually educate the market, educate the vendors, and we are known for pushing boundaries with our vendors, particularly to reach that tipping point where we can actually get a piece, a kind of piece that we want, at the price the client wants, and at the global appeal which I think is required for the country today. So
do you push both of them?
So
now, like we hope to work together at some point, but I think the client expectation and the design expectation rarely match.
Indian
But
clients are very simple: sasta, sundar, tikau.
they are the most challenging clients to work for, Jimmy. You should know that.
Not always. I beg to differ. Not always. Yes, we come from a economy, and we also come from a history where sasta and tikau works for us for multiple reasons if you look from our history. But the way the world has changed, and India has changed tremendously as well. Unfortunately, it's only a tip of the iceberg which I'm talking about at this point. But we are not as price sensitive as we used to be when it comes to art and culture now, because it has also become a status requirement for the client, if you don't mind me saying it, that having a particular kind of art or getting it from different parts of the world, it also gives them a sense of accomplishment, because they've already reached that top of the iceberg where aspiration luxury really.
I believe you. So I keep saying it again and again across all my businesses. India is a very poor country filled with rich people.
Well, that's very aptly put. Kind of hurts me a bit every time I accept it.
Whatever price, there's nothing too expensive for an Indian on a global platform.
I'll tell you a funny story. What happens usually in our country when you have interior designers taking up these sites, which are huge budgets, they have nice budgets, and in the duration of the site completion, they make about 4 or 5 trips abroad with the designer for selection of furniture and whatever, right? So that's an easy 25, 30 lakhs blown up on travel, business class and staying in hotels and coming back. Now there's a different take that I have on this, which is why I'm saying this. When the same client comes back here, and you figure out that this man's fighting with a POP wala for 20 bucks a square foot. Now how does that work? Tell me one thing, how does that work? Now in our country, till such time that art or any form of art, whether they are the carpenters, they're the POP guys, they are the furniture guys, or the glass guys like us, or if you're not respected for our craft or our art, whatever that be, it's never going to be that this is going to flourish in our country. It's very nice to say that art's flourishing, fair enough. Huge amount of art has happened in the airport, which is a very good take, since never happened in public areas, but still that is confined to a building. Now a new airport that's coming up, I have heard that they're going to have a lot of art happening over there also. But my question is, yes Alfaz, thank you for that. But my question is, what is happening between those two buildings? Between those two airports, where is art happening in our country? Where is public art? Where are spaces? Where are public parks? Where there can be art parks? There's nothing of that kind happening in our country. That's the sad part of it.
It's the difference between India and China in terms of new generation buildings coming up. China's focus is very clear. Not just beautiful and fantastic buildings. All buildings are accompanied by public art display. Precisely. And they are not just statues of who I'm talking about. Dime a dozen and hundreds, and even every day more and more. Pune airport opens up and more statues. Everywhere there are more statues. and there is no space for contemporary. for
It sucks.
eclectic,
In our country,
for-
I'm sorry.
May
yes.
I
artists in public
interject in
spaces.
this? Yes, I agree with all of you very much. But if I look at it from our perspective, as I did say, it kind of comes upon architects to be, offering it out there. The difference why a lot of us, do take our clients who can afford to put that kind of art in the hospitality spaces or the airport spaces or, for that matter, luxury residential spaces is because we lack that finesse and we lack that quality of display and putting it across there. What we end up getting when we go to India to find, and we do use a lot of vernacular art, it's a huge challenge because we have to do the exercise. We are not so vernacular in terms of our design language. So we love the way the things are done, but the end product takes a lot of our time. I wish we had, and I'm putting a little bit of onus on artists here, I wish, please get it out. India needs to be known for what it does. It still is known for doing chicken curry, it is known for doing fulkari, it is known for doing blown
Handicrafts.
glass out of Firozabad for that matter. So if one is trying to do things at a global scale and we want to put India there, then we need our artists to also rise up to that occasion.
So I think like a lot of artists are exploring the traditional crafts in a very contemporary manner, and I think that's something.
I agree. I did not mean that one is not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I meant was to see public art in every part of India.
Right.
We need to have more people doing that, with due respect to who are already doing. I'm not
one of
questioning that.
the exciting parts of what I see with India in general is a lot of the tier 2 cities and tier 3, they are exploring art in a very, very interesting way because they have the luxury of space which we don't have in our urban centers. So
Jimmy, if I
There's
just...
a huge scope,
we
huge
do
scope
a lot
for
of
art
work
to
in
move to
those-
the next point. Sorry, just we are running out of time. We'll do still one more round of very quick round of what we think. But this is my belief. I am a firm believer in Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. Completely subscribe to it. However, Make in India cannot truly really happen unless and until you design in India. And that's the role the design community and fraternity needs to play.
To design in India, you also need to be producing in India. To be producing in India, you need to have the back end which is there. We are designers who draw. There are a lot of designers we are talking about who do art. We put so much of art as we do a lot of work in 2-3 tier cities of the country. So we do have the luxury of this space, yes.
Okay, so very quickly, one final round of comments. If you had your way out within the country, how do you see blending in fashion, art, and architecture? This goes to all three of you.
So if I had my way to blend these three faculties together, I would call it foremost requirement is the will for people to do it and facilitate this. We are very happy to do it. We try to do the most. If I am allowed to, I don't even look at the commercial aspect of it, to design areas in terms of public spaces, parks, sides of the beautiful sea Mumbai has, and various aspects. We would love to design and collaborate with artists with whom we can think alike and align in that look and create something absolutely beautiful. We don't have to be India, the India that we know, and I so believe if we can do it in making
When is the
India.
fashion range starting?
Well, when are you giving me a platform?
Okay, yeah, you can clap for her. Come on, guys.
No,
Arjun, what about you?
And not just fashion, it should be in every aspect.
Of course, yes. Fashion, art, architecture, design in every aspect. Product design.
As I said earlier,
graphics.
like, the lines have practically blurred, Jimmy, already of like fashion, art and everything. Like, I think like, I feel that we're in the best environment where all these 4 faculties can coexist together in spaces, in projects, and that's what I find very exciting. We recently collaborated with a jewelry designer to make some glass jewelry where they were working with silver and we were adding blown glass to it. We've got so many collaborations that are like happening with textile designers. So, so I feel that the environment is really exciting, and I feel the next 25 years are where we get to experiment with all these 4 faculties and really merge the boundaries, create something very unique.
Next 5 years. Next 5 years. next 5 years. Everything of 25 years needs to be put in the next 5
Yes,
years.
for sure.
And that's the calling for India. Good. Final words.
Arjun can say next 5 years, age is on his side, so he can afford to say it. Well, for us, for the three of us, it's a different story altogether. Having said that, I think fashion, of course, if you look at fashion as in fashion, when you have Sabyasachi or you have a JJ Valaya or you have Abu Jani Sandeep Khosla, they are, have I got the name right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They are at a different level altogether. Now the real artisans behind them are the guys who do the chicken curry and the embroidery work, or Manish Malhotra for that matter, right? So they are the unsung heroes, if you ask me. Quite frankly, they should be the one who should be celebrated more than them. That's my take on it. Similarly, if you take architecture, architecture is like a pyramid. It starts at the top and it filters down to become a large foundation with every other agency, and I hate the word vendors for some reason. Every possible collaborator in the field of architecture is referred to as a vendor. The dictionary meaning of the word vendor is somebody who sells his merchandise out on the streets. We don't do that. So we're not vendors. I take serious offense to that. I tell this to my friends, my architect friends, that if you refer to me as a vendor, I'm not going to take up your job. I'm sorry.
Point taken.
Yeah, please, thank you. So you know, architect is like that. It's a collaborative effort of everybody. It probably is one person's imagination and thought. It's put into tangibility with everybody else's efforts. And similarly in artwork, basically an artist probably starts with the pyramid inverted. He starts with the expanse of a thought here, and then he has to bring everything down to a point and then put it out on the canvas. The sad part is that the sculptors per se have a better opportunity for visibility in our country because they can actually have their work shown inside the building and outside as well. We just don't seem to be seeing any more sculptors in the country. Haven't even heard of any excepting for Arzan, who's a dear friend. He's a fabulous sculptor. But how much of a chance has he got? You know, I joke with him. He's a Parsi and he's got a fabulous sense of humor, and I can joke with him that probably the only piece of sculpture which has taken the country by storm and probably will get an Oscar is a pile of dolphins, one over the other, on a mound of grass. Now, what are dolphins doing on a mound of grass? I don't know. So, yeah, but that happens on traffic islands. That's where Max is our place for exhibiting our art is just that.
Okay, we are already out of time. My take on it, what my vision and aim and ambition for our country is, and before the end of my career, I hope I'm able to achieve it. 77 years of India's freedom, we haven't produced a single consumer-facing, high-end, cutting-edge design brand out of India, and there are consumer-facing brands, Taj and Oberoi's, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to consumer-facing, high-end design brand, specifically in interior architecture and luxury, it's my dream to be able to take such a brand to the global markets, start selling in New York, London, Milan, not handicrafts, cutting edge, new age design and technology. So that's my vision and dream. Hope during my lifetime I'm able to kickstart it and achieve it. But thank you all for being here and being a part of this discussion. I'm sure there have been some thought-provoking statements by three of my amazing speakers on the platform. We are out of time. Do we have time for one question? One? Yeah, sure, please do. One question? Yeah, please go on. Let lady finish first.
Just give me a moment. No, so from now onwards, I am kind of putting a thing forward for you. You have an opportunity to create a platform like that. Do it. I'm sure all three of us sitting on this platform and many more would be so happy to join hands together to create something which the world can look upon from India.
It's soon launching, I can assure you. Just hold your horses for a month or two, and it's going to be big, big, big. And I want India there in New York. I want India there in London. And that's why I take the pains every 40 days, 45 days to be physically there, because you can't sit here and do anything on global platforms. You need to be there. And I hope I'm successful and support
we are
from
waiting for you
like
to go because we've all called our children back from New York here.
It's
to work
everybody's.
on the back end.
It's everybody's. It's a platform for Indians. It's not a platform for me. So that's what we are working on. Yeah, you had a question.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. Uh, Thank you, guys. We are out of time. Love you all. Thank you for supporting us and keep showering the love.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen, huge round of applause. I believe huge is an understatement, given the kind of expertise that they have. Request you all to wait. And I'll request Sapna Srivastav, editor, Realty Plus, to kindly come up on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to all of them. A bigger round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them over here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the final panel discussion of this very, very fascinating conclave. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Thank you so much to our respected moderator. May you all keep shining. May you all continue the great work that you all have been doing over the years. Thank you so much. On that note, we'll quickly come and move forward to the final session of the conclave before we get going with the felicitations and the awards. This is going to be a real talk session, and this is all about us getting to know more about a very distinguished design guru for some very special, inspiring conversation. I'd like to call upon stage somebody who's a visionary, somebody who's an expert in his field. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for architect Alfaz Miller, Managing Director of ABM. Sir established ABM after completing his Bachelor of Architecture from JJ School of Art. I swear my voice is not naturally like that. That's something with the technicalities. But then I'll repeat. Sir has established ABM after completing his Bachelor of Architecture from JJ School of Art in the year 1972. His mastery over design and an astute sense of business has taken ABM to witness great success. With him at the helm, ABM has delivered projects across scales and buildings, typologies including banks, office buildings, airport lounges, residential complexes, and villas. Given the kind of expertise that he brings to the table, can we all clap louder and appreciate the presence of this man over here? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Honor, sir, to have you over here. And in conversation with him, we have somebody who literally eats, drinks, and breathes real estate in the true sense of the term. Give it up for Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus. Somebody who has really worked very, very hard to put this event together. Bigger round of applause for Sapna as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, and in the best interest of time, over to you, Sapna.
So while I eat, drink, sleep, breathe real estate, do you do the same, Mr. Miller, with design? No?
The periphery of real estate.
I mean architecture and design. Do you breathe design and architecture?
We do design and architecture, yes. We do it seriously, and we try to solve problems. I have been in a public forum after a while. Sakina invited me, and so I said, it's time to get out.
Yes.
And every function I've been to, I've challenged organizers and designers, can they redesign this light so it doesn't shine in our eye?
Yes.
You know, a simple thing. Jimmy's talking about taking us abroad. I have been saying this continuously. Can somebody design lights so that I can see you? We haven't been able to do some small things like that. So apart from that, we do other work as well, yeah.
So design floor, he's, the moment he stepped on the stage, he's given the design floor, that's there. Okay, that was not a good beginning, but let me ask you.
This hotel is home. This hotel is home because we worked in the vicinity for 8-9 years before COVID. This is part of the airport complex.
Right.
So while we did a lot of work at the airport, in this terminal and T2 mainly, the upper part of this building,
Used to
my
be
firm
our-
was responsible for.
Okay.
This building.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, Alfaz Miller, what fascinates you as an architect? What catches your fancy?
What fascinates me is the number of schools, architecture schools, and the number of people qualifying, the number of interior design schools. And I cannot find good designers in this market. So it is bothersome. But what fascinates me is the liking for design, the number of young men and women who want to be designers and want to make a change. So that really fascinates me. 40 schools of architecture in Maharashtra alone, architecture and design. So if each turn out 200 students a year, it's 8,000 people hitting the market. So one can do wonders with this kind of volume of designers. Yeah.
So why we have the number of designers, the turnout of young designers, but the quality or the kind of education that is not satisfactory, or the designer with passion.
Design is inborn. I think I'm not an educationist, but there must be something lacking somewhere that people don't come out complete.
Right.
And when they do come out complete, I think what happens is they want to move ahead too fast. So, when I interview somebody, I said, if he's got 4 or 5 years of experience, that you have to come and learn. No, it's a long process, no? It takes years to really master the trade, and still you're learning at every point of your life.
That's
with
true.
new kind of projects. So
That's true. Okay. So that catches your fancy, that while
it
we
fascinates
have,
me.
it fascinates you,
me,
yeah.
the amount, the space at which our country is growing, the pace at which design schools are growing, the pace at which brands are growing.
But then the quality of design.
The quality, I mean, like Jimmy is aspirational. So if you can take one Indian brand, you show me, you go to Japan, you see some new building, there's even in the contemporary buildings, there's a touch of the Japanese idiom. We don't have Indian contemporary architecture is totally not there.
Yeah.
Why? Have we given up our values? We've given up our common sense? Or the real estate industry is partly to blame for that. We become so greedy. We've sort of outpriced ourselves.
That's true.
We've outpriced ourselves compared to a lot of countries. Our unrealistic land values, our cost of construction, everything is going against us. So that's my take.
On that note, what has been you've been in the industry, you've been in the sector, you've been a designer for more than 50 years now.
53.
50.
53.
Yeah. 53. Oh, fantastic. 53 years of practice, different kinds of projects, different scales of projects. What had been your design approach?
My design approach, see, if you look around this city, you don't see any building designed by me. Yet I'm the most busiest architect today. I've got so much work, we're not able to manage with our office. So we do small things. We do small things. Whatever you do, you have to do to perfection. And you do that, it is timeless and it's satisfying.
Should satisfy yourself as a designer.
So we can't take mediocrity. There's a lot of mediocrity around. There's a lot of aping. There is a lot of nonsensical detailing. There is no appropriate use of materials. So you work on projects which sort of excite you and are different and are small.
And
Even small does not mean it does not give you a challenge.
Correct.
You could be designing, I know guys in the West who only design wardrobes or even design kitchens.
That's
so there's
true.
so much specialization there. And here we are told to do everything. So we do everything, but we don't do it as well as one would expect. Yeah.
So your approach is that it should satisfy you. It doesn't matter what the scale or the size of the project is, but can you give it a designer's touch? Can you give it something different? And it should be satisfying as a design person to you.
Yes, you have to be prolific to handle the different kind of projects that are thrown at you.
That's right.
Correct? Different kind of projects which are thrown at you. You are told to design so many different kind of projects, like
starting from scratch
yeah,
for
when
that.
you come to your further question, I'll tell you the different formats that me and my firm have handled.
Okay. So let me ask you on that note, what is your source of inspiration for work? What
My
inspires
source of
you?
inspiration currently are the young people. My daughters, who are both architects, they are my source of inspiration. What they bring to the table. Both Anna is here. My younger daughter is an architect. She works from India for an American firm. And she designs downtown spaces. She designs city centers in the West. But it is so profound that there are certain things which we are called upon to do here, she would be totally out of depth. You know? So there is so much specialization, so much emphasis on pure design. Here we get scattered with doing everything, you know. So that's the problem here.
So like say, child is the,
Yeah, so my
father
children,
of
my children
man,
and the young people
so
who
they
join
are
the
the
firm,
one.
they bring tremendous joy, they bring tremendous
New ideas as well, probably.
new ideas, technology. I just finished one call on a very large digital art program. And there are these young digital artists, and what the studios are doing is absolutely amazing. I mean, they've surpassed our hardcore design in terms of digitization, animation, storytelling, lighting. It's quite amazing.
Okay,
to be
fantastic.
exposed to these kind of things. That's what fascinates me.
The new things happening.
The new things that happening fascinate me, and the trick is how to embody them, how to fit them into our projects to make it happen.
To make them relevant
Yeah,
to
make
your
them
own
relevant
work.
to our spaces, you know.
Right,
So
right.
that's really truly fascinating.
Okay. In your experience, again, 53 years of working, of practice, if you have to pick up three most noticeable changes that have brought a paradigm shift in our design sector.
Noticeable change is
Top
technology.
three. Okay.
Technology. We used to draw by hand. I still draw by hand. But the way things have changed in terms of digitization, in terms of production, that's one thing. That is a paradigm shift. The second paradigm shift is the speed with which things get done. And the third shift is that we are paid from year to year. The fees have dropped tremendously. I was a 15% fee architect. When I was offered large projects at 6%, I used to refuse. Now there is no bottom line, so that's a paradigm shift.
But how is that? I mean, over the years, I think, earlier we had a similar conversation with one of the developers in Kolkata. He said earlier architects used to get low fees because the quality they used to bring in terms of drawings, detailing, etc. That has, gone up quite a lot now, the kind of drawings or detailings and things like, they submit. So it should go up, right? If the quality of the work is going up.
It's not gone up. Maybe I change my skin color. Maybe I wear a diamond in my ear and act different. I don't know what to do. there is a benchmark set by the profession, and it's very difficult. In fact, I would tell these young people that, young and old people, that the fees that we charge are about the highest that can be sustained. We command a fee that is high. I know of one firm that commands a higher fee. But
And you are saying it is
I'm
going
saying-
low.
I'm
Yeah.
still saying that it is tough
going-
because of the expenses and what you're told to do, and the speed at which you're supposed to work is crazy.
Okay, okay. So technology, speed, and the
Lower
fees, which is going
Higher
down.
expenses, lower fees, yeah.
Higher expenses, lower fees.
It's not.
Okay,
if
that's
you're,
quite.
If you're in the profession as a business, I don't know. Maybe I didn't go to management school, so I don't know how to manage business. I only know how to manage design.
Okay,
So
that
maybe
was
that's
quite
what I should- but
eye-opening,
So when I say I've done practice for 53 years, maybe if I went to a management school, I would have achieved what I have done today in maybe half the time.
Okay,
That's
maybe
not the case.
maybe marketing yourself, that way. Okay, all right. So you
Biggest marketing is your work.
of course.
Your work will stand. No amount of social media, it will get you some work, but it will not sustain. It will not sustain. You have to be, your design, your detailing, your, your keen eye to see that it gets executed thoroughly will stand the test of time. You may get there one time, but you will not sustain.
Yeah. If you...
So that's my message to you, that please take it seriously. If you are in this profession to make money, forget it. Go somewhere else. There are a lot of opportunities outside this profession. So you have to be satisfied with what you do, but you have to do it so seriously. And it's real hard and back-breaking work.
That's true. You spoke about technology, Mr. Miller. Do you think, how do you look at technology? There's a good and bad side of it. We had an earlier session where we spoke about design and technology in the age of AI. So how do you look at the tech intervention in design?
I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic. I come from that era where we used to make hand-drawn perspectives and watercolor them. And here now, we used to take one night to render. Anna comes back from the US, she puts a software, 45 seconds it renders. So, I mean, it's amazing. Technology is truly amazing if you use it correctly, but you have to be able to use it, for the right thing. Technology will not replace design. That's my slogan for today. Any amount of there is design in technology. There's design in everyday life. There's design in this building. There's design in this chair. So it has to come from the human mind. Technology is the tool which will get you there.
Okay.
And faster and better.
Any downside you see to that of technology? Are architects being over-dependent on technology? Like earlier, we had a sustainability event yesterday where one of the speakers said that, we are forgetting passive architecture. We are becoming more dependent on technology. Let's have AC, let's have HVAC, put glass and, let's have that. Is there over-dependence on technology also somewhere with some architects?
No, I don't think so. When you use technology appropriately, it's fantastic. I don't think so. You'll have to depend on technology. With your growing population, aspirations, how can you do without it? So
okay. It has to be used correctly and with common sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So great. Now I'll ask you two difficult questions. One is obviously you have accomplished a lot. As you said, you do kind of work that, which is different from others. If I have to ask you which accomplishment or which one work you're really proud of?
Let me tell you a different kind of work. It's not architecture, it's not interior design, it's not furniture design, it's not art. But we did it. Kayur mentioned it. Kayur was part of that program. He did one installation for me, and that is the art program, the Jai Hai Art program at Terminal 2. 3.5 kilometers of art. Now, I'm not the visualizer or the creator of that art. So, what did me and my firm do? We engineered that art. I call it the engineering of art. And, there was a curator who designed, he collected all the items. There were 10,000 pieces of stuff. 10,000 pieces of artifacts, 500 artists. And that whole thing had to be done. And we were commissioned to do it.
This was in which year?
T2 was done about 8 years ago, 8-9 years ago. So that entire thing, from restoration to preservation to fixing to structural engineering to lighting, so that was done by them. That's one experience which one will never forget.
Of course. And
now what is going to fascinate me in future now, I'll tell you. Apart from the regular run-of-the-mill business, interior design, my firm's emphasis is on large-scale interior design and different kind of design. We do hotels, we do offices, we do that, but that's the regular stuff. Brinda has been appointed to curate the digital art program at the Navi Mumbai Airport Terminal 1. Now that's another killer. It's another level of work,
Right.
So we don't talk about it too much. It's not in social media, but that's something which will be keeping me engaged for the next 1 year.
And keeping you excited here.
Yeah, it's totally
very
different.
exciting.
It's totally different. That's why I told you that working with young digital artists to put it together.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. So we know your future plans. Now, the next difficult question is, what do you like most about your work and what you don't like most about your work? Okay, first, what you like most about your work?
I'm not qualified to do anything else, so I have no option but to like it, yeah.
Okay, but there must be some aspect of your work which you
So
really don't like to do.
You go back home when you're not shouting in the office or shouting at contractors or getting dirty at site. When you design something, you make a little contribution, you enjoy it. Even if it's a small detail, you enjoy it. When you get bogged down into the management of a practice, that's what I don't like.
Okay, okay.
If somebody else was managing the practice, which Anna to certain extent is doing now,
Okay.
I don't look at the money, I don't look at people, I sort of contribute. So that's a big blessing. But if I had to manage the whole thing, I don't like it.
So you are slowly transferring what you don't like to Ahana now.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, great. So, you told us about your future plans, what you're planning to do. One is this, but next few years, what is on your wish list?
I've been threatening to take it easy from the year 2000.
Okay.
2024.
Good for us, you're not.
So that's not happening.
That's not happening.
That's not happening. So, I'm a greedy guy. If somebody drops a project like the size of this hotel for you to design from inside or outside, then I find it hard to say no. So I'm a greedy guy to that extent. So that doesn't let me get out. It sucks you in.
Okay, so you want to create more magic, more.
You in, it sucks you in,
Okay.
So it's greed. It's basically greed.
So something we are looking forward to from Alphaz Miller in next few years?
Yeah. One of the things I've decided is now to come and talk. So I have been out of circulation.
Okay, good that we caught you up at the right time.
Then Sakina invited me. I said, I'll come and talk. And if you can keep talking, we can talk for 1 hour. And we can tell you stories and go all over the place.
Yeah, we'll do that offline. One last question. What's your message? What's Alphaz Miller one top message for the designers?
I'm saying this is a design community. Baba, take design seriously. Otherwise, I delivered a lecture about 10 years ago in Hyderabad. It's better to do farming. Go and become a farmer. Go and do some business.
If you're looking for money.
If you're looking for money. Don't come and don't say I'm a designer. I mean, you be a manufacturer, you sell furniture, you be a contractor, but if you're a designer, you be a true designer and do justice to your profession. Otherwise, you'll be neither here nor there.
Okay. I think that on that note, what Alphaz Miller said, if you are a designer, be a designer. Yeah, that's the last message.
And
that
be proud to be a designer.
Be proud to be a designer. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Enjoy it and be passionate about it.
And it's not that one has not tried other things. Jimmy is here. When in the 2009 lockdown, in the world meltdown, the financial meltdown, you were tempted to do design and build because you had no option. You did it once, you failed. So unless you have got that other kind of mentality where you can transcend various portfolios, it's better to be happy with what you've got and do it seriously. And if you do it, and if your work is good and you're above average, you're bound to succeed, no?
Of course.
You're bound to succeed, yeah?
If you're passionate about your work, you're serious about your work, it will definitely give you success. Yeah. Okay. And Alphaz Miller is that example of success, of passion, and seriousness about design. So thank you so much, Mr. Alphaz Miller. We know we have a lot to talk, and we caught you up on the right time before you decided not to talk on the forums. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up loudly for Alphaz Miller. Sir, I'll request you to kindly please wait on stage. We have a special token of appreciation for you, which will be given by none other than Sapna herself. So can we please get the token of appreciation for Sir? Give it up loudly for Sir, please. I mean, you don't get such inspirational people. You inspire and you definitely motivate the youth in the right way. Thank you so much, Sapna, for doing this. And Ladies and gentlemen, you've been a very, very patient and fantastic audience. A lot of you have been there right since afternoon when we started the conclave. Please clap for yourselves once. I believe you've been a fantastic audience. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the conclave. In the next 20 minutes, we are all set to get going with the felicitations and then the awards that's set to take place. So thank you so much. This is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, signing off from the conclave. See you all in the next 20 minutes as we get going with the felicitations and the awards. And a quick request to one and all, we'll be getting the room cleaned up for all of you for the awards and the felicitations. So I'll request all of you to kindly vacate the room for the time being. Thank you so much. See you all very soon in the next 20 minutes. Thank you.